It wasn't working a second ago, and then just like that, they turned it on. Good morning. Welcome to the All Chiefs meeting on children and families. We'd like to convene our meeting, so we'll give you a couple minutes to grab your coffee and come take your seat. Thank you. Start your agenda. My name is Leah George Wilson, and I will be your co-chair for this two-day event with my colleague down here, Ray Harris. Ray, you want to give everyone a wave? There's Ray. And we are honored to be here on Ho'omathquiem Tamok, Musqueam territory today. We have a lot of information that will be shared and important discussions that will occur over the next couple of days. And we have participants joining us both in the room and on the Zoom. I don't think you're able to see, I have the Zoom folks here, so we have a couple people. We have a few people joining us over the next 2 days via Zoom. Please note that this meeting is being recorded. If you have any concerns, please speak to the team at the registration desk. And we would like to welcome Elder Larry Grant Sayatlak from Ho'omathquiem for our welcome protocol. Elder Larry Sayatlak was raised in Musqueam territory and serves the Musqueam Nation as the language and culture consultant. As a cultural representative, Elder Sayatlak shares Musqueam protocols and language with countless visitors to our territories and inspired people to learn more about Indigenous histories in Canada and reconnect with their own ancestry. Please welcome Elder Larry Grant.
Thank you for that introduction. Siyam tisiyayat, siyatalatin, taswalap krikip shwa'i ti'i, tana whale, Shri to eat, Kumasquim Almo, a nonamat to Mukstamo, because Shasamat, a society book to Mamanat, a Muk to Shwalis, to Nawale, Sayatlak Gonasquich, a Tanitan at Kumasquim. Glock the Showenel, Capelano, he Holtemoto, because he looks to the Hunar, he make net and Kushwe to all Tamokat from Masquam. Is the Equinus Showenel, such as something neat as well. It's a tala, a helix tala, to Mokalap, because Shwe to Kunet, I see him, Squalawan, a society Mukta Stelwistens Shuwelis eat Mamanas Haita Bewasiam Nashaya Theatala. I just want to say thank you for having me here to do the land acknowledgement. It's my honor and pleasure to represent Musqueam at this event with all of the chiefs of national chiefs and the chiefs of British Columbia to gather here to talk about revitalizing or reframing the Child and Family Act that was rejected earlier this year. And it's really something to be here with all of the leaders that are talking about this today. I'm Larry Grant. Sayaslak is my Musqueam name. I'm a descendant of the warrior that was here to greet the first, what they call Netzalmuk, different people to arrive here off our shores. The Spaniards under Captain Narvaez and the English under Captain George Vancouver. And as our ancestors had done in the past, greeting those new arrivals, I do this today. So all of you that are gathered here today at the Musqueam community to discuss and reframe the Child and Family Act that was rejected earlier this year. So it's really something to be able to do that. And I'm really happy to see that our communities have turned down the original presentation to be able to, I would say, break the cycle of assimilation and cultural genocide as people that we have been here for thousands of years, taking care of our families, our children, in the way that we all knew long before the advent of Christianity and the doctrine of discovery. This is really important that we are the ones that know how our people were taken care of and what is really important for self-identity and self-worth and the pride of our people that we need to keep encouraging our youth and families, the pride and the resilience and the strength of our people to have survived for thousands and thousands of years prior to the intrusion of the colonial systems. So I want to say again, Colette Gonzitsia Tala, Taswala Pahui Namat, Nanamat, Tamukstemo, Society, Skalawans, Mamanas, Muk Dishwawelis Hai Tepewas Yam Theotalas and Hachka. Thank you. Hachka.
Hachka CM Sayathlak, thanking Elder Larry Grant for starting us off in a good way. And Dana Marie has thanked our elder off stage. Again, I'd like to remind you that our next 2 days are being recorded. Copies of the agenda are available at the registration desk. Each presentation will be followed by a question and answer period. You will be able to approach the mics, and you see 3 mics in the room. Those of you on the Zoom, please put your raise hand function, because if you just wave, I don't know if we're going to be able to see you, although I'm sure AV will help us and be keeping track if you can't find your raise hand feature. Note takers, please state your name and your organization when you come to the mic or when you ask a question on the Zoom, because the note takers will be taking down all of that information for the minutes. So please do that as you usually do before you ask your question. We're going to continue on with our opening remarks, and we'd like to call upon Cheryl Casimir from Chief. Cheryl, I was going to practice saying her Indian name too. It's like about this long. I'll practice and I'll say it next time. So we'd like to welcome Chief Cheryl Casimir from ACOM and also task group member from the First Nations Summit, followed by our own BC's own Regional Chief Terry Teegee to give remarks on behalf of the First Nations Leadership Council. We'll start with Cheryl. Chief Cheryl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gisukyukyat kapinisket, who sukat kukninos and mietki, who kaklik aksmaknik bitsak balki. There you go, Leah. Yeah, I'm newly elected Nisukin. That's how we say chief or leader in my language, so Nisukin. This is day 18 for me, so it's fairly new, but I've been there before. But it's exciting to be back in that position, working with my community, serving my community towards doing the important work that each and every one of you take on as leaders with your respective communities and nations. I want to first of all start off by acknowledging Elder Larry Grant for the beautiful welcome and prayer to get us started off in a good way, as well as to the Musqueam peoples for allowing us to be here to do this important work over the next couple of days. Well, actually, it's going to be the next 4 days for me. We have the 2-day Chiefs Assembly, all Chiefs gathering here on Child and Family, and then on Wednesday, Thursday, we have the First Nations Summit Chiefs and Assembly meeting as well that will be taking place here. So I want to acknowledge each and every one of you, the chiefs, leaders, frontline workers, elders, matriarchs, and I'm hoping we have some young people here, because I think when we have these important discussions about the fate and direction of child welfare in this province and the work that we're doing in our communities, we really need to embrace and include the voices of the young people and of who will be impacted by these decisions and these conversations. I also want to acknowledge the people that are online who are joining us today as well. And we have a jam-packed 2 days to discuss some really important issues related to child welfare. And we need to talk about jurisdiction and authority, and what is needed for nations and communities. What do you need in order to be able to resume jurisdiction and authority over child welfare within your respective communities and nations? We also have an opportunity to hear from National Chief, who's on the agenda, and hope to hear some updates on what next steps will be, given that the majority of chiefs at the Calgary Special Chiefs Assembly voted against the draft final settlement agreement. So what is the next steps? we were fortunate to have seen a few pieces of correspondence come in to us from different nations and agencies across the province who are putting down their expectations on what they want to see happen as next steps. So hopefully we'll be able to have that conversation with the national chief. And what are we going to be expecting when we get to December's AFN, or to the December AFN? I'm sure national chief, I'm pointing to Terry, I'm sure regional chief may have some insight into what that may look like at the December meeting. So I think that despite the work that is happening nationally related to the final settlement agreement, I mean, that is important work for sure, don't get me wrong. We need to make sure that we have the adequate resourcing to be able to deal with the reform of child welfare. That's critical. But despite the work that's happening there, and whether it may be stalled at this point, we in BC need to continue to focus on the work that's happening in our backyards. And we need to continue the important work related to our capacity building, related to making sure we have adequate infrastructure, because when we're talking about bringing kids home, we're not talking about bringing them home and placing them in a home that's already got 10 to 15 people in it. We're talking about needing housing. We know housing is important. We need to make sure that we have adequate office space for our staff to be able to provide the proper care and the services. These are things that are in our backyards that we need to focus on. We also are focusing on a BC-specific new funding model, so we need to continue that important work on it. And of course, the systemic changes that are needed, sweeping systemic changes that are necessary across BC's legislation and structure. And so I'm hoping that today we're going to find out who cabinet members will be, who's going to be the new minister for child welfare, if it's going to be new. Minister Lohr was the previous minister, and we'll see if she's going to be reappointed to that position. But we're also keeping our ears open to see who's going to be the new minister for MIR as well, because they need to be able to hit the ground running. We've got too much work that's happening here, and we need to make sure that we can establish strong working relationships with the provincial government to carry on the good work that we've been doing here in British Columbia, and to carry on being the leads in this country on many fronts. So anyways, without taking up any more time, I'm looking forward to the discussions that we're going to have over the next couple of days, and hearing direction from you to the Leadership Council. And thank you for the opportunity to provide a few comments. Dacha.
Thank you, Chief Sherrill. We'd like to call upon Regional Chief Terry Teegee.
Thank you. Deniza, Sekuza, Skiza. I just want to acknowledge the territory that we're on right now. Musqueam people and Coast Salish people, thank you. Chiefs, hereditary chiefs, representatives from your organizations. I just want to thank Larry, Elder Larry Grant for the opening, and thank Chief, whose name is this long, Triple C, Chief Cheryl Casmer for those opening remarks from the FNLC. I'm taking the place of Crystal Starr Lewis, who's my BCFN youth representative on the Youth Council for the AFN. She can't make it right now, so I was asked to say a few words, and certainly I think Crystal's presentation or words would be more profound than mine, because she was a youth in care. She was in the foster care system, and she certainly has firsthand experience of what it's like to be in care and moving from home to home. But nevertheless, I thought it was an important time. As Cheryl said, coming out of Calgary, the final settlement agreement was rejected in a way, wasn't completely rejected. But nevertheless, we're looking for an opportunity to have a specific and regional representation on the final settlement agreement. In particular, the issues with the final settlement agreement was and is very centered on those that were interveners on the case, in particular the Chiefs of Ontario, NAN, Anishinaabe, Aski Nations. And I think, you know, what we heard also was that it wasn't just our region, it was other regions from other provinces that had concerns about how decisions were going to be made, how allocations of resources and funding were going to be made. And also, many other regions wanted more regional perspective, considering that we do have specific, I suppose, perspectives from British Columbia in terms of child welfare. We do have a tripartite working group with the federal government, the provincial government. We do have, you know, many cases here in British Columbia where First Nations are asserting, and you'll see in our agenda where First Nations are asserting their jurisdiction over child welfare. One of the things that we need to better understand is what kind of resourcing that we need. And that work continues to happen. So moving ahead, we did have a meeting last week with the executive from the AFN. And I know the National Chief was on the agenda today, so certainly I hope to hear more from the National Chief if there's been any progression in terms of the implementation. At the end of the Calgary meeting on the FSA was 2 resolutions were passed on how to best move forward in terms of, you know, for our region of British Columbia. One of the concerns that we heard was that the federal government currently doesn't have an updated mandate to continue on negotiations. But nevertheless, I believe the National Chief has continued to outreach to the ministers and to the federal government. I myself have placed a couple of calls, but haven't heard back from Minister Hajdu. I understand that she's on the agenda today, but I'm not sure if she's going to confirm. So moving ahead also is the issue in terms of the AFN is who's going to be the legal representative and where are we going to get the resources for legal representation in terms if we do get a new mandate from the federal government to restart up negotiations. There's also other provisions within the resolutions to decide on who's representing each region as a part of a new, I suppose, entity in regards to how decisions are going to be made. I think it's really important also to understand that we've also, from my region, I suppose from here, from British Columbia, is our concerns in regards to what we heard from the AFN is we need to get moving on the implementation of those 2 resolutions to have a real good representation from this region. I think it's really important to acknowledge here that we've been implementing, you know, UNDRIP for the last 5 years. Federal government passed UNDA 4 years ago and do have an action plan that includes child welfare. I also want to acknowledge at this time, you know, last couple of weeks, we've lost 2 prominent people that have been integral in terms of our rights and title and recognition of those rights and title. Murray Sinclair and the action plans, the 94 actions, included child welfare. And also, as plans are being made, I understand for Premier Horgan, who has fully adopted UNDA or UNDRIPA here in British Columbia and his tenure as Premier. So look forward to any correspondence I am sharing as much as I can in terms of the letter that came from the National Chiefs and as a result from the Calgary meeting. I'm also providing another letter from a number of our regional chiefs to the national chief on the implementation of the two resolutions and also to carry on negotiations on the FSA. Also further to that, I certainly hope to hear back from the national chief today, as we all would today, on if there's any progression. So far, I haven't heard from Minister Hajdu, and that's very concerning. I'm not sure if she's having trouble to get a new mandate to start up negotiations on the final settlement agreement. So anything if we get over the next while here. I know there's a briefing note from the result of our meeting last week. Should be provided today. I'm hoping that we can get it from the national office today and we'll share it with you. So any correspondence I have, I will share with the chiefs and leaders. But further to that, right now, it's really, I certainly hope that there's progression. Right now, it's a wait and see, and to see where the federal government can get a new mandate and to hear from the national chief. So that being said, that's really where we're at right now. And I'll leave my comments there. And if I have any more to add to this in the next couple of days, I will. But thank you all, and thank you for attending these next 2 days that are very important in regards to child welfare and also the final settlement agreement and also the long-term reform. Further to that, as part of the FNLC, I should add, we are intervening on Jordan's principle. So that's really important as we get updates later on today. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Leah. Merci.
Haichka CM Regional Chief, I'd like to say also Haichka to Neskun Akl Smuknik Pikak Patki. Thank you, Chief Cheryl Casimir. I told you. Well, that does it for our opening protocol, and we'd like to introduce our first presentation. We like to invite Crystal Reeves from Mandel Pinder to join us for the update. Please help me welcome Crystal. I'll be back in 19 minutes.
Thanks very much for having me come and give the legal update today. My name is Crystal Reeves. As Leah said, I work at Mandel Pinder on a variety of child and family services issues, including working on the Splat Chain Coordination Agreement, on Section 92.1 agreements, and supporting other nations on their road to jurisdiction. So the goal of the legal update today is I'm not going to spend too much time on jurisdiction because I understand that you're going to hear from various communities that have started implementing jurisdiction under the Federal Act. And so I'm going to leave it. What I am going to just talk briefly about for those who are unfamiliar is the Supreme Court of Canada's decision sort of setting the stage to support and uphold jurisdiction and Indigenous laws. As well as some other legal updates about things that people are doing on the pathway to jurisdiction to support the upholding of their laws and their jurisdiction. So as we're all aware, an act respecting First Nations, Inuit, Métis and Inuit child and family services was brought into force in 2020 and was challenged all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada. And in 2024, the Supreme Court of Canada upheld the entirety of the Federal Act. And there's a couple of important components legally for upholding that act. One is the national standards that all services providers, nations, whoever's providing child and family services to First Nations children and families must abide by these national standards. And I'm going to get into that a little bit later in my presentation, because that is now being used to effect on the ground and in court proceedings, upholding the director in British Columbia to ensure cultural continuity, placement with family, and different things like that. And then, of course, it upheld and affirmed that Indigenous nations have the inherent right to self-government. Although the court didn't decide that fully, they left it for another day about how that operates or should be implemented. But for the purposes of children and families, they said that this legislation upholding and affirming Indigenous self-government and that inherent right, and particularly with respect to jurisdiction over children and families, that was constitutional and can proceed. And then lawmaking, so upholding Indigenous laws over child and family services. So that was an important watershed moment, because it means that those who are working towards implementing their jurisdiction and reclaiming that in a sort of more formal way can proceed with that work. And I think that was a good day for everyone. And so one of the things that is important to note, though, what the court did say, is if laws are passed by Indigenous nations, the court will actually look at whether the nation's laws or provincial laws will actually, if they're in conflict, what will that mean? So I'm just highlighting that note because the court still said there's a job for us to do, which some of us have some concerns about, because you're going to have a Western court interpret Indigenous laws versus provincial laws. So that is still an outstanding matter, and what we're working on is how to really have Indigenous laws really speak to that and address that issue up front, so these conflict pieces don't have to come before courts. And so how to do that in a good way, and thinking through that so that issue doesn't arise later on. But the courts have said they ultimately, whether there's a conflict between those two laws, will be addressed in a court scenario. The other thing that was done in the Federal Act is Indigenous laws have the force of federal law. And again, the court said that is a constitutional, an appropriate way for the federal government to do that in legislation. However, for some, that goes against sort of the understanding of Indigenous laws. Like, it doesn't actually need to become federal law to have force and effect. It has force and effect of its own right as Indigenous laws. So there's an important thing related to that, because in British Columbia, they've passed legislation, which I'm going to speak to now, which is they gave Indigenous laws just the force of law in their recent amendments. So not the force of provincial law, but just their own force and effect. And we believe that that's a positive change from British Columbia. So what I'm talking about here, if people are unfamiliar, in 2023 and 2024, the provincial government also made changes to their primary legislation that addresses children and families. And what they did is they also affirmed and upheld the inherent right to self-government, including the passing of Indigenous laws. And this is quite important because for BC on the ground, the changes that they made to that legislation are just starting to be implemented now. And they offer some options for people as the people are working on the pathway to jurisdiction. So what they changed in the legislation is they added the inherent rights piece. So recognizing and affirming and upholding that you have that inherent right over child and family services. And again, that point I made is that Indigenous laws have the force of law in British Columbia. So what does that mean? It means you have it of your own force and effect, not because they're provincial laws, but because they're Indigenous laws, which will be very interesting as people are implementing their laws, because then it has that enforceability mechanism no different than enforcing CFCSA laws, right? So it's something to think about, and hopefully as people move forward to implementing their laws, it others recognize it. Because what we know from working on jurisdiction, for example, with Splatcheen, is needing sometimes the RCMP to recognize that you're the jurisdictional body, or hospitals or service agencies to really recognize. It's not MCFD anymore. We don't know it as social workers, okay, and say so. We need to have our own laws, our own force and effect, and have that be affirmed by third parties, other bodies. So hopefully, clauses like this within the CFCSA help support that implementation. So it's an important piece to think about, and how you might use it as you're working on your own jurisdiction and how you're working on the ground on, say, preservation services. There was also the acknowledgement of free, prior, informed consent. And this was very important because they added that to the Adoption Act with those amendments. So if there is currently a director-involved child and family matter, and the child is in the care of the ministry, before they can proceed with an adoption, they must have the consent of the First Nation. And that doesn't matter if you're in jurisdiction or not. So if you have children that are in the continuing custody of the director right now, they must seek the nation's consent before pursuing any adoption. So again, that's an important piece for people to start hanging on to as you're working on jurisdiction, because then you have a great say on what happens to your children, and whether they get adopted or not. So it's a really, as you're working on jurisdiction, it's just a thing that you can do now, starting today, is work on those consent or not consent pieces. So that's an important element that was changed. They also allowed for shared decision-making under Section 7 UNDRIP agreements. And the reason for this is, right now, if you want to exercise your jurisdiction, the options up till now were coordination agreements with the federal government and with the province. But for some, they want to maybe perhaps choose a different path. So there are the ability to enter into a Section 7 agreement with the minister for either a shared decision-making or a consent-based decision-making agreement. Again, this might be something to develop capacity on your pathway to jurisdiction, because if you're in a shared decision-making model, you're maybe building up the processes or the things that you want to do on the ground to eventually just be the full exercising body of jurisdiction. So there is that possibility. So if people are thinking about what can we do, and we maybe don't have the resources or the wherewithal right now to do full jurisdiction, there is these other possibilities of entering into a Section 7 agreement. And then for those who are also just right now not on the jurisdictional pathway, or your very beginning, they also require they changed the language in the CFCSA that the director or the ministry must consult and cooperate with nations if there is a child that comes into the director's care or they're working with a family. So that is a change, because before it was just, give notice, those kinds of less intensive terms. Now there's the wording consult and cooperate. So that is the effect of all the work on UNDRIP that's being done in this province, is that move to consult and cooperate. So that's an important change. So what we're recommending people do on the ground is highlighting that to social workers, ministry officials, whoever is working in your area and you're wanting to work on these issues, is just reminding them of the consult and cooperate. It's no longer we give notice and don't have to engage you. They actually have a legal obligation and duty to consult and cooperate you with any child and family that comes into or is working with the ministry, even on preservation type services. So that is a positive development. And they also added language similar to the federal act that the director must focus on and prioritize cultural preservation and continuity. So again, this is those national standards. How do we preserve the child's Indigenous identity, their connection to family, connection to community, their cultural participation in whatever that means and looks like for each child and each nation. The BC legislation now requires that as well. So it's bringing in those national standards. Again, so it should be changing on the ground what's actually happening. And we know this is a slow process, and it's not always happening on the ground right now. We know that. But again, this is their law. This is what they have committed themselves to do legally when they're working with First Nations children and families. So we have to hold them to account as much as possible and say, you passed your own law that said you must do this, and so we're going to hold you to account to do what you've said you're going to do. So it does give you that ability for those children and families that you're working on in community now on the path while you're working on jurisdiction and other things to move forward, working with your own children and families. So I'm going to give a little update about how people are using the federal act in court. Again, this is trying to make change on the ground because right now people are working on jurisdiction. There's a few nations that have jurisdiction and they're going to speak to you, but there's also people working on the front lines for children and families in the Western court system. And recently, this is a very recent decision that comes out of the BC Provincial Court. And in this case, the director was applying for a continuing custody order, which basically, if you're not familiar with that term, means that a child was going to be placed in the permanent care of the ministry. And a First Nation got involved. They didn't have legal counsel to attend court. They attended court on their own. And they said, we've been working with the father, and we want to have an adjournment because we think the father eventually could have care of their children. And these children had been in care for quite some time. And they also said, and the ministry hasn't done the cultural planning that they said they were going to do. They had worked with the nation to put together a very comprehensive cultural plan about how to keep these children connected to their community, their culture, their family, and they just hadn't followed through on it. And so what was important about this is they highlighted the Federal Act and those national standards and said the director is obligated to do this because this national standards in this national act requires them to do that. And so they asked for an adjournment to hold the director to account and say, start implementing this cultural plan. And so what the court did, and the director said, well, no, there shouldn't be an adjournment. We need to proceed. We have our legislative timelines. And the court actually said, no, the federal act matters. Those national standards matter, and you're not doing it. So I'm going to grant the adjournment. And the court also said, I'm going to go through those factors in the federal act and highlight why they're important and also why you're not following them. And the ministry didn't like that because they don't want to really have the federal act relied upon in court is what we're experiencing. But the court said, no, the federal act matters and these national standards matter. And so they held that they weren't following those standards and they weren't holding up the best interest of those Indigenous children. And they granted the adjournment that the First Nation asked for and said, go away and start implementing this cultural plan as you've agreed to do and as you're required to do legally. So it's just one case where nations on their own are using the federal act now as they're working on various things on children and families to hold the ministry to account to what they'll say they're going to do. Another case out of 2020, which I just wanted to highlight, was, again, where a First Nation, not having lawyers, just attended court. So this is doable. And they attached terms and conditions that they wanted to see in an order about engaging the family, engaging the community, how those children were going to be connected. And they relied on the federal act and said, this is in the best interest of this child. And again, the director said, the federal act doesn't apply here. And the court said, yes, it does. I actually have extended jurisdiction. I have even more jurisdiction than I had before to add terms and conditions to an order for cultural continuity, for planning, and the federal act gives me that ability. So that case is very important because it is something that other nations can rely on, say, this happened here, so we can do it too. And an unreported decision out of Chilliwack, we worked with a First Nation in Chilliwack to apply terms and conditions to a Section 5401 order. And in that case, the child was going to be going with non-Indigenous caregivers, and the nation was very concerned that the non-Indigenous caregivers, although they were connected to family, were not going to continue to ensure that the child came to their Indigenous community, participated, met with family, all of those things. And so we added terms and conditions to the Section 5401 order saying that the caregiver is going to do X, Y, and Z to ensure that cultural continuity, and relied on the federal act to say, you have this expanded jurisdiction. And the court agreed, people consented, and now those terms and conditions are part of a 54.01 order, which is a transfer of custody of a child to another. So that's a 5401 order. So there are these ways that you can work to ensure that the director ensures the cultural continuity of children, so that in this in-between space, as people are working on jurisdiction, those children who are connecting with the director and the ministry right now aren't being lost to that system fully, that there's places that you can do that work now. And so those are just some of the ways that you can think about doing that work. And the final thing I want to talk about is Section 92.1 agreements. There's a number in the province now, and these are consult and cooperation agreements between the director and the nation for everything from investigations right up to when children are in care. They have to consult and cooperate, involve the nation in all planning. And some nations are doing this again as a pathway to jurisdiction option, because it does, you get funding to bring on workers to do that work. It gives the nation a chance to, hey, what's working on the ground that we could implement during jurisdiction? And you're part of plans of care, like deeply involved. And one of the updates I wanted to provide, and the nation has given me permission to do that, is in a recent Section 92.1 agreement was prenatal. And so up till now, the director has not wanted to say anything about the prenatal period, which many nations consider problematic, because that is a very vulnerable time for particularly Indigenous women and their children, if they have other children, and the family. And because the legislation in BC about child welfare starts when a child actually is born, the ministry has not been open to addressing that prenatal period, which is so key and essential. And then the federal act in the national standards talks about the importance of the prenatal period and the priority it should be given. So what has happened is the director, Binche, recently signed a Section 92.1 agreement, and in that they agreed that if Binche works with a family in the prenatal period, the director will look at that work and determine whether that could mean that they don't have to take any measures, because the nation has done that. And there's a specific term in there talking about the prenatal and saying, basically, if Binche reaches an agreement with a Natkane, and that is a family about a Sudne, then in that prenatal period, and they have an agreement and they're assisting that family, then they will look at that agreement and decide maybe that they don't need to do anything as the director when the child is born. This is quite an important change and a shift, and Binche is now working on how to implement that, work on agreements, and these are all voluntary services, of course. But again, it's just another strategy, another opportunity to change, because from Binche's perspective and their laws and how they are working on their jurisdiction is that a child is actually a child even before it's born. Like, that's part of their laws and understandings of children. So how to implement that now on a go-forward basis instead of waiting for jurisdiction. So that is a positive thing that is being worked on as well. And that's basically just a bit of an update on some of the developments sort of while people are on their way to jurisdiction. And then I'm sure you'll hear a lot of good things from those who are implementing and working on their jurisdiction. Thanks.
a seat. Thank you. Thank you for that legal update, Crystal. We have time for, we're a little bit behind schedule, but we'll have time for a question or so. Cheryl? If you wouldn't mind going to the mic so the online Zoomers can hear.
Thank you, Crystal, for that very informative and quick update. Really appreciate it. But I had a question in regards to the Adoption Act. You had talked about in the event that there is a proposed adoption to take place where the director is involved, that certain things need to happen. Do all adoptions require the involvement of the director? And if not, then what happens in that event if the adoption is taking place in the absence of a director? Do those criteria still apply?
No, so the only thing, is this working? Oh, yeah.
There you go.
No, so right now, the only time that, that the consent is required is if the child has come into the care of the director and then the director is placing them for adoption. So for private adoptions or adoptions that are being organized by others, and then the director is often still involved in those because they do home studies and that kind of thing to ensure that the child's going to like a safe place. But no, this is specifically to account for those children who have come into the continuing custody of the director, and then the director is looking to have those children adopted. That's where the consent piece. I mean, people are pushing and did push during those discussions about the changes to push further on adoptions and have the Adoption Act changed, but they only had a limited mandate on what they could work on at that time. But certainly this is something to further, the Adoption Act needs updating further from my perspective. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, Crystal. We're going to take one more question and then we're going to move on with the agenda. We'll go to first microphone and Chief OPIC, Wilf Adam.
Thank you, Chief Wilf Adam, Lake Babine. I was just listening to your update, and you said that our Aboriginal laws have the same effect as the federal laws. Who determined that? And also, in terms of paramountcy, whose laws would prevail, the federal law or our Aboriginal law? The reason I say that is that we have one case at home. The father is not Lake Babine, but he has full custody and jurisdiction of the child. But the mother, who is LBN, and the relatives are LBN, they're basically barred from talking with the young child. So that's the reason why I'm asking about the paramountcy of the laws.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, so it's a bit complicated, but I mean, Bill C-92, which was enacted by the federal government, they chose this way of doing this by making Indigenous laws federal law. They were trying to give paramountcy to Indigenous laws over provincial laws. So they were in that moment trying to give effect to Indigenous laws, and they used a legal tool of making them federal laws and then they said, when the Indigenous law comes in conflict with a provincial law, it's the Indigenous law that has the force, that will have the force and effect, and the provincial law would be read down or diminished. But that's the tricky part, is the Supreme Court of Canada said, we don't know that. That's for a court to decide. So we know that there's probably going to be court cases about how Indigenous laws are going to work with provincial laws. So that's going to come forward. BC has done a different So in BC, though, we're looking at a different situation because in BC, in their legislation said Indigenous laws have the force of federal law when we're talking about the force of law when we're talking about child and family services. So they've changed that. So again, we don't know exactly what that will mean for how it will look in the future if courts get involved. But for right now, we're saying that's great because then you can proceed with your lawmaking and give it that force and effect yourself without having it be sort of having to be a federal law. And then the final piece I would say is the other unknown area that needs to be thought about and considered is this all is to do with child and family services, child welfare, but we know there's lots of family law matters, which is between two parents, which sounds a little bit like maybe the piece you're speaking about where one family, and the courts really consider that a private matter and don't really, there's one case where a nation was actually removed from the proceedings because it was a family law matter. But we think that that might need to change because again, how do you keep that child connected if they're with the other family member? So maybe thinking about how is the family law going to be upholding and recognizing your laws and upholding and recognizing the need for those children to maintain all their connections. So that is an undone piece, is the family law piece.
Thank you. Let's have a round of applause for Crystal's great presentation. And will you be around today? And Crystal will be around today, so if you have any questions for her, I'm sure she would be happy to entertain those. So thank you again to Crystal, and continuing on with your next presentation, we'd like to welcome Dr. Helena Gaspard, who is co-founder of the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy and leads the organization's work in governance, institutional and policy assessment, and design and decision support. Since 2018, Helena has led IFSD's work in First Nations, Child and Family Services, and Jordan's Principle. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Helena.
Good morning, everyone. Can my slides be shared, folks, on the screen? Wonderful. So I thank you for the invitation to join you, and I thank our hosts, the Musqueam Nation, to have welcomed us to their really lovely territory this morning. Thank you. So I'm here today to talk a little bit about our work on Jordan's Principle, and I just want to preface the discussion by saying that we are experts in public finance. We work with money and politics and institutional design. So I just want to say that we recognize how important and how sacred Jordan's Principle is, and certainly recall Jordan River Anderson and the lovely gift that he gave so many children. And so when we're talking about Jordan's Principle today, I will be talking about it in terms of structure, in terms of accountability mechanisms, but it's not to take away from this really important gift, this important child first principle. And so IFSD is a research consulting firm. We sit at the University of Ottawa, and we've been working since 2018 in relation to the CHRT proceedings on First Nations Child and Family Services. So IFSD's work is circumscribed by CHRT orders. And so the work that we're doing on Jordan's Principle to help define options on its sustainability, to help define options for a way forward, comes from one of the tribunal's rulings. So I just want to be really clear that our work in Jordan's Principle, in Child and Family Services, stops at the research side, at the options or at the decision support side of things. IFSD doesn't play a role politically. IFSD has no role in any of the negotiations. Our job is really to bring voices from the ground and to help make sure that we're bringing forth the best possible information, the best possible recommendations that we can in this work. So in our work for Jordan's Principle, we have 4 parts. And these 4 parts are important to us because, again, if you think about the world from our little viewpoint, right, of public finance, it's really important that these 4 pieces of the puzzle work well together. Because if we want to think about the sustainability of Jordan's Principle over the long term, it's important that we get these elements right and that these elements are clear. So the first part is what we would call a policy framework. You're effectively answering, what's the problem we're trying to solve? What are we trying to do for children? What's the goal? What's the spirit and intent of Jordan's Principle? We're also preoccupied with looking at existing programs and services. And having spent time with service coordinators, with technicians, with administrators on Jordan's Principle, they've highlighted for us a number of areas that they're concerned about. They oftentimes mention, of course, housing or challenges with NIHB. So we're doing our best to look at existing federal programs to try to understand if there are, how we can best quantify gaps in those areas. We know too, and people are continuing to remind us, that the provinces and territories are also playing a role in this. And so that's certainly something that we'll continue to flag in this work. The third part is all about options for how you would administer or implement Jordan's Principle going forward. We know right now that in different places, the way Jordan's Principle is administered can look different. And sometimes that's helpful and sometimes it's not. And so we're looking at different ways that Jordan's Principle can be structured and help to promote that important element of regional diversity across the country. And the last part of this work is talking about cost. So can we assess or estimate costs associated to the delivery of Jordan's Principle, but also Jordan's Principle looking into the future? That for us is the last question we're worried about, certainly the last question that we'll be answering. We're far more preoccupied with the other 3 because that will guide everything associated to the cost estimates. We're anticipating a final report by spring 2025. You can also expect that by December, we'll start to share as much interim work as we can. And I'll speak to that a little bit later. That spring 2025 date is delayed, and we had about a 9-month delay in accessing the GC case data from Indigenous Services Canada. But we have it, we're working with it, and so we're anticipating that by the spring, the report should be full and final. So just a couple of notes here. I want to emphasize that this is very, very much a work in progress. Nothing that I am talking about is final. Nothing that I am talking about is IFSD's recommendation or final recommendation on this work. I also want to recognize the important contributions of, as I mentioned, service coordinators or organizations administering Jordan's Principle right across the country. We're very, very fortunate to have a working group of about 20 people from across the country who work in Jordan's Principle in different ways. Some are service coordinators, others administer or serve as managers, others have even, have a diversity of roles, including, different representative roles at national bodies and regional bodies. And so this group has walked alongside with IFSD for just about 2 years now, and they've been a really helpful sounding board. And so I'll sometimes mention the work that the regional working group has done. I want to emphasize that this work is very much their contribution. They're helping us to understand, helping to give us perspective of what's happening in their communities, what's happening in their regions. Nor IFSD nor a working group will have any decision-making authority. Of course, there are your leadership tables and the resolutions from the last Chiefs meeting, Special Chiefs Assembly rather, that we expect will help to guide some of the work going forward on Jordan's Principle. And then I'll note as well that nothing that IFSD is presenting necessarily reflects the views of the Caring Society, as the Caring Society is the contract holder for this work. So Jordan's Principle, as all of you know, is a legal principle. It's not a law, it is not a program, it exists without really a comparator. And because of the way Jordan's Principle is structured, we understand that Jordan's Principle is legally secure, but it means that Jordan's Principle's operation is completely dependent on administrative decisions. And for public finance people like us, that's a really important thing to pay attention to, because that means that a government decision can change access to Jordan's Principle. It could increase access, it could restrict access, it could constrain access. It can do all of those sorts of things. So where we're starting from right now is Jordan's principle conceptually being, legally secure, but being completely dependent on those administrative decisions. When we think about a sustainable path forward, we think that we can do better. So what we know about Jordan's principle right now is that there are lots of requests, and we know Jordan's principle is doing lots of great things for a lot of kids. Part of the challenge that we're running into from the outside is what we don't know. We don't know the root causes of why children are seeking support through Jordan's principle. For those in your teams that are technicians that work regularly on the ground in Jordan's principle, you probably have a very good idea of what those issues are. When we look at it from the outside, we can't see what those issues are. We can guess, and we have folks, that have been working alongside us that help provide perspective, but we can't measure, we can't quantify what those gaps are when it comes to Jordan's principle. That to us is a real problem, because Jordan's principle is absolutely there to help meet the needs of kids. But Jordan's principle can also help shed light on where those regular needs are and where those gaps are. So existing programs and services, so those gaps in existing programs and services can start to be closed. Because this idea of just putting a Band-Aid on a situation is not helpful necessarily for kids. And this to us is so important, and why this gap matters is because we want to get to a place where those pieces of the puzzle that I mentioned at the outset, that question of policy or structure, that question of delivery, of accountability, and of funding, we want to see those components working together to best meet the interests of kids, especially kids that have special needs or particular needs through Jordan's principle. That's why those components matter so, so very much. So when we don't know why, and we don't know what problems Jordan's principle is addressing for children, and this is not about figuring out what product or service the child asked for, that a child needed a special educational support, that the child needed specialized medical transportation. That's not the question we're asking. We can answer that question. What kids are asking for, how many times they ask for it, those questions we can answer. We don't know why the child needed the special educational support. Was it because of a learning disability? Was it because they didn't have that support or service at their school? We don't know why the child needed special medical travel support. Was it because they're in an isolated community and there was no way out? Was it because mom and dad couldn't get the child to the medical appointment? Those are the questions that we need to answer, because being able to answer those questions help us get to that issue of the root cause. What we do know about Jordan's principle, so I'll explain the chart here. I will emphasize this is all public expenditure data. Okay? So this is public expenditure information associated to Jordan's principle. There are actual expenditures, everything before that first dotted red line. That means those expenditures are closed. Those can be found in the public accounts. We pulled the information from Infobase. In between those two red lines, that's the open, effectively, fiscal year, 23-24. So we haven't received the final numbers. Those final numbers on expenditures haven't been published yet. And then everything after that gold bar, or after that second set of dotted red lines, those are planned expenditures. What we need to take away from this chart are a few things. One, expenditures are variable in Jordan's principle, right? We see a general trend upward, but then you start to see a little wonkiness, if you will, in the last 3 fiscal years before you get to planned expenditures that go up really quickly and then drop really quickly. That to us is a problem. The second thing to pay attention to is fiscal year 22-23. You see a light blue bar with a red chunk on top. That red chunk is the extra roughly $216 million ISC had to request over and above the planned expenditures. That's a big gap between what you planned on the blue bar and then what you actually ended up spending, which is the red and the blue bar together. So it's not about the amount of money that for us is the issue. We understand that Jordan's Principle is fulfilling needs for kids, but what we are concerned with is that inability, or the seeming inability, to have a really good understanding of what Jordan's Principle is doing for First Nations children. So we know that ISC, and ISC has told us before, Jordan's Principle is demand-driven. We go back and we seek additional authorities, to help ensure children have what they need. That's okay, but that's not an excuse for not understanding trends and needs in Jordan's Principle. Why are children coming to Jordan's Principle? What do their needs look like? Do they change over the course of the year? What can you see about those root causes that would help answer much bigger questions to support the well-being of children? So right now, when we take a look around the country, there are about 4 ways in which Jordan's Principle is accessed by children and families. Sometimes children and families go through a service coordinator, so someone in the community that's there to support them in completing that application. There are some First Nations that are actually administering Jordan's Principle. That means that they are authorized to pay out certain amounts. They can approve certain types of applications. They pay for those requested amounts. There are also organizations that are administering Jordan's Principle. Then they're mandated by their First Nations. Some of them are supporting applications, others are both supporting applications and issuing payments. And then, of course, anyone can make a request directly to ISC. So there's a patchwork right now across the country, which is okay, right? That regional diversity is perfectly good. And we know that different regions have different needs and will have different approaches. But some of the things that we're seeing, especially in terms of voices or cases, if you will, from the ground, are some of the differences in the way people are talking about Jordan's Principle. And in the last 2 years, certainly in our work, we've seen a big shift, right? We've seen a shift in terms of people being concerned about the sustainability of Jordan's Principle, people being concerned about the nature and frequency of access to Jordan's Principle. Everyone still agrees Jordan's Principle is doing great things for kids and needs to keep going, but they've made it really clear to us in a number of different situations that they want to ensure sustainability in a different way, because they want to make sure Jordan's Principle is around and can do the best possible job it can for not only their children, but their grandchildren and their great-grandchildren. So when we start to see, like this service coordinator, for instance, was highlighting the importance of going back to that original intent of the service coordinator role, was to support families, not for a moment in time, but to help connect families, to help support families, to help ensure families had the resources they need, and to walk alongside them for more than just the moment of the application. Another First Nation running a pilot on the administration of Jordan's Principle highlighted how challenging it was to work with ISC, and that the delays in ISC's responses, approvals, was adding an administrative burden to the way they were actually able to operate on the ground. And so again, something important to keep in mind here, we hear this all of the time, and I know in BC, you feel it in a very different way. You have significant backlogs. Right? There are significant backlogs for Jordan's Principle in BC, but here is the piece that creates a challenge for us in our work. When we work with GC case data, which is the only national data set on requests to Jordan's Principle, only opened requests are in that data set. So we have no way of quantifying for you the size of your backlog or what makes up that backlog. So all that we can see are requests that are actually in the system. So we know that different regions have different sizes of backlogs. We know that different regions have very different working relationships with their First Nations. But that's not an excuse for not being able to effectively administer Jordan's Principle. And so one of the things that we're seeing in this work is the importance of getting the structure right. This isn't about hiring more people to look at applications. This is very much a problem in the way you're even accepting applications, ISC that is, in the way that those applications are being delivered and, of course, triaged. And then finally, another case here among many that we look forward to sharing. The Yukon First Nations Education Directorate, which is an organization in Yukon, they work with Jordan's Principle. They benefit from a grant from Jordan's Principle to do their work. We're really clear and they called it a double-edged sword. They said Jordan's Principle's existing flexibility is really helpful for us because they can do great things, and they have been doing really interesting things for kids in their territory through Jordan's Principle, especially when it comes to education, when it comes to, supporting the well-being of kids and the growth of kids, especially at really pivotal ages. But at the same time, they said that same flexibility that benefits us can also be a huge challenge because we know how quickly it can change. And that, to me, reflects the current situation that we're in. The administrative flexibility of Jordan's Principle can be beneficial, right? We can respond, we can interpret, we can do things to support kids. We have to make sure that we can keep doing that. But at the same time, the very fact that we are all relying on the administration of Jordan's Principle for its sustainability is somewhat problematic. Because those same administrative decisions that were made by one government can be changed by another. And we'd like to see something in place that's clearer and that's far more structured and sustained so that children know they can get the supports and services that they need, especially if or when there are gaps around them. So I'll move through this quickly here, but just to highlight, when we talk about context and the context of kids and why children are coming to Jordan's Principle in the first place, we need to understand physically where children are, what's around them. And we've heard great examples from members of the regional working group where they said, why not have a profile submitted about the First Nation so that when someone far away from the First Nation is evaluating a request, they can understand a little bit more about what it's actually like in the community, what our roads are like, what our surrounding services are like, what our infrastructure is like. So that importance of understanding the request, understanding the child in context is crucial. And when it comes to Jordan's Principle, we're not doing that. And because we're not doing that, that means that we miss out on really important information about where children are starting from and what happens to children after an intervention through Jordan's Principle. So when people like me say we don't know the results that Jordan's Principle is delivering, we don't mean that we don't know that Jordan's Principle is doing a lot of good. We're saying we can't measure. We don't know where the child started from. We don't know where the child ended up. And we don't know where those gaps are for that child that maybe need to be filled for more people than just that child alone. So that's part of the challenge that we are hoping we can work to help improve. So as we move forward in our work, we anticipate structuring our work through 4 lenses. And these 4 lenses for us are necessary for a sustainable way forward for Jordan's Principle. So the first is a structure. What are the rules, what are the principles, what are the laws that are going to help clarify the spirit and intent of Jordan's Principle and its administration? That for us is really important. There are a lot of options out there. There are things like special operating agencies, like the Coast Guard, that exist within a department, but that exist with its own set of rules and obligations. There are administrative decision-making tribunals, administrative decision-making practices, right? Those administrative decision-making models have boards that support them, can have an ombud placed in them, and can be independent units that help to evaluate or adjudicate requests. There are other options like a statute, right? Legislation that includes funding for Jordan's Principle and the way Jordan's Principle would be funded. There are other options like managed funds, where a pool of resources can be placed in a particular fund structure so that those funds are allocated for Jordan's Principle and are managed to support or respond to requests through Jordan's Principle. There are lots of options out there. And so part of our job is to help present them, to help define them. We know that we don't necessarily have the answer. Our job is to give your leadership a starting point. So that's structure. On delivery, we know that there are 4 different ways right now that Jordan's Principle is being administered. We anticipate regional diversity in whatever form Jordan's Principle might take going forward, and that's important. But one thing that we do keep hearing about delivery is that people like service coordinators, administrators, technicians that are working in Jordan's Principle, they do want to see some consistency, because that consistency can support them in supporting kids and can also, we expect, improve access. to Jordan's Principle. Accountability. When I use the word accountability, I don't mean not only who is responsible for what, but what's happening, right? Accountability is about performance. Accountability is about making sure that Jordan's Principle can deliver on its spirit and intent for kids. The only way we can ensure accountability to children, the only way that we can ensure Canada's accountability to First Nations children, the only way that we can ensure the accountability of those administering or delivering Jordan's Principle is if we start asking the right questions and we start gathering the right information to be able to answer them. We know Jordan's Principle on ISC side is gathering a lot of information. For those of us on the outside, we can only see a subset. It took us 9 months to access the GC case data set. And at that, we only see aggregated portraits, which is fine for reasons of privacy. But we should make sure moving forward that for the purpose of accountability, that we're really clear on what we need from an application to Jordan's Principle or a request to Jordan's Principle, and what we need to understand about whether or not Jordan's Principle is working. And on this question in particular, the regional working group spent a lot of time thinking about a strategic performance framework, a national one, to help understand where kids are starting from, to help understand how Jordan's Principle is working for kids. And what was interesting about their approach is they see it through 2 lenses. They see the importance of case level information, and they also see the importance of national level or contextual data, so that you can start to put those pieces together. Asking the question, in general, are First Nations kids better off than they were before? Right? What's happening with children that are coming to Jordan's Principle? What's their starting point? What happens to them afterward? We know that there are some examples out there of organizations, of entities that are trying to do this, and that they're doing it in their own ways and they're doing it with their own applications, but there are certainly ways of helping to make sure that we can answer these important questions and help to make sure that these 4 pieces of the puzzle work together effectively for children. So that funding piece, right, needs to fit with the way Jordan's Principle is structured. And importantly, that element of accountability is so important because that should be our early warning sign. If things are not working, why? If there is a problem, what is it? If lots of children are making a similar request to Jordan's Principle, why are we not looking at the existing services or programs that are meant to fulfill or fill that need? So those are a few of our initial thoughts and takeaways on this work. And so as we move forward, we'll continue to understand Jordan's Principle as a call to action to do better for kids. Because Jordan's Principle really can be a source of not only support for children in the immediate term or at a particular time, but it can also be a really important source of information for children moving forward to understand what those needs are, where those gaps are, and how they can be better addressed. And so data gathering, reporting, and analysis to us need to work hand in hand with structure and with funding to help make sure that children who need support can get support, and that Jordan's Principle can continue on a trajectory that's intended to fulfill the spirit and intent of the well-being of First Nations children across the country. So I will leave that there, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to address them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Helena, for staying on time. I really appreciate that. Now we have time for questions or comments from the room, and taking a quick look at the Zoom. I don't see any hands raised. Would you mind going to the microphone? And while you make your way there, we already have Warner at the mic. We're going to take 2 questions and then move to your break. Sorry.
Thank you, Leah. Warner Adam, Carriacou County Family Services, and thank you, Elena, for your presentation. It's obvious that many of our people come from poverty. That's why Jordan's Principle has been enacted by Cindy and her team across the country. But it's interesting that some provinces are doing better than other provinces, considering that it is a national strategy. I think in British Columbia, we have like 2,000 in a queue the last time I checked, whereas Quebec is probably 200. So nationally, we've been asking for some best practices to ensure that children's needs are met. ISC has not provided that forum yet. I think also the data that ISC provides is a bit skewed. So I think there's got to be proper data collection provided by ISC to ensure that we make some informed decisions. The other takeaway that I have with respect to the national stage is that some of the federal programs are not doing their jobs. So many of the requests are from education. So obviously education, First Nations education does not have enough money to meet the educational needs. Many of the requests are also medically based. So medical transportation, for example, is way behind as well. So Health Canada, of course, with their non-insured health benefits, is an old formula that hasn't met the needs. So this data tells us that other federal departments are not doing their job, are not providing sufficient funding for our children in the community. And I think it's really important that the leadership take that to heed and move forward to make sure that there is accountability on the other sectors in the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you, Warner. Would you like to make a comment, Doctor?
No, I appreciate Warner highlighting all of those really important issues. I think Warner was helping to create some context and make some comments there for us.
Thank you. Thank you. And please give your name and organization.
Good morning, Terry Davidson from the Boothroyd Indian Band in the Cluckham Nation, and thank you for your presentation. My question is on accountability and if that works both ways, because Boothroyd is going through a capital initiative right now, and we've revamped our proposal about 10 times. And what we're being told is that ISC is learning as they're going, which has been a real barrier. So this has been going on for close to 2 years that we've been working on this initiative, where Health Authority has paid more than half of the infrastructure or committed for a building. And we really want to emphasize how important facilities are for our children to learn our cultural ways of living and health and safety, and being put through strenuous questions and do your kids need this is ridiculous. And especially when we have a big chunk of money from FNHA. And you mentioned you would like to know where people live in the province and whatnot. And where we live, when the atmospheric river incident hit, we couldn't go towards Hope, and we couldn't go towards Lytton or Kamloops. We were stranded for 9 days without any power and without any food coming in. And so this building will facilitate food security and teachings. So this really has to be addressed with ISC on knowing how to do and assist communities, because we're also told that they're not there to provide any feedback on our application. So we're told differently. So thank you.
Thank you.
Terry, thank you for the comment. I'm sorry to hear of the frustrations with the capital process. We know that we've had several First Nations and other organizations reach out with similar challenges on this front. The overall frustration associated to capital and the importance of capital or infrastructure for being able to not only support wellness, but actually be able to build and to respond to the needs in and around your community. So it's certainly well heard. We're doing our best with the information we have to try to understand what's going on. I wish I had a better answer for you on this front, but we know that it's happening right across the country. We know there are high levels of frustration, and there have been similar challenges expressed, where applications are going almost in a circle and where these processes are taking years. So thank you for sharing that. I've made note. We'll work on our end with the information we have to see if there's anything else we can learn. I hope it's resolved quickly for you.
Thank you. We'd like to go to microphone 1. Chief Helen?
Wait, Helen Henderson, once Quest. Didn't know how to fix the mic, so I have to tiptoe a little bit. Hello, everyone. Helen Henderson is my name. I'm happy to be connecting with all of you. I'd like to honor the prayer this morning, the elder prayer. I'd also like to acknowledge the traditional territory that we stand here today on to help us have these discussions with one another and help us have some learning outcomes to these very bureaucratic, complicated systems. I'll start by sharing, like all of you across Turtle Island, we've had our own frustrations with our applications as well. Just hearing about a application that went in several months ago and we're still waiting. And, the story behind that is in the last 18 months, we've had death after death after death. In the span of a month and a half, we lost a young couple that have a set of twins under 2 years old. We were dealing with that last winter. And TFN wrapped supports around the family as much as we could, utilizing own source revenue, because we can't wait 6, 8 months down the road for emergency supports for a Jmemot to be with their dying parents. Those are the stories that we all have in common across Turtle Island, and we continue to fight the good fight. I know we're going to have opportunity later on this morning to talk about learning outcomes for sure. I am sitting currently at a coordination table on behalf of Ch'Keskin First Nation, and one of the things that jump out at me all the time is that they hold our data. And it's a fight every single step of the way in every jurisdictional field. That's also what I'd like to share, is Ch'Keskin First Nation occupies every jurisdictional field in child and family, so it's all relevant. And I'm often heard saying that that data is ours. You're making us wait for our data. You're making us wait for redacted information of our sovereignty, and that's not right. So our frustration continues to be not having access to our own information. So my question is, and it could be for anybody that has the answer, is how do we empower Indigenous communities to take back their sovereignty around data, and what does that work plan look like? Kuksjam.
Thank you, Cookbee.
Thank you very much for the question and the comment. And just before talking about information, I just want to go back what something Terry had mentioned about accountability working both ways. And I think what you're expressing about information is actually reflective of that issue of accountability moving both ways. The reason why to public finance people like us, that question of information is so important for us, is because that's your tool, right? That's your source of advocacy, that's your source for planning. It's also your ability to hold somebody else accountable for not doing what they were supposed to be doing. When we think about Jordan's principle and we think about a way forward, we are going to work, and we are working with the working group on models, right? What would it look like if you started with an intake form? And I know it sounds so simple, but for us, this is how we're trying to piece this together. What would that look like, and how would that form at that front end connect back to something, maybe it's at a regional level or something at a national level, so that all First Nations can help to can see progress or can see change. So that's part of the way that we're trying to unpack this and how we're learning about this right now. The reality that you pointed to is that most First Nations, especially in BC, have small populations. The people that are working in their First Nations are doing multiple jobs because they might have one title, but they're actually doing 50 other different things. And oftentimes, data or analysis can be uncomfortable for some people, right? If you weren't used to working with it or used to capturing it, it becomes a really uncomfortable conversation to potentially have. And so part of what we're trying to better understand, and part of the reason why it connects back to that question of structure and delivery and accountability, is how can you set up Jordan's Principle so that what Jordan's Principle is supposed to do is clear, and that the people that are administering Jordan's Principle know the questions they should be answering, the questions they should be asking, and the basic questions that they should be answering. How can they on the ground compile that information, keep it where it belongs on the ground, and then how can there be some other kind of support? Maybe it's a regional entity, maybe it's something else that helps them make sense of the information they're gathering. And we see a really interesting example of this with the Thunderbird partnership. Dr. Carol Hopkins works with a team of treatment centers right across the country, and they have the Native Wellness Assessment Framework. Those treatment centers, adult treatment centers, youth treatment centers, adopt and engage with that framework. And they collect case level information, and they work with that case level information. But where they don't have capacity inside of their treatment centers, the Thunderbird partnership can step in and can support them. They support them with training. They support them with data analysis. That to us is a really interesting model, and one that's First Nations led, that's First Nations governed, that is built on the principles of OCAP, and to us that's a really helpful example of the power of good information, because somebody like Dr. Hopkins can tell you, here's how the people that went through our treatment centers, here's where they started, and here's how they're doing now, against elements of hope and meaning and belonging. She can talk about all of that because she's got the right information being gathered, and they're able to analyze the information in their own network, and they report on the information themselves. And so that to us is a really great model, a really great potential model of the art of the possible and what can be done.
That does sound like that's the potential. Happy to see that move forward. Please join me in giving a warm round of applause to Dr. Helena Gaspard for her presentation. I would like to encourage all of you, if you have additional questions or comments, that our presenters will be around for the rest of the day. And also extra thanks to the presenters for bringing us back on track. We appreciate your presentations. And now that brings you to your 15-minute health and wellness break. So you'll be back here at 10:30. Thank you. Morning. Good morning. If you wouldn't mind taking your seats again. You will notice that we are back. We are back on track. So, asking everyone to take their seats. That includes you, Mr. Yocum. Mr. Yocum can't hear me. Now he can. And you too, Chief Tom. I'm just joking. When I know your name, I'm going to call it out, so best be ready. I would like to invite to the stage the panel Navigating Coordination Agreements, Insights on the Path to Jurisdiction, inviting Katisha Paul and the rest of her panel, Edward R. Johnson, Celia Sukau, to please join us, and Bill Yocum. See, I said your name for a reason. Joining us up on the stage.
Anywhere's fine. Closer would be better. Yeah. How's this? That's good. Okay. And Sal is going to be joining us online. Okay. Yes.
Is this just us two up here?
Let's see. We have Helen as well.
Where you feel, my brother? Good. Good.
How are you? I'm well.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Hey.
Ait squale.
Yeah.
Anthropate up yapple with a cook to sauce to Nathan at Zartlip, Stallium, Swinamish, Silk, Neil Latenly Lonnie Riley, Neil Namen Yachwilipton, Heit Zapka Homasquium, Heit Zapka Homoch Mistimuch. Thichum Ait Schnoikel Ait Squallow and not Zamot Mistimuch. Enequa Ella Thatchaeli. Timothy. Kakwa Ella Benchnik Nukwa, Cookshire Sauce and Squatchy Chat. Na in Kukwa Eleanor Wells, in Kukwa Iona Paul, and Spatza Alec Dan, Kukshimuth Kalat. My name is Katisha Paul. I'm the Union of BC Indian Chiefs Youth Representative, and I'm so honored to be here today with our panelists, Cookbeat Helen Henderson, Edward Johnson, and Squilitzelton.
Perfect.
Yeah. Today, our panel is going to be talking about sharing the experiences of nations in negotiating coordination agreements within the framework of an act respecting First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families, formerly BC92, in order to inform and support other nations as they undertake their journey of resuming jurisdiction. Our panelists here today, Edward Johnson, who is Huyat First Nations citizen, who is a member of the elected Executive Council. Councillor Johnson holds the Children and Family Wellness Portfolio, the Community Planning Portfolio, and also has the honor of holding the role of Deputy Chief Councillor. In addition, as one of the nation's knowledge holders of songs, history, and culture, they have the role of Speaker for Hereditary Chief, Teresa Nukimos. This role allows him to share his knowledge with the citizens and general public, ensuring the ancient spirit is preserved for generations to come while the nation continues to build on its modern mind. Our next panelist here is Cookbeat Helen and Henderson. Helen, would you mind letting me know how to enunciate your nation's name?
Chukeskan. Chukeskan First Nation.
Thank you. They are a respected leader with the Secwepemc Nation who is known for their commitment to progress, culture, and self-governance. At the heart of her role is a commitment to self-governance that merges the strength of government with the depth of culture representing both provincial and federal tables. She champions the well-being of children and the autonomy of her community, working to move beyond the limitations of colonial policies like the Indian Act. Her leadership, supported by strong community collaborations and capacity building efforts, has made strides in reshaping governance structures that truly reflects the principles. Our next presenter will be joining us online. Their name is
In 2018, we declared a state of emergency. With the panel report came 30 recommendations, and the report being finalized in 2017. But throughout our journey, as you can see in the PowerPoint, there's been quite a few pauses and delays, and I feel that being a modern treaty nation, we should be able to exercise our lawmaking authority. But there's a geographical limitation in our treaty. But, things are in the works, in the process of being amended. But, as you could see throughout the timeline, in 2020, we gave notice under the Federal Act. And being probably one of the first nations in BC to give notice under the Federal Act. Oh, yeah, slides, cool. I guess it's, which button do you push? The green, this one? Okay. I know I got 5 minutes, right? Oh my, okay. Halfway through, okay. So there's been quite a few pauses, right? So I felt that we were kind of almost in a way being punished because we were a modern treaty nation. But getting back to the table, there was a bit of a pause because we wanted a mandate, and that's still in the works. I believe Catherine Lapp is helping orchestrate that. But moving along to the next slide. So then our Yaakap Children and Families Act. I really liked what Mandel Pinder had to say this morning, in regards to our inherent right. When it talks a lot about our lawmaking authority and how it prevails. And it says that in our treaty, but we're having a little difficulty understanding at the coordination table. But our Yaakap Children and Families Act, Yaakap translates into embrace, networking with our Nananixu, our elders, we came up with that word, embrace Yaakap. Our Children and Families Act, our law, will apply concurrently to Ojai children and families throughout BC. And all service providers like Kwantlen, we have a protocol agreement with Kwantlen. With all service providers who work with our Ojai children. I think that's really key. It's the backbone of our law, Ojai law, your law. That's what's going to bring in long-term sustainable funding. So I'll switch. I think I got a minute. These 3 bullets, are very key. You look at the first bullet, and I think most importantly the last bullet. You think about the cultural competency, training. You think about imposing obligations on the director with MCFD. It shouldn't be questioned, when it comes to our lawmaking authority. This is the last slide. Yes. I think that, I think on this journey, wasn't contemplated BC would have to do anything but transfer responsibility and liability, to First Nations. Our approach is a prevention approach. We're not letting Canada or BC get out of the canoe. The overrepresentation of our children and families is because of Canada law and BC law. And we're going to walk together on this path to ensure that we get to zero. And our social services project has proven itself over time. Where we were hovering close to well over 40 children in care, and today we're hovering around 16 in some type of care. And that the prevention approach is working. So I think that I'll leave it at that. I don't want to take up too much time. We have 3 other speakers. But Kliko, Chu. Good man.
Hi, Chika. Thank you for reiterating the importance of our inherent right to protect our children. I'm going to be passing it over to Cookbeat Helen Henderson now for their introduction.
Wait, Cookbeat Helen Henderson, West. Hello, everyone. Chief Helen Henderson is my name, and I'm certainly happy to be connecting with all of you today. Rengicha Ra Lila Archie, Rengeja Ra James Henderson. My mother is the late Lila Archie, and my father is the late James Henderson from Kwasala, Nakwada. I was approached earlier, a few weeks ago actually, to come and share our experience, and as Sahwetmukh, that's what we do, is teach, as all other Indigenous do, and we learn as we go, and we're constantly looking for learning outcomes as we head down our jurisdictional path. I've been involved in the child and family realm my entire 51 years. I am 51 years old, and at various touch points I've been in care with MCFD in the big cities. I've been in care on reserve. I and my sisters were in and out of community in foster homes throughout our lives, and later on as adults, we helped one another look after our children in the system. My late sister passed away 12 years ago. She has 6 children who are my children. I have 9 children, and 6 of them were in my care when my late sister left this world, struggling and battling against federal and provincial systems. Our journey has been built and with varying capacities along the way. I've said we've occupied every jurisdictional field, and that it's a very true statement. We're currently at the coordination agreement table, which is very frustrating. I'll be honest. I'm here to truth tell. We were pursuing jurisdiction under the treaty realm, and I was very involved in that work as well. We also have current cases out there that we're dealing with directly between TFN and MCFD as an example. And we're also in conversations and discussions with other Indigenous communities over the care and care planning of our Chimamiltutuid Elkwitsaltant. Chikeskin First Nation, I'll get started with the presentation. I know that it's time limited, but I thought that I'd share some background for sure. It certainly doesn't give justice to all of our journeys, and I'd like to thank the panelists, because we're here to learn and we're here to pick up some tools that we may not have had prior to attending. So I'm grateful for that always. Chikeskin First Nations Child and Wellbeing Law, Tquinmiplitin Rekikwa, the law of the valerian plant. And certainly there's a very special story behind that, and I've given some presentations on Tquinmiplitin Rekikwa in the past at various forums. And it was developed and ratified after many years of working in the child and family well-being and inherent right space, including our treaty work as part of Northern Secwepemc-Delmukh. Tquinmiplitin Rekikwa reflects that what Chikeskin knows to be its laws, our laws, and its priorities for our child and family well-being and for Chikeskinamukh. On December 20th, 2023, Chikeskin First Nation submitted a request pursuant to Section 20-2 of an act representing First Nations, Inuit and Métis children, youth and families, the Federal Act, to enter into coordination agreement discussions with Canada and BC. Very official, very formal for sure. It's an experience to be had. The purpose of the coordination agreement is to develop collaborative measures between an Indigenous governing body and the federal and provincial governments to support a community's exercise of inherent jurisdiction and legislative authority over child and family services. Section 20-2 of an act representing First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children, youth, and families, the federal act sets out a non-exhaustive list of matters that coordination agreements may address, including the provisions of emergency services, support measures to enable Indigenous children to exercise their rights effectively, fiscal arrangements, and any other coordination measure related to the effective exercise of the legislative authority. What they are, coordination agreements are a tool to secure administrative and financial supports for service delivery. They are a way to coordinate services, including with respect to identification, transition, and referral. They are a part of the Federal Act process through which an Indigenous law is recognized as having the force of federal law. What they aren't, coordination agreements do not give rise to any authority or rights. Your inherent jurisdiction is not dependent on the existence of or attempts of entering into a coordination agreement. Coordination agreements do not determine whether or when your law comes into force. That decision is yours to make based on your operational capacity and funding.
Helen, would you mind just giving your final comments on this? And then we have to
You
go
bet.
to the next speaker. Thank you.
Cook's Gem. Some best practices, certainly some learning outcomes. Reaching an agreement will take significant time and focus and dedication, a learning outcome of TFN. Incorporate your language, culture, and principles. This is a huge lift. It's critical. Hold the pen, also critical. Find creative solutions to move past stagnant issues. We're full of creativity already. We have that going for us. Chair and set the agenda for meetings. Remember that Canada does not give rise to any authority over our children and family services. Your inherent right is yours. Set clear targets and timelines. Focus on achieving the operational and fiscal outcomes required to support your law. Get the business plan and budget in early, and seek only to reach agreements that are necessary. In a nutshell, lots of good technical work that our team does off the side of our desks. Cook's Gem.
I'm going to hand the floor over to you, Sala, for your comments and introduction.
MCFD. And so a lot of my research was based on reaching out to our hereditary chiefs and our elders for cultural protocol and just gathering data and information on how they were raised and how it was different today. And then in 2021, I became the project manager for jurisdiction. And I have to say, you know, a lot of this is based on building relationships between Canada, between BC, between Guasala and Nakotao. And it's about educating a government that doesn't know our people and doesn't know our cultural protocol and basically doesn't know our people. And one of the things that I've always said is I find it rude that a government would make decisions for a nation when they don't even know us. And so a lot of the work was based on relationship building and mutual respect. And as I've stated earlier, and the questions that we'll get into quite soon, the journey was tumultuous. And I'm so heart invested in the work. Being a kid in care myself, I know what foster care is all about, and I know what safety should look like. I know what well-being should look like, and working together closely with Guasala elected leadership and hereditary leadership has been integral to the negotiating process. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those comments. Now I will hand the floor over to Bill, and we do have a video that will be playing as well.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Salkwan, respected guests, chiefs, leadership, Sklitzelton, Sanemo. First, I'd like to thank the Musqueam people, Chief Sparrow and his people for having us as lands this afternoon, Leadership Council for putting this much-needed event on, and Leah and Ray for doing amazing, always being there when called upon, following teachings. I'm honored to be with the leaders, experts, and practitioners at this important meeting. It's been such a long journey to get to this place where we are actually having our laws and jurisdictions over children and families recognized, discussed. Our earlier generations and leaders have sacrificed to bring us to this place, so I held my hands up to each and every one of you. It's also an honor to be up here with these esteemed panelists to share, learn, and listen to wisdom experience that everyone's bringing to the table. As mentioned, I'm from Sanemo First Nation, and I've been on council with my other hat for 22 years, and a social worker by training for my whole adult life. I've been working to support and protect our children and families during all these years with numerous hats and roles. This path is very important for numerous reasons, because our teachings tell us that we are strong as the most vulnerable of our family and community. So we have the responsibility to always be lifting up our children. Because growing up, I saw many of my peers suffer from the hands of MCFD and become disconnected from our communities and culture. And because of my own experience as a child and how that's motivated me to ensure that every child is loved and cared for. So this led to myself where I am in the direction we're going at Kwame Lalem. KL was founded by 9 member nations around 25 years ago and the goal, which is then and the goal as of today, to oust MCFD from the lives of children and families and assume full inherent jurisdiction. Through KL, the member nations came together and built a kinship model of practice based upon Coast Salish laws and traditions, our Snawayath. Over time, the member nations built KL's capacity, so KL now delivers all child protection and wellness services amongst the member nation. And I apologize for the Western terms. Those are absolutely being worked on as we progress with amazing Snawayath leaders in our community. When Bill C-92 finally came about, the nations decided to take a step to the next logical step. Under the direction of the 9 member nations, KL was mandated to explore readiness to exercise inherent jurisdiction, including support to develop Indigenous legislation by each member nation. We're about 18 months into the 5-year plan of supporting member nations to write and pass their child and family service laws and retake jurisdictions under Bill C-92. Supporting the member nations to assume full jurisdiction is a massive undertaking with many different parts. To date, steps we've taken on this path have included the following. Giving ourselves the time to get this right. We have developed a timeline for passing laws and completing of a coordination agreement that the nations have seeking to take around 5 years. In year 4, it is anticipated that the nations will pass their laws through their own processes. In year 5, the negotiations will be completed on a coordination agreement. Secondly, built a project team. We've drawn on KL's own internal expertise and recruited experts in Coast Salish law, technical and legal experts to set out a project plan that supports each nation in a process of research and information gathering, developing the vision, concept, potential options for the legislative content, drafting the legislation, finalizing the legislation through a community process. Thirdly, establish a cultural committee. We have a group of elders from all the 9 member nations to meet regularly. They continue to share, shape our kinship model of a child-based Coast Salish ways, teachings, and values. Fourthly, develop a comprehensive communication and engagement strategy. We are keeping everyone informed in a number of different ways, including interviews, surveys, gatherings with elders, youth, regular meetings with the KL board. Anticipate engaging with other nations and coordination agreements and other agencies if need be. In closing, to illustrate this work, I'd be honored to share a 60-second video with each and every one of you. Thank you. Was that quick?
Children and families in our 9 member nations deserve better. For over 25 years, Kwamut has been mandated by our nations to keep children connected to their family, community, and culture.
It is our right to look after our children. And I think, the saying, our children are sacred, it rolls off the tip of our tongue. They are our future. It's our responsibility to ensure that we look after them with the guidance of our teachings and our elders and our traditional knowledge keepers.
It's time to return to our traditional ways that have supported our people for thousands of years. With the opportunity of Bill C-92, our nations are preparing to take full jurisdiction over child and family services, ending the oversight of federal and provincial governments, and honoring our Coast Salish laws, our Siath and Snowiath.
We're not going to be dictated, on how to care for our children. We're not going to be dictated by the government and have them telling us how to take care for our children. So we take the jurisdiction, we take the control back.
We know that everything has its own time, and this project will be a long journey. We are committed to doing it right for our communities, families, and children.
Today we're embarking down a path that's, very new, but it's, we feel it's going to be a very positive way of governing and helping our people in the long run. Well, I feel our way of life is very important, and our teachings that come with our way of life is very instrumental in how we develop as young families moving forward.
We will define our path following the teachings of our ancestors and ensuring our laws reflect our values. With the wisdom of our elders, we will craft new legislation that honors our natural laws and strengthens our community. In the end, we will be free to remove colonial obstacles that get in the way of caring for our children and families according to our Siath.
It'll be less cumbersome for us to be able to do the work that we want to do in the way that we want to do it. And that's being guided by our teachings, our Snowiath, being guided by our elders and our knowledge keepers in our community.
We are committed to protecting our way of life through strong relationships, both within and outside our community. Our nations have always led the way. Together, we will continue to lead for our children, for our future.
It's an amazing time, and it's about time.
Thank you.
You can see in the video there's so many of our young kids who are so happy to be dancing and singing and paddling and gathering food in the way that our ancestors have. Those teachings that get passed down through generations is why we're here to talk about child jurisdiction and how it is that we can ensure that we are protecting our youth in the best way possible because we know how. And that was so clear in the video, so thank you. We're going to be moving into the question and answer period, and I'll allow the panelists to have roughly 5 minutes to respond to each of the questions, and I encourage you, if you want to respond to another panelist and what it is that they're saying, to have a nice, good flow of conversation. I encourage that. The first question is, can the panelists explain the mechanics and structure of the coordination agreement tables, including who participates, how meetings are conducted, and how decisions are made, and how are they to prepare for the meetings? I'll turn it over to Edward for your response first.
I get speaking notes, but I can't look at them and connect at the same time. So how are they conducted? So then, obviously being a tripartite, there's rotating chairs, and setting the agenda is key. I think that one of the great things about this table that we're sitting at, we have a bilateral table with BC, as we're sitting at the coordination table. And I think that to help move things along or push things along, is a key part of being part of the structure of the coordination table. I think that's one key aspect, something that I would definitely recommend. I think that's something I could think of right now, but I'm sure I'll think of something else and I might squeeze something in there to feed off of each other.
Thank you, and I open it up to our panelists. Sala, if you have a response, we can turn it over to you.
Thank you. So we signed our coordination agreement on September 12th, 2024. And my role as research coordinator started in 2020. So that timeline gives you a sense of how many years we had to wade through all the debris, the mud, the storms, but also, those peaceful times as well. So what we did at the beginning was I sent forward a calendar to the table leads for Canada and BC. And within that calendar, had asked that we meet every 3 weeks. And that is what we did. Canada and BC each chose their team members. We divided our team into the following working groups: legal, service delivery, policy, finance, and that the project manager, myself, was the facilitator for each meeting. The project manager sent forth a draft agenda to Canada and BC, and we divided discussions into data sharing, legal, finance, service delivery, finance, and policy. Each group had a lead, or the project manager was facilitating each group. And we reported back at the main coordination table meeting. Decisions were made as a whole and quite often debated on. I found that a lot of questions were answered through educating Canada and BC on cultural protocol and how we live. A lot of decisions were made through a legal lens as well. So that is how we crafted our team, but definitely a team effort from Canada, BC, and Guasala-Nocatao. And then we had a regular time to report back to elected leadership as well. And so we had the elected leadership who held the MCFD portfolio, a part of the meetings, and the chief was highly invested in conversations that were being had. So a lot of conversations with elected leadership, a lot of BCRs, hours, hundreds of thousands of hours of meetings. And sometimes those meetings were just with BC. Sometimes the meetings were just with Canada. And then we'd bring back information to the coordination table meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Sala. I will turn it over to Helen or Bill if you want.
Follow Helen.
Okay. Thank you.
Cook's lots of information to share in such a short amount of time. If you're heading down this path, for sure, what ended up being the Bill C-92 working group consisted of myself as Gukbi and legal, as well as our wellness team. And what's unique, I believe, and maybe it's not, but at some point our decision-making informed the wellness team that is a department under Chukaskan First Nation, that they will become the society, the Elks Trakikwa Society. So it made it very real for our team at Chukaskan First Nation, where we had on-the-ground team members, Jaskenam, leading the work and lifting the work. So our working group consisted of myself, our legal team, our CAO of Chukaskan First Nation, Lorley Bennett. I have a couple of working group members with me today, Carmen Pete, our senior wellness manager, as well as Stanley Daniels, who helps us on this file as well as a high-level consultant. We ratified Gwanmiplatin Ragikwa, the law of the valerian plant, March 13th, 2024, a historic day for Chukaskan First Nation. And soon after that, we were able to set a schedule for coordination agreement. And we went into a coordination agreement discussion knowing that we were prepared, our sleeves were rolled up, and we were ready to get to work. We knew that we had a 12-month timeline to get a negotiated draft, and we knew that was very huge lifts and seemingly impossible to do. So that certainly took some coordination between the parties. TFN, Canada, and BC. We meet monthly, for sure, certainly not once a month. We sparsed off our table to subtables, what we deem subtables, that touch on legal, service delivery, finance, and outreach. And it's certainly a very busy work schedule. And what I'd like to share with all of you is that our entire working group, what we call the Kikwa working group now, does this work off the side of our desks. I don't think that's unique across Turtle Island. Cook's-Jem.
Cook's-Jem, Cookbeat. I will turn it over to you now, Bill.
Thank you. Thank you, previous speakers. Just to be clear, that KL is not in the process of negotiating our coordination agreement yet. But when we, as we work our way to that place, as mentioned earlier, it'll be led by the guidance of our cultural committee, our board of directors, the 9-member nations, and the people most of all. So we're going to work through there. But I want to share these coordination agreements, jurisdictional, the talk that's been going on since the Prime Minister announced that numerous years ago. As you see in our video, it's all led by the cultural teachings of, and I've never seen, the kids are never happier, the young ones never felt more real when they got a drum or they're doing some cultural activity in their hand. So I wanted to stress to everyone in the audience today, not a lecture, but the stress is, don't, as you move in your journey, that practice has to happen today. We're talking 5-year timelines, 4-year timelines, and who knows when you get your agreement with the funding and all that, all those type of conversations. So I just want to stress today, if you can, whether you're part of an agency or not, that we have to do it around your cultural teaching wherever you are in this beautiful province. And if it's not happening, if you're part of an agency, then you have the wrong people running the agency. Because your kids deserve to be part of the culture wherever they're from. So I just want to share that because this is a jurisdiction conversation. I'm well aware of that. but the good work should be happening today for those young ones so we don't lose a generation, any more generations has happened. So in terms of what the negotiation will look like for us, each member nations will participate together with KL supporting them. And again, in closing, I just like to stress, like any of your old leadership in this room and be successful in many areas. And the best success, I'm assuming like us who at home, has been misled by yourselves. You're gonna get an influx of ex-MCFD people telling you what's best for your children, and you're gonna all these consultants that have never been there when it mattered, but now there's an opportunity that will suddenly be your best friend. I just want to caution us that. That's what our 9 board members are well aware of, and we're gonna lead it. We're gonna lead it ourselves. We don't need all these advisors that did nothing for when they were in power to support us. So I just want to close. I know it sounds really negative, but I'm keeping it a little bit real as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hajkatsiam.
Yep.
It really is the law of the land that is going to protect our children, and I appreciate you all for your comments on and being honest about the process, and that it's not an easy process, but it is something that is so necessary for our children. We're going to be moving on into our next question, which is, what successes, challenges, or barriers have you encountered during the negotiation process? Again, I just want to remind you, you all have 5 minutes each, and we'll go to Sala first.
Kayla Kessler, what successes have we encountered? I strongly believe that we built a team, regardless of color, regardless of title, and regardless of geography. I believe we built a team based on mutual respect. And I believe GNN built a memorable table in which we all felt accepted, valued, and seen. And, you know, some of these, you know, you go to these meetings with people that you've never met before and you don't know, and they don't know us and we don't know them. And so a lot of our meetings were based on icebreakers right at the beginning so that we could start seeing into the path that people are walking. And they can see the path that I'm walking on as well, and why the job was so important and why I was so passionate about children and families. And so the mutual respect part is, for me, very important. You know, my dad is Gigsistali Sumiwakis, and I know the team has heard me say this story, but he sat me down and he told me, you are a reflection of me. Everything you do, everything you say, how you act and behave is a reflection of who I am and where our house is standing. And for me, I took that to heart. I was 12 years old when he told me that. And so I believe any conversation needs to be with mutual respect, or building on that mutual respect and education of who we are as a people, and how our cultural protocol is so important to our way of living. Kayla Kessler.
Kayla Kessler. Thank you. It really is about how people see you, and when we are a reflection of our ancestors and those who are still with us, our parents, our grandparents, then we become better people, knowing that we're entrenched in our culture and our languages and the laws of our lands, and reflecting even what and how the water moves. So thank you so much for that reminder to everybody here in the room. I'll pass the microphone over to Helen Cookby.
Cooks Judgem, certainly there's a lot of learning outcomes, what we deem learning outcomes, whether they're successes or challenges, we take it all in and learn from them and set out some work plans or next steps for the team and for the parties and the table itself to keep the work relevant and moving forward. I'm Secwepemc first, and you know, that's a value set that we all strive every time we leave our households. You know, what is it to be Secwepemc, and what do I need to do today to feel it and to believe it. Success comes when we center our cultural worldview, being Secwepemc before anything else. One major barrier is navigating the entrenched colonial systems that still dominate negotiation tables, where processes default to practices that dilute or outright dismiss Indigenous ways of knowing or being. True progress is made when we assert our traditional methodologies and refuse to be molded into bureaucratic templates that don't serve us. A significant challenge is the high costs associated with sustaining these negotiations. Financially, for sure. Emotionally, and in terms of human resources. These are huge lifts and energy draining. The bureaucratic processes are often excessive, involving layers of paperwork and repetitive meetings that demand time and capacity we can scarcely afford. And we're mindful of what happens in community when we're away and we're doing this work. And I've shared earlier that TFN has experienced loss after loss in our community over the past couple of years. These efforts siphon energy away from community-focused initiatives that are crucial to the well-being of our children and families. Worse still, these bureaucratic demands rarely align with our holistic worldview that considers the interconnectedness of mental, physical, spiritual, and emotional health. To move forward, we must insist on agreements that are not only culturally reflective, but also economically and administratively efficient, ensuring that the well-being of our people remains the priority over procedural formalities. And this is an approach across Turtle Island. You see it in agreement after agreement. The consensus of these burdensome processes and piecemeal funding approaches are serious. They put our children and families at risk. Gaps in funding and the administrative strain on capacity mean that critical services can be interrupted or delayed, directly impacting the stability and wellness of those who rely on these services most. Without consistent and comprehensive funding, community programs become fragile, leaving families vulnerable to systemic failures that fail to recognize or meet their needs. To bridge these gaps, it is essential to advocate for an incremental funding model that provides consistent, scaled investment. This model prevents the disruptive piecemeal funding that forces nations to start and stop projects, ultimately undermining continuity and progress. Reliable, incremental funding supports sustained work, allows for comprehensive planning, and empowers us to build capacity without the constant concern of sudden financial voids. Funding, when approached in this way, can become a tool of empowerment rather than a barrier, ensuring that children and families have uninterrupted access to services that honor their health, safety, and well-being. And this is always at the forefront, always in our hearts, minds, and spirits when we're at the coordination table discussions. Kukshim.
Kukshim Kukpi. I enjoyed what you said about being Chomok first. We're people of the land first. And in order to solve all of those barriers, we have to be culturally responsive. And when we're at the tripartite agreement tables, they have to listen to us because we are Chomok first. Heitzapka, thank you. Going to be moving on. I'll give the floor over to Bill.
Thank you. One issue we've discussed is the funding. We've noticed some of the challenges with the funding arrangements in some coordination agreements, but there's also the challenge of putting dollar amounts to some of the services that we provide, and no different you provide. Services for Indigenous children, as we know, are already underfunded. Prevention funding is a good example. But we have the funds to do prevention, but the cost of doing prevention, to be doing prevention from a Coast Salish or Indigenous practice is, unfortunately, from lack of funding, it's not new, but it's new in the realm of our work. And it's not fully known. So going into negotiations, it'll be a flag because that kind of cost is a certainty and a disadvantage because you can't put there should be and there is no price on the way we do our work. And our work hasn't really been, it's been included in our ancestors and all our histories, but not in this practice. So that's a concern around the funding. But on a positive taken from this question is what's happened is from this we've created, as I mentioned, our cultural committee, and it's opened up the doors to more fruitful conversations with the 9 nation cultural experts and diverse people in our 9 nations where may have not been part of the conversation for whatever reason. So this has opened the door for more fruitful conversations for down the road, but also for today's present day practice. So it's amazing. So we're getting lots of Snow Wyeth every meeting when the group meets on a weekly, when they meet weekly or bi-weekly basis. But also what it's done is brought us together as Indians people. Our ancestors and our grandparents convened. You didn't need a jurisdiction project. You didn't need anything. We met and we did everything together with our neighboring nations. Sanemo and Semenes did a lot of things together. They played soccer on the clam bars, etc. And all our regions are no different. So what this has done on a Western lens is, even though we're early in the stages, we have had, for example, I think a week or 2 ago, we met with some Stolo amazing folks and shared and talked about where they are, where we are, because correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know exactly, Ray or Leo know this, what is there, 57 or 63 Coast Salish nations somewhere in that area? So that's, it's not about Coast Salish, but nevertheless, you just do that math alone. This is for conversation, 60 Coast Salish nations. If we can work together on some of these, our laws, they're going to be a little bit different. Like even our neighboring nations have very similar teachings, but there's subtle differences in each longhouse. But nonetheless, the overall arching theme is somewhat similar. So we think we can incorporate that the more we work together as one. And that's what government has never wanted us to do as Indian people, is work as one. So we're going to work together with that people that want to work with us, as we met with some Stolo folks there a week or so ago, and our 9 nations. And we believe we can create our own, I don't like the word acronym, but we still got to have some goalposts, right? And so instead of having, for lack of a better term, 60 CFCSA acts, we can have our own Snow Wyeth law. And then it's going to be subtle difference in nation to nation. So I know I'm going on a ramble here, which I do periodically, but nevertheless, I think you get my point. So it's brought unity for those that want unity, and we can work together as one. ISEPCA.
I just got for a reminder that we are not Samat, we are all one. And going to Helen's point earlier, having that Kwam Shwallowin and Aishkwal, that good heart, good mind, strong heart and strong mind. Edward, I'll turn it over to you now.
Successes and challenges. I think that one of the great things is being able to work on our Yaakap Children and Families Act. Is something that was absolutely powerful to work on, and it's in everybody's packages, and there is a preamble in the package that sort of is the Coles Notes of our Yaakap Children and Families Act, as well as I believe there's a letter in there in regards to barriers and challenges by our Chief Counselor John Jack. I think that. Some of the successes, you think about working together as one, when it came to the Children and Families Community Safety Act, and that's what MCFD follows, and the First Nations Leadership Council being very instrumental in making changes, as well as the Alliance of Modern Treaty Nations. They'll be presenting later on after lunch today, and we're working on these changes to provincial acts. I think that that was key. I think that it was really eye-opening when it came to the legislation. when there was representation, legal representation from the First Nations Leadership Council, and I believe I might have been, maybe there might have been one other Modern Treaty Nation there. You know, we're working to pushing to make changes to this act. Where we were sitting at different tables, and I think that you know, when Bill talks about, you know, working together as one, I think that there's something there that can be done so that we could help one another, you know, to push to make these changes. And I think that was one of the challenges there in the Children and Families Community Safety Act. You know, it came right down to the wire where I believe it was in 2022, October 26, when they made the announcement at the legislation. And it was right up until the day before, October 25th, where then I was arguing with Patrick. His last name was Schmidt. Barrett, yeah, yes, sorry. And because we're really pushing our Yaakap Children and Families Act, our law, our act. And in the 11th hour, there was changes that was going to drastically impact our law. So then that same day, the day before the announcement at the legislation, Alison Bond, DM there for MCFD at the time, you know, reassured us that our law wouldn't be affected by these changes to the CFCSA. You know, and that was huge. We felt that we were being heard. You know, and it's still a challenge today to have that letter recognize that there was going to be an agreement that our Ojai law, when it comes to our children and families, was going to be recognized. You know, and I think that working together as one, Ishuk Masawak, you know, is a word in Nuchanoth and Ojai that it's the same thing, and Natsamat, you know, working together as one. I think that I talked about the barriers, some of the challenges, talked about our act. That was huge. And I think that one of the other key things, you know, being at the coordination table for 4 years now, and we had our first in-person meeting. And I can't say enough about how powerful being able to bring Canada and BC to your territory. You know, and that there was success to be able to have our meeting on our homelands, but then afterwards, you know, being able to go in a canoe, to get all three tables sitting in a canoe and working together, and having those key lead people in the canoe. You know, we could talk about metaphors when it comes to our canoe, our means of transportation, and how important it is in working together. That was a really key, I guess, bonding at the time where you have federal people sitting in a canoe from all various different levels, and the same thing with BC. You know, I think that to be able to share a story about who you are and where you come from is absolutely key. You know, and that exercise helped, I feel, is going to help. It was just this past summer. So then you think about, you know, how long we've been sitting at the coordination table. So like when I talk about our Yaakap Children and Families Act being a modern treaty nation, you know, we have our own legislation. June 2023, that's when we brought into our legislation, our Yaakap Children and Families Act. And that, you know, our protocol agreement with KL, you know, the protocol agreement talks about our law, and, you know, the whole protocol signing agreement with KL was powerful, you know, and they understood who we are and where we come from, and we understood our laws. The law will be brought into force once we're done at the coordination table agreement, because in order for our law to work, we need long-term sustainable funding, you know, to make that work. You know, and I just want to recognize MCFD, you know, for being here, you know, being here, sitting here, and listening. You know, I'd like to recognize Jeremy our Indigenous director with MCFD. Recognize him, he's sitting there in the back. That position, with those amendments to the CFCSA, I feel that our voices were heard through the Alliance of Modern Treaty Nations and through the nations of BC. Some of the highlights and successes, I feel, and challenges. We need those challenges to make that change. And sometimes the air can be a little thick sitting in the meetings, but it's important to keep on moving forward. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Chu.
Hi, Chukat. Thank you. I enjoyed how you used the visual of that canoe and how it is that we are working together, because we have to pull together as one in order to get this done. We're going to be moving on to our last question, and each of our panelists will have roughly 1 to 2 minutes to respond, but I just want to let the audience know that if you do have any questions for the panelists, there will be a moment at the end there for you to pose your question to our panelists. Our last question is, if you can give one piece of advice for those that are here listening with us, and for those who are wanting to pursue jurisdiction, what would that advice be? I will turn it over to Cookbeat Helen first.
Cookstejum, 1 or 2 minutes for advice. I've got lots of advice, actually. We have tailored presentations to our jurisdictional journey, and certainly this presentation is tailored to the coordination discussions itself. However, the learning outcomes that I talk about have been lifelong, and along the way, while we were engaging and doing the good work through our treaty process, it was very clearly stated by one of our matriarchs, former Cookbeat Nancy Sandy, that good governance starts in the home. And that was a very critical statement for me as a young matriarch that had the responsibility of moving forward with the work. What does jurisdiction mean for Chukaskin and STQ, and how do we pursue it? By believing that it's ours to pursue and it starts in the home. Another powerful statement made by the same matriarch, and I hold my hands up, is our belief in our inherent right. I'll share a story as a treaty team member holding the portfolio as an example. There was a turnover in the provincial government, and I was told that there was a negotiator from the province that had 30 years of child and family experience. And as a young woman in my community, I went through an exercise of self-doubt, etc., trying to get myself to a good, confident place. And it took a lot of reflection in a very short amount of time to realize that I am the expert for my nation. I am the expert at the table, and what I have to offer is relevant for Chukaskin just as much as any provincial negotiator sitting across the table from me. So when I realized and believed in my inherent right, that ends up being the message outwardly. It's in us to do. Anytime we make a decision for our children and families, anytime we make that decision, we're practicing our inherent right, and those never go away at any table that you sit at. Cookstejum.
Cookstejum Cookbeat. I will turn it over to Edward.
Can you say repeat the question again?
If you could offer one piece of advice to nations for jurisdiction, what would that advice be?
Okay. I think community engagement is key. To be able to listen to your people, to know which route you want to go in regards to apprehension or prevention. What does that look like? I think that the steps of past leaders, like Kathy Waddell sitting in the office sitting in the room here, once upon a time, she worked for us as a director for children and families, and she was very instrumental in putting together the social services report. And with that report came 30 recommendations, and that report really shaped our future. It really shaped our vision, to be exactly where we are today in regards to making changes to the Children and Families Community Safety Act, to push for long-term sustainable funding. That report is still very instrumental in pointing us in the right direction. I can't say enough about the word and the vision of our people to be able to gather our children in care, former children in care, foster parents, to be able to extract that information to help point us in the right direction. And this was all leading up prior to when Bill C-92 came out in 2020. We also did an evaluation 3 years later after our social services project. And that report was very instrumental in receiving funds from Canada. Then Jane Philpott was in a position in Canada, and we were able to receive little under $5 million for our pilot project. And this funding ran out in 2023, end of the fiscal year. When you think about when Bill C-92 came out in 2020, we were very strategic in ensuring that we would be all wrapped up at the coordination table before our funding ran out for our pilot project. I think that being strategic and planning things out is a key part of leading up to sitting at the coordination table. I think that the community engagement session, so then the social services report, working on your law, that'll be helped orchestrated through the engagement session. When you think about gaining the trust of your people, knowing if you're going to take the apprehension approach, gaining the trust of your people is very key. So I feel that's what our people are saying in our social services report. Gaining that trust, knowing that we're going to get to zero. And how do we maintain that zero? Through programs and services. And I think one last piece here before I leave, when I mentioned Patrick Vert, I think that we've had very great discussions, heated discussions, but we were able to have a conversation. There wasn't any doors slamming, there wasn't any walking out of the room, or wasn't any pounding the fist on the table, and being able to move forward in a good way. It's difficult to do that when we think about our children and families. You think about your nieces, your nephews, you think about the cousins that you've seen grow up in care and who you're advocating for. And it could be very easy to let those emotions run high. And reporting back to the people and hearing the pain and the emotions from your people to make change. I think that taking care of your team, as you embark on the coordination table is very key. Having good medicine with you. So I'll leave it at that. Choo.
Thank you for that advice. I will turn it over to Sala and just remind our panelists that we have 1 to 2 minutes for this response. Thank you.
Kessa, thank you. I just wanted to briefly highlight the barriers that we experienced as Wasilla Nation. One of them being the different leads from Canada. So they've changed their table leads quite a bit, and every time a different table lead came to the table, we felt like we were re-explaining our position and why we chose the route that we were going. So keeping a running record of decisions made and BCRs and all of that, just as a package to give out to every new table lead, just to cut down on some of that repetitive conversation. And also building relationships, be it one-on-one phone conversations with the table leads or inviting, we've had Minister, at the time, Mitzi Dean of Children and Families to Blunden Harbor, and we had important conversations around the fire. But she was also able to walk the beach where government agents broke all of our dishes and glasses and homes and boats. And so she was actually able to see a part of our history that makes us so resilient today, but also highlights the pain and the grief that we had gone through. So it's very important just to have those people on your reserve so they can see who it is that you are negotiating for and who it is that you are fighting for. I see our lives as a puzzle, and in those puzzles we have holes in our puzzle called 60 Scoop, residential school, being in care. So who or how can we as a nation fill those gaps with our cultural protocol, with our ways of living and being, and how can we start to repair that spiritual aspect of our people that is broken and missing. And I can't stress the need just to be resilient, because the goalposts will always change. They will say, okay, now you need to go here. And you get there and they're like, oh, sorry, no, that's not what we meant. You got to be here. So be resilient and be as I said, we signed our agreement. Our startup funding was supposed to be released 4 to 6 weeks, and it wasn't the case. But every week I was sending an email, send an email, remind them of the commitment that they made to you. And also stay committed to yourself and stay committed to your children and your families and to the safety and well-being of your nation, but also to yourself as well. Find that balance within yourself to make the work happen. Gaelic Hissa.
Hi, thank you. I'll turn it over to you now, Bill.
Thank you. I'll be quick here. Preparation and unity would be the most key. I don't like the word giving advice, because sometimes I think I'm the last person to give advice on things, but preparation and unity is, I can't stress that enough. Even though KL is an agency, we do not use the MCFD modes of practice. Our member nations have never given up on our ways, and their leadership was a starting point for our practices that are based on our sacred Snow Wyeth. Our practice developed over the years with the guidance of elders, knowledge keepers, families, children, youth, leadership have been the experts. Working together through KL, the member nations can provide many services across a broad geographic area to serve children and families wherever they may live. Supporting children and families to thrive requires both different and far more services and supports than what MCFD's ever tried to provide. This takes significant investment and strength. The member nation know that it is in the unity that strength, increased capacity, creativity, and opportunity is found. So to wrap this up, I want to just touch on unity, as I touched on my previous answer, is working together with Coast Salish, but not just Coast Salish as well. Over the last year and a bit, we've also been very privileged to work with our partners, our New Childhood partners that reside in our territories, and we do it graciously and honorably. And as Edward was touching on, we had a ceremony in our Sanemo Longhouse, not last summer before. Chief Rapinen was there. I thought I seen him in the back. And I think there's 7 or 8 now Nuu-chah-nulth Nations that have asked us to service their people in our backyards instead of government serving their people. And it's not us trying to say who can serve the most. It's about us working together, because whenever we have one of our member nation kids in any of your territories in this province, I want your knowledge keepers, your elders, your teachings and traditions watching over our kids in your backyards and not the government. That way it'll bring a peace to our people. So that's what I believe we got to do in this province, is unity. This jurisdiction isn't a horde and who gets what. We got to working together, or there could be massive failures all over the province. In closing, preparation. I stress the word preparation for the fact is we're talking numerous years now. So whoever's servicing your young ones, indigenize wherever you are in your backyard, whether it's your agency or your own, however you're getting to do the work, because it has to start now, not in 5 to 8 years from now. Hi, Sepka, thank you.
Hi, Chigatsia. I will turn it over to our leadership that is here in the room or online. If any of you have any questions for our panelists, I would just like to kindly remind you, when you do get up to speak, to state your name and nation and organization in which you are representing today. Looking to the room for any questions. I'll go for the center microphone and then to my left. Thank you. And then due to timing, we'll have these 2 questions only, and during our lunch break, our panelists will still be around and their contact information is available as well. Thank you.
Haichka, Siam Nasiaya, Siam Nishqualaqua, Haitsapka, Siam, Antapak, Khalawatzat, Tanit Likes, and Haitsapka, Musqueam, Mustimoch, Musqueam, Tomach, Haitsapka, Siam. Good morning. I'm Khalawatzat, Shana Thomas. Recently accepted responsibility in accordance with our laws to take up the hereditary chieftainship for Likes, and Mustimoch has passed to me by Pahalikton, who was our chief for over 30 years. My question for the panel, and one of the things that we are struggling with and we recognize in terms of our governance, my background is in governance, we're not supportive of agencies having jurisdiction, because the rights and title rest with the nations. And the responsibility to govern rests with the nations. And so for us, it makes sense that the nations develop the jurisdiction, develop the law, and then coordinate that with the agency to implement. And some folks are individually making laws, and some folks are doing a collaborative approach through agencies. So I'm just curious from the panel how they are envisioning ensuring that that jurisdiction that rests with each of the individual communities is maintained. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get a response from one of the panelists. I'll turn it over to you all to decide who.
I think with Wyatt's approach, our Yaakap Children and Families Act is designed, to work with the federal act. But also, when I talk about KL and our protocol agreement, it's structured directly with our law. And KL had no problems whatsoever, with the protocol agreement that we signed. That is in a line that's after our Yaakap Children and Families Act. I think that friendship with the delegated agencies is key. And right now we're going to start scratching the surface with USMA, based out of Port Alberni. We signed a protocol agreement with USMA 10 years ago. So now we're going to revisit this protocol agreement. It's going to be much aligned as the same one that we have with KL. You think about all of our nations, you think about what's the percentage that live on our homelands? What is the percentage that live away from your homelands? And your law needs to have that in mind. So it shouldn't matter where your children reside in BC or Canada. So that knowing who are the delegated agencies, and then how can you exercise your law-making authority? You know, when Bill talks about the approach that KL is taking, you know, it recognizes our ancient spirit, our law. You know, when you transform that into a modern day, you know, it's exercising that. And I think that on this road with BC, you know, I feel that BC is starting to see that and meeting us on the path, you know, but there still needs to be a big push. Chu.
Thank you. And we'll move on to the,
Okay. I just need a quick response, but that's okay.
well, we can get the final question and then you can respond to both if that's okay?
Sure.
Great. Moving it over to the microphone on the floor. Thank you.
Wait, Chochoidep, Stanley Daniels, Winsquest, Hiemstednwa, Musqueam, Musqueam Uluch. I honor the Musqueam territory and the Musqueam land. My question is, there's been a lot of conversation about some big words and jurisdiction, coordinating, and all these interesting policy conversations, but I'd like to ask the panelists, if you could go back and tell your 8-year-old self that one day you'd be bringing back and implementing our laws and jurisdictions, what would that mean to them? How do you think that child would feel growing up knowing our laws and ways would be restored?
HKCM. Cookbeat.
Cookstedjum Stanley, Chukaskan First Nation member. I have had this exercise happen, and I believe at certain touch points when we head off to forums and we go to the wellness workshops, you know, whether we're seeing an intuitive or a massage, you know, just to help uplift our spirits, etc. And I've started the work, the healing work that I know needs to happen within. If I'm to lead in this field, I must take those steps. And that question for me certainly, you know, came to the surface. What would I say to little Helen? What would I go back and what would that message be? A message of hope. I'm going to get very raw. I have a trauma story. It's the same trauma story that is relived over and over and over and over every time it gets triggered. And when I went to this wellness and I saw this intuitive, she mentioned to me to have a different conversation with little Helen, to show up for little Helen and what that conversation would be. And most recently I went through that experience and I found myself getting pulled into that darkness, and I remembered that advice. And I went back and I went back to my room and I took little Helen and I brought her to my Granny May and told her she was going to be okay and she was going to be safe. And that's what it took. And when our leadership went out to have our kitchen table conversations last winter, the winter months of December and January, we took the work, the very heavy lift of our Kikwa working group, who was heavily engaged in community and outside of community. We took the law and we went and engaged with our urban and had kitchen table conversations directly with our urban members and went over the law. And the resounding feedback we got was, I wish this was in place when I was a child. I wish this was in place when I was a child. So when you build and you incorporate from your Secwepemc value, from your foundation of who you are, with your language, your Secwepemc teen, your practice, your value, when you embed that into your law, and you bring your members along the way and embed their stories and their healing into their law, every member is able to turn around and look at their 8-year-old selves and hear that message. I wish this was around when I was little, but I'm glad that it's here today. Cook's
The second question, 8-year-old. What I would hope today from 8 years old today would be, for myself, would be probably a little bit personal here, but wishing there was, hoping there was program and services that we're going to provide today from when I was 8 years old, where creeps that section molest people like when I was 8 years old, where it didn't matter, where I had nowhere to go, didn't matter. So we got to prevent, and that stuff still happening today, and we're dealing with that stuff today. So there's my answer. They're pretty deep and dark, but being real, right? And the first question about, well, this isn't, first of all, about an agency versus chiefs, right? We're an anomaly here that I don't think you'll run your agencies to do this. The leadership of our board, our leadership of Nine Nations have said, we'll get to where we are, and as you heard me say earlier, year 4 or 5, they'll be doing those coordination agreements, et cetera. But though I just want to close again, it's unity in numbers. BC, such unfortunately through colonization, we're stronger in numbers. And when you do get to the fiscal reality of some nations, it'd be like you get 2 FTEs. Just being the reality of that. So we're stronger in numbers as long as we're working together and make sure everything's we're indigenizing the practices. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for providing such insightful thoughts throughout the processes. If you have any questions for our panelists, they will be here yet through lunchtime, and I can smell the food, and so can you. And I want to just note, as we're exiting this conversation, there's going to be a presentation for my dear friend Crystal Star Lewis at around 12:15. Thank you so much for providing us with so many good teachings and reminding us that good government starts from the home, that community engagement is key, and mitigating repetitive conversations is important, along with our relationship building across the tables and our circles, preparation and unity. So Haitsapka for all of that great and Klom Snowayeth, the strong teachings that you all brought here to our tables. And
just one quick recommendation, Warner Adam, Carissa County Family Services. To me, I think a child is a child is a child from coast to coast to coast, from each corner of British Columbia. And I like, and Bill and I were talking several months ago, and I think it's important to have an opportunity for all the jurisdiction nations to come together and share best practices so that the principles remain strong and that we can outwit the provincial and federal government. So maybe the Leadership Council can entertain a forum for jurisdiction moving forward. Thank you.
That's right, Leah. Thank you.
Haichka for that recommendation. I am going to invite over Sayahluk to provide us with our prayer now before we move on into dinner, or lunch, sorry. Sayahluk, we have one more question on the floor and then we'll move over to you. Thank you so much, sorry for that.
I'm Marilyn Vickers, I'm from Psychos First Nation. I'm also we're part of the Carissa County Family Services. But when you talk about this jurisdiction and everything that goes with it in regards to getting to look after our own children with our own traditions and laws, what I believe is that we can't convert the CSFA and adoption into our laws. It's got to be the other way. It's got to be our customs, our traditions, our laws, because it's going to conflict, and it should be paramount that the way we raise our children and the way we were raised as children comes first, rather than the ministry trying to tell us how to raise our children. I've been through residential school. I've been through addictions. I've been through a lot in my life. But today I stand here and I advocate for families back home. And I work with our committee. We've had a committee in our own community for years. And we had a lot of conversations around the table with the ministry. And in the beginning, it wasn't easy, but as time went on, we were able to collaborate in order to get to bring our children home and to keep our children at home. And the 4 pillars of our community were 4 elders, 4 women. And it's their teachings that we're continuing. And that's what should be happening in every community, is that if you want your community to thrive and to prosper, you go to your elders. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for listening to our conversation and being a part of it as well. Sayathak, we invite you up. And just in closing, I want to remind everybody that as we continue forward along this journey in our canoes together, that we need to include our children in these conversations as well. Bring them to the engagement sessions, bring them to the rooms, so that way everybody around the table in our circles remembers who it is that we're working for. Don't just echo their voices, amplify their voices and give them a seat. Allow them to tell us what it is that they want right now. And I think that question earlier about what would your 8-year-old self do? And to go along with that, what would our 8-year-olds right now want us to do? Thank you.
Tog mugdemo kus halistal, theatal, the talmuk, mugde jason, mugdemo kus almost halis, astinastal, society, the squalavans, quamcomstok, mugde. Mastayuk was we tana well sees the society stock astinastal high tap kasem. Just want to say thank you again. It's really an honor to be here to give thanks, as our old people would have done. Give thanks to everything that sustains us, the animals, the birds, the sea life, that give up their life for us to sustain ourselves. And those are the ways that were given to me as a boy, to give thanks every time you take someone's life. Every animal, every plant, every fish, every bird that sustains us, they come forward with their lives for us to build up our strength and give us sustenance so that we can think correctly and maintain our lives as our old people have done for millennia. And I also want to say, give thanks to the ones that prepared the food for us today. And I really want to say thank you to them. So, hi, Tsapewa Siam Nashaya, Tiatala Tentai Ewa Sit.
Oh. I'm gonna get your attention, please. Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, chiefs, elders. We have a keynote speaker for lunchtime here. It's my honor to introduce and welcome back Crystal Star Lewis, the BCAFN youth representative, who will share a keynote presentation to her journey and experiences. So please continue and have a good lunch. And we're going to turn it over to Crystal. Osiam.
Minister of State for Infrastructure.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. As I look up into the gallery, I notice that Crystal Star Lewis has joined us here. She is
No, I just wanted to start too.
Minister of State for Infrastructure.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. As I look up into the gallery, I notice that Crystal Star Lewis has joined us here. She is here to shadow me this afternoon into the evening, but I actually know her from outside of this place as a rising young star in the Squamish Nation, a real leader amongst her peers. She ran formally to be a councillor in the Squamish Nation on platform that focused on sustainability, transparency, affordable housing, wellness, and she has a passion for youth engagement as well. I'm so pleased to see her here with us today. It is an honor to have her in the House. Would the House please join me in welcoming her?
First and foremost, thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here to speak today. Thank you to all your leadership in this room, our presenters, speakers, knowledge keepers, and more, and for all the amazing work that everyone's doing here collectively. I also would like to thank the UBCIC and FNLC, Chief Don Tom, for having me here as a keynote speaker. Thank you so much. And for our chiefs and regional chief for supporting me along the way, and Katisha for your warm intro and amazing work that you do for youth as well. So before starting, I'd like to give a gentle disclaimer and trigger warning about some of the content I'll be sharing today. So please feel free to step out if needed. I won't be going into too specific details and will only be sharing a few of my less traumatic experiences and stories as a youth in care. I'll be keeping some people anonymous in my story out of love and forgiveness. I respect that not everyone is ready to hear my truth, and some will even deny it. In doing so, I encourage you all to take kind and gentle care of yourselves and to reach out for support if needed. Although we won't have time for questions, I kindly invite you to come and speak with me after my presentation. Lastly, the way I tell my stories usually has underlying messages throughout. To tell you a little bit about myself, in this lifetime, my name is Crystal Lewis, and I come from Vancouver in the Squamish Nation. Before the age of 2, I was moved from multiple different foster homes before being placed into permanent foster care. As a child, I remember feeling unloved, abandoned, and confused, and I couldn't understand why my parents didn't want me. Only to realize that change had to start with me, and that I never wanted my future children to go through the same painful experiences that I went through. As a child, I remember the many broken promises, the many disturbing stories of what happened to me as a child, and the hard conversations of never going home. I remember the painful visits of seeing my mother, and the many times I was either left alone, or the times I'd see my mother with a black eye, or the times she wouldn't show up for her visits. I remember the times staring out the window alone in my grandpa's house, watching the snow fall with tears raining down my face. And hearing the stories of family members and caregivers' physical, sexual, mental, and emotional abuse as a baby and child. But this just isn't my story. Today I share with you both my younger foster sister's story and my own story combined, with her permission, to gently tell you a little bit about our mothers, gently and respectfully, and out of love, understanding, and forgiveness. Our mothers were prostitutes who lived a hard life on the downtown east side, struggling with mental health and addiction. I know nothing about my father. All I was told was he was in the military and he threatened my auntie with a gun before he was deported back to El Salvador, and that my mother tried to sell me from one of my aunties. My older foster sister, Lila, suffered from severe FASD, a facial deformity, and was severely bullied throughout her life for the way she looked. I remember her tears and insecurities in the day she took off to live out her life on the downtown east side, struggling with education, employment, and addiction. And yet she was my biggest cheerleader. I remember how my older sister Lila would sit me down, pull out a pen and paper, and tell me many reasons why I need to believe in myself and why I need to go on and get an education and more. As a child, I remember reflecting and observing my surroundings and come to a hard realization and understanding of the dysfunction happening around me, with my foster mother explaining that addiction is a vicious cycle. And to this day, I remember clearly standing outside my elementary school by myself, thinking and reflecting on the pain I felt. And at the age of 6 is when I decided to be a leader and dedicate my life to being drug and alcohol free. Although I understood it in simpler terms, intuitively I knew that change had to start with me, and that I wanted to be a positive role model for others. I knew that I never wanted my future children to go through the same painful experiences that I went through. And so I decided to follow my heart and intuition. After my foster parents divorced, my foster mother moved us to Squamish Valley, where I was still exposed to various forms of abuse. As a child, I faced a lot of scrutiny and resentment from family members about my mother, and a lot of scrutiny and resentment from family members about being her child, and was judged harshly about who they thought I would be, and because they thought I had it easier than my brother. This contributed to the shame of my identity and the shame of where I come from. At the age of 9 is when I made the hardest decision of my life, of having to cut ties with my biological mom, because the pain of seeing her relapse hurt me too much. Throughout elementary school and high school, I started volunteering and participating in different leadership groups, sports, and various activities. I developed a passion to learn and always found ways to challenge myself, from public speaking, participating in band and drama, and by being actively involved in the community and more. Although I barely remember much of my teenage years, as I blocked most of it out, growing up faster than most, I started to canoe pole, finding healing and safety within culture, which is when I first met my partner, Kevin Good, from Snamok and T-Shot First Nations. Although we never actually talked to each other because we were both shy back then, we both have the same memories of each other and never forgot one another. At the age of 16, I struggled with my mental health and an eating disorder. I went from being an overachiever and honor student to what I described as slowly losing myself, which I know now is major depression and anxiety. I struggled with my identity, which I now know as non-binary. And during my last year, I almost didn't graduate. Despite the various forms of abuse that I went through, I stayed to protect my sister and stayed within this home because it was the only family I knew, finding love within my community. But the truth is, I failed my sister. Because during one of the times she needed me most, when I could hear her crying and saying, "You punched me in the nose," I froze in fear. You see, my sister and I were always in trouble, even if we told the truth. We weren't bad children, something wrong, but we were always made to feel like there was something wrong with us, or that we were to blame, or that we were always in trouble for any given reason. We constantly walked on eggshells from their mood swings and bad temper, which would often get out of control. Hence, we were taught not to have a voice. Although we only saw social workers a handful of times, and I only remember this because my younger sister reminded me. This one social worker came to talk to us at school and asked us if we were being harmed. Although we don't remember what was said, we remember being scared of going home. Sure enough, we were met with anger and hostility at the door. One of these people swung at me and I ducked. They were mad because of what I had told the social workers. At this time in my life, I held a lot of resentment towards my biological mother, but what allowed me to forgive and let go was realizing that if things had been different, I wouldn't be who I am today. In truth, I could have easily landed up on the downtown east side. I wouldn't have met my friends and all the wonderful people who have come to know me in my life, and wouldn't have known what I know today and more. As someone who didn't grow up in a spiritual home, at the age of 16, this is when I had my first spiritual awakening, one of many, when I first met my spiritual mentor who helped me work through my first major depression and anxiety. Not long after, and at the age of 16, I stood up to one of my abusers, telling them that they would no longer hurt me anymore, and what was happening is over. A week after graduating, I decided that was it. I was done, and I was ready to start over with my life. Getting my own place and moving to Vancouver. This is when I truly experienced freedom for the first time. I got my first job and started learning about the trades and more, which is when the real healing work started, and where I had to learn to be comfortable with being on my own and really sit with myself, raw, trauma and all. Learning and more. Of course, I made my own mistakes, as this is part of the learning process. And walking the red road was a lonely path, but my reason to stay sober was always greater and never led me astray. When I first started out, I struggled living on minimum wage and finding places due to racism. As I started to share my story, I started to unlearn, heal, and grow, and develop meaningful connections with others while self-reflecting and challenging the status quo, finding my voice. This is when the Creator and ancestors really started to speak to me. It made me aware of their presence. At this time, I remember having a dream of where I was talking to my younger 6-year-old self. She was crying, and I pulled her into my arms and told her that even though things are hard now, you're going to meet great people who will love you, appreciate you, believe in you, and support you. You'll do things that you never thought were possible. But most of all, I love you. When I woke up, I had felt a huge weight being lifted off me. From there on, I continued to be actively involved in the community while also stepping outside my comfort zone, challenging myself in various ways. At the age of 19, I ran in my first Squamish Nation Chief and Council election. Although I had no idea what I was doing, I believed in the voices of youth and was eager to learn and engage youth in my community. Although I faced a lot of ageism, even from my own community members and family, I never stopped believing and started to live by the sayings, be the change you want to see, lead by example, and take action. I strongly believe that you can't wait for others to make changes for you. You yourself have to be the change maker. And so at the age of 24, I ran again, focusing my campaign on sustainability, wellness, transparency, and sustainable housing. This is when I reconnected with my biological mother, who passed away from fentanyl overdose shortly after. Although I always wanted to tell her I forgave her, I sat by her deathbed, thanking her for the life that she gave me, and that I forgave her. In that moment, I felt her hand on my shoulder. That same year, I reconnected with my partner, Kevin, who I finally had the courage to ask out. I had a difficult conversation with someone who harmed me, saying I didn't agree with what they did to me, but I love them and I forgive them. That same year, I was asked to run for the North Vancouver NDP, respectfully declining due to the recent passing of my mother, sister, and uncle, all in that same year, and more recently, my brother. When they found my sister's body, she was so far gone, they didn't recognize that was her body. Her body was found with someone living in that room, hidden under garbage. Those who were in charge of searching for her never took it seriously enough. The system failed her. Throughout this time, I had hit my own version of rock bottom and had to start over many times, going through various spiritual awakenings, picking myself up, losing myself, finding myself again, which has challenged my faith, but ultimately made me spiritually stronger. Understand who I am and more. At the ages of 24 to 26, I had gone through an early midlife crisis where I really had to sit, comprehend, and come to terms with death. And then at the age of 27, I had my first vision. At the age of 28, I apologized to my sister for failing to protect her, and she told me that I can't hold that against myself, as I was just a child back then, and I didn't know what I know now. However, I went back and apologized for any mistakes that I have made along the way. Although there has been many challenges, there's also been a lot of good. Since then, and in naming a few of my achievements, over the years, I've earned 40+ awards and certificates for my ongoing advocacy, education, leadership, and achievements that tell a story of a girl who decided to believe in herself despite her obstacles and experiences and continue learning and growing. As a result, I've helped create impact on a provincial, national, and international scale, working with and within various levels of government, real estate, and as an intern on Parliament Hill, gaining the support of Honourable Minister Bowen Ma, Honourable MLA Sonia Furstenau, and many wonderful and honourable leaders, Indigenous leaders from across the globe. In terms of real estate and capacity building, I learned about Indigenous economic development, which in turn led me to work on my nation's SNOC project as an intern for architecture and interior design with KZN, providing sustainable development recommendations. After leaving Greenpac's parliamentary internship on Parliament Hill, I consulted and collaborated on creating the new Indigenous Youth Parliamentary Internship Stream to help create a safer and more inclusive space and experience for Indigenous youth. Following these experiences, I worked on the renowned Burnaby Mountain Watch House on the Protect the Inlet project, a peaceful protest camp that aimed to stop the Kinder Morgan pipeline from going through Indigenous land, largely due to lack of consultation. In addition, I also worked on creating a sustainable development goal solution focusing on SDG number 3 for health and well-being, actively participating in various UN sessions and creating policy recommendations for the Coastal Marine Strategy, Jordan's Principle, Canada's First Ever Youth Policy, creating community-based projects and more, and almost running in this year's provincial election. After experiencing harassment at a former institution, I went on to learn my language at SFU by becoming a new generation speaker to help revitalize our language and culture, recognizing this as the work and innovation and creation of our chair and later Kelsey Ellen. This year, I presented and crafted 4 policy recommendations at the UN, focusing my recommendations on anti-human trafficking prevention training, cultural safety, preventative measures to help protect our children from being removed from multiple different foster homes, and self-sovereignty. This led me to speak on a panel with Indigenous Special Rapporteur and more. To this day, I continue to speak my truth, use my voice, and speak up on injustices and not just be a bystander. And from our experiences and statements at the UN, and after attending Coady Institute in Antigonish, Nova Scotia, my partner and I were inspired to take matters into our own hands. We're now working towards creating our own consulting agency that focuses on providing anti-human trafficking and prevention training in Indigenous communities that focus on self-defense, knowing the signs, and more, by giving power back to the people to help lower our statistics, and with some ideas of how to move into technology. To this day, we continue to work as a team on provincial and national international scales and be actively involved in the larger community. Youth spaces, programs, politics, various policy work, advocacy, and more. Thank you so much for being a part of my journey and for supporting me every step of the way. Like many, I did not grow up in a safe and loving home, but over the years, I learned to forgive and forgive myself, finding love in other places like my community, culture, the work that I do, and more. After losing my loved ones to fentanyl overdose, I came back to the hard reality of why I do the work that I do and why the work that we do collectively within our communities is so important. Although I cannot change the past, what I can do is help create change for others going forward and continue to advocate as a voice collectively with the people, passing on the knowledge that I've acquired. In doing so, and in short, I share with you a few resolutions that address systemic issues and barriers, which will be shown at the very end of the presentation. From my UN statement, I shared that preventive and precautionary action should be taken to protect our children from being removed and placed into multiple different foster homes unless deemed unsafe and also verified with our children and our youth. Not only is this harmful and damaging to our children, social workers should be consistently checking in with our children and not just caregivers, while providing efficient and ongoing support and training to both the children and caregivers, including taking further preventative measures throughout their vetting processes. Caregivers should be accessible for those who struggle with mental health and who may not meet the requirements of being elderly or disabled by making it more accessible until they are able to get back on their feet, by helping them develop life skills, coping skills, and by teaching them how to take care of themselves by helping create a care management plan, etc. There should be easier and accessible access to biological families' medical history and files, because honestly, every time I go to a doctor, I cannot say what my family's medical history is. When a child reports any incident and returns back to the same home afterwards, there needs to be a safety mechanism in place to prevent further harm. Having opportunities for youth and care to connect with one another is important and can provide much benefit and insight. I've never actually heard of any opportunities for youth and care to connect together. Please keep in mind that there are many children that stay within unsafe homes because it is the only family that they have. And although this is only mine and my sister's story, and we can only speak to our own experience, we recognize there are worse. I strongly believe that we're all a part of the solution. We're all a piece of the puzzle. We need all our strengths and gifts to help make a difference in this world. Our words and actions create a ripple effect, and we need to work together by bridging any gaps, barriers, and division amongst us, collectively building together. If there's anything I've learned from my sister, tell people the words they need to hear. Tell them the strengths and gifts you see within them. To this day, my younger sister and I practice love, gentleness, communication, and providing a safe space for one another. And with love and respect for our ancestors and people from all walks of life, I strive to leave the world a better place, ensuring that Indigenous youth, Indigenous voices are heard and included at every table. Lastly, gently and respectfully, I am grateful for everyone's passion and all the work that is being done to address this important issue. Although I'm not a lawyer, I hope going forward we can have more youth attend special chiefs assemblies and be involved in the decision and making processes, resolution processes, and voting processes regarding the settlement as co-experts and depending on what happens going forward. This will give an opportunity for those who haven't always had a voice or say in what happens to them, the opportunity to make decisions that will not only impact them, but future generations in the words of self-determination. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but I ask that if the opportunity arises for renegotiation, I kindly and gently ask that youth are involved in these processes. And if it is a matter of funding, of having youth at the table and at our special chiefs assemblies, I kindly ask that as a part of the settlement and agreement to provide funding for a large number of youth to attend these sessions for full diversity and inclusion and further consultation engagement, having support workers there if needed. I have my family and ancestors to thank, my community members, mentors, fellow change makers, hardships, challenges, and all those who have believed in me, supported me, provided me with these opportunities along the way to help me become who I am today. Thank you all for being a part of my journey. You're all loved and cherished. Thank you, Chiefs and Regional Chief, for your leadership and for giving me the opportunity to represent our youth as our youth representative. I share my story to not only inspire, but also to speak to the strengths and gifts of our youth and children and what they have to offer as leaders and change makers. I follow my heart, I follow the Creator. I believe there's one more video after this. Thank you, though.
Thank you. Hi, Chikasum. Chia Thamat and Squim Kusi, me Techels Tuchit and Asiais. I want to thank you so much, Crystal, for the story you bring to this assembly. It's very important And I want to say thank you that youth has, it gives us comfort that we can see youth are standing up. Youth are working hard. And Kevin, also, thank you. I knew this young man's father. He was a tough guy, toughie. Willard Gallick. Yes, some people know your dad, knew your dad also in the political world and the competitive world that he was with us. But I want to thank Crystal very much for her story. It's tough to tell stories, and we're going to have a video to go right now. How come you're going that way?
Fentanyl overdose last Monday, April 30th. She was kind, she was 51 years old, and she had lived a hard life on the downtown east side. An intergenerational survivor of the residential school system and victim of abuse, Elizabeth lost her parents when she was very young, and she spent most of her life missing them while struggling with mental health, disability, and addiction. She leaves behind 3 children, including Autumn George, 32, Willard Lewis, 25, and Crystal Lewis, 24. They were all taken from her as babies. The eldest was adopted, and her younger 2 children lived their lives as youth in care. Intergenerational trauma stemming from Canada's residential school system continues to impact many members in many communities across BC. The North Shore community is no exception. I recently had the privilege of joining School District 44 educators and members of the Squamish Nation at a special viewing of Indian Horse, which weaves together ice hockey and the residential school system into what may be the most painfully Canadian film I've ever watched. Squamish Nation speakers, including District Principal for School District 44, Brad Baker, Adina Williams, and Simplian Gonzalez, made clear in sharing the personal stories that the trauma caused by the residential school system continues to follow them, their families, their communities, through generations each and every day. The late Elizabeth Lewis's youngest child, Crystal Lewis, a member of the North Vancouver community, leaves these words for her mother. Although our time together was short, I want you to know that I thank you every day for giving me a purpose in life by inspiring me to be a leader to help break the cycle of intergenerational trauma and inspire our youth to reach their full potential. Thank you, Mom, for inspiring me to be the change I want to see. May we all work together to help those who are hurting and lift up those who have lost their way. Thank you.
Let's say thank you once again for the presentation at lunch here. Please continue. We're going to get back to the agenda at 1 o'clock. Sometimes we're a little tight because of the Zoom we have to contend with nowadays. So 1 o'clock we'll get going. So good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you enjoyed your lunch, and we're going to get the conference underway again. I'd like to make your way to your seats. We'd like now to welcome the representative for the children and youth for their address. Please welcome Jennifer Collingsworth, who will be co-presenting with Judy Wilson, RCY Cultural Advisor. Hi.
I'm joining too. Joining us. Last
Yep.
minute I was joining.
And we have Deborah also joining us for this panel. I was going to say ladies before gentlemen, but there's no, so it's all of you.
All of us.
Yeah. Yeah, take it over.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting us. I am Jennifer Charlesworth, representative for children and youth, and have had the privilege of walking alongside young people as a child and youth care worker and social worker for 47 years now. It is sacred work. And I have asked dear friends and cultural advisors who will be well known to you, Judy Wilson and Deb Foxcroft, and they will share a little bit more in a few moments. So grateful to be able to join you on these Musqueam lands and see so many people that I hold up in high regard and more that I look forward to meeting. Couple of quick things. First of all, an apology. I have to leave here right at 2 o'clock as I have been asked to be an expert witness to the Senate on aging out of foster care. And I will not miss that opportunity. So it's so important that we recognize the impact on our young people who have been raised in care. So I will be leaving you, but I will be joining you all day tomorrow and happy to answer questions, and we're here to support. So you have in your, do we have a clicker?
Gray clicker.
Do we have
here?
it?
Oh, it's right here. There.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you. So we're very happy to have this opportunity to share some information with you and ideally encourage conversation and deliberations. We learned a tremendous amount from the work that we have done on this story that we're going to share with you. And it's raised a lot of questions for us and curiosities about how transition to self-determination and jurisdiction could look and how we best support young people in the here and now as that unfolds. So I want to also remind you, please take care of yourself. The topics we cover are very challenging and may trigger strong feelings for you, either of stories that you've heard that are all too familiar or things that you're carrying right now for your communities. So please take care of yourself. We certainly won't take any offense if you leave, if you go for cultural support or whatever.
Recognize Crystal Star.
Go ahead.
Yeah, in that as well, we just wanted to acknowledge and honor Crystal Star Lewis for her story of resilience and also how she overcame and is working on her journey, but also giving back to the young people and to her community. So could we thank her again? I just thought that was super amazing. And this is why these reports are so important for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. So we've been here before, right? I'm going to share a story learnings that we have collectively had from the depths of tragedy, from one of the most egregious and disheartening and heartbreaking stories that I have carried in my 47 years. But we've been here before in that there are decades of information, of calls to action, of calls for change in what is called the child protection system. But we have got to do something different. And when we first heard of the details of this story that we'll share with you, we went to the First Nations Leadership Council, and thank you for the tremendous support that the FNLC has provided since June of 2023 as we walked and journeyed on this story. And one of the things they said was, for goodness sakes, don't just do another investigation. You have got to take a look at what is systemically happening that is creating these terrible outcomes for our children. We have to hold our children as sacred, and we have to figure out a different path forward. So what we're going to share with you today is some information about Don't Look Away and what a little boy named that we've called Colby told us or shared with us. Then how we did that, I'll be looking to Deb and Judy, who are two of the three amazing cultural advisors who guided us from the get-go and continue, obviously, to be guiding us. We'll talk about our process, we'll talk about what we learned, and most significantly, what does that mean for the work that you are undertaking on self-determination and jurisdiction, and what does it mean right now for the children who are in the care system or involved in child welfare. We will have some time for questions and discussion, and obviously there will probably be lots of things that we won't be able to get to within the time that we have available, but as I say, we will be here tomorrow as well. So let's talk a little bit about what we did and what drew us into this work. So I want to turn to Deb and Judy to talk first of all about the sacred teachings and how we approached our work in the first place.
Thank you, Dr. Jennifer Charles Worth, Ray. I think he was referring her to a movie star, Collingwood or something. Maybe the 80s movie star. But thanks you for all being here today. And this isn't just another report, and that's what we were hearing from First Nations Leadership Council and our respective leaders and many of the matriarchs and knowledge keepers that more had to be done. So it includes a systemic review of what actually is happening in our region. And it includes a history of the BC Indigenous child welfare timelines in the appendices as well. So you could see there when you look through it, I don't know if people actually review documents and things, but you can actually see the junctures in the timeline when these different things happened and we all came together and we worked really hard together. I think if Grand Chief Stuart Phillip was here, he would talk about the Tsawwassen Accord, where we first got together on children and family. And it also references all the different reports that were done. And I'm looking at Chief Maureen Chapman because I'm remembering the First Nations Children and Family Wellness Council that you and Bev were part of and led. All the different work over the years, and of course, Caring Society and the agencies, but also first and foremost our right holders who actually formed the agencies. In our area, we actually, the bands were the founding members. We created our agency and we appointed board members to them, which is still the same today. We appoint a political and a technical person or two people to our agency. So they're still governed by our own nations. So there's that kind of the issues I think we went through. But when we looked at this report, we didn't want to take away from Colby's story. We wanted to learn from it because there's so many children. This isn't the first time. And we also recognized that that when there's a death and when there's this violence and trauma, that we couldn't take it lightly. So with Wood Ledley Speck, he's the other knowledge holder advisor, and Deb and I, we did talk about how the process needed to come together. So it did come around the sacred teachings, some of the universal knowledge most of our communities have. And I'll turn to Deb to go over how we came about, but it guided us through the entire process. And then we also came up with Wood Ledley's input, a treasure box, a bentwood box, where we held, in essence, Colby's stories and what kind of offerings we would make as we're doing this journey together. So we respected his young life and the other children that passed away and the violence that they encountered. And we recognized that this process had to be done through ceremony. So that was really important. But the other thing I wanted to say in respect to family, they still have their ceremonies to do, and the community still has their ceremonies to do. We were told, like, after the 4 years, the community will do theirs, but certainly is still supporting, and there's many other levels of government agencies that need to support that process, so the community doesn't have to do it alone, but not like it has to be led by community and family for their processes. But I'll look to Deb for how we came up with the sacred teachings. They were very helpful to us in this entire process. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I just kind of jumped in to be on the panel, so bear with me. I really was very honored to be part of this process, because it's the first time that I've been involved in a process that's really integrated, really practiced these sacred teachings with staff, also with the experts. We did our work, we started our work in circle with prayer, with these teachings, as you've seen, in relationship building, in respect, relevance, responsibility, reciprocity, and repair. And just really honored to be part of that process, and just grounded us to do this very important work, putting the child in the middle in terms of them being precious, sacred, human beings. And I just wanted to say that it was a very respectful process. Because this was new, a new way of a process for RCY and the staff, it was a real learning for everyone at the table. And we always would, it probably was a good, the best way to deal with it, to do this report, because of the information that we had heard, the information that staff had to go out to do the investigations. And I just wanted to say we really wanted to honor this little boy and his life. And we wanted to keep it in a very respectful way, bringing his spirit to the table to do this work.
Thank you. Thank you. And in the material that you received, you'll see information that speaks to all the different things that we did to try and get a fulsome perspective and an understanding not only of this child, his family, his community, other children, and the lived experience of families as well as practitioners. So what we tried to do is be very thorough in order to be able to tell the story in a good way. So let me introduce you to Colby, and as I do this, think about the little people in your lives or in your communities. So, and we want to center Colby because he is sacred, and he is here to teach us things, and it's incumbent upon us to listen and to learn. So Colby, we never met him, of course, because he passed away in 2021, but he, everybody that described him talked about how sweet and kind and loving he was, that he had a contagious smile, that he wanted to be like other kids and was very enthusiastic despite the fact that he had significant healthcare concerns and some disabilities. He was a very sweet little boy that was full of life. As one of his relatives said, he was always just really happy. He wanted to be like every other kid, no matter what he was going through in his life. And I think it's really important that we remember this fulsome little boy, not just the most horrible thing that happened to him and to his family. The other thing that's so important is when we were doing our work, we realized that dignity had been stripped from that family and that little boy as well. The way in which they had been treated by the system had stripped their dignity, and the way in which, frankly, some of his community had spoken about him and his family and the service providers around him was less than what we would wish for or hope for in terms of upholding the well-being of family. And just as an aside, one of the other things that became that people said to me is you need to speak truthfully. You can't sugarcoat things. We have got to be able to move forward in a way with our eyes wide open. So one of the things that we learned was his family really tried hard. His mom tried very hard to support him, but his mom had her own story. She had been harmed and raped at 16, that had not been addressed. She was carrying that kind of pain. She was experiencing a tremendous amount of intergenerational trauma and violence in her own life. And despite the fact that she was cultural, she was a dancer, she did so well at school, and she had dreams and aspirations, there were many things that got in the way of her thriving, and there were many opportunities that she didn't have to be able to thrive. And relatives also tried hard. Grandma, cousins, aunties, uncles. They were working hard to try and keep that family together that eventually had 5 kiddos, but they weren't often getting the kinds of supports that they needed. Long story short, we identified at least 40 missed opportunities just in the area of supporting this little boy's complex medical needs, that any one of those might have changed the trajectory. We don't know, we don't have a crystal ball, but the fact that there were 40 missed opportunities that we could easily identify just on the disability and special needs says this is on us in the system. We could have done better. And it was things like mom asking for some help, transportation to get from where she lived to BC Children's Hospital to ensure that he got the medical care that he needed. Missed opportunities of providing her with sufficient funds so that she could afford the specialized formula that was necessary so she didn't have to water it down, which obviously had consequences for the little boy's well-being. Missed opportunities in terms of respite. 5 kids on her healing journey, trying to go to school and whatnot, and asking for some help in order to be able to provide care for her kids. Missed opportunities for the grandmother as well, who was trying so hard to hold that family together when her daughter was struggling. Missed opportunities of identifying the violence that was going on and somebody talking about it so that there would be some sort of intervention that would support her. Lots of missed opportunities. So where we came to together was Colby's death was entirely preventable. Entirely preventable. And here's the kicker. If we don't do something, future deaths, if we don't take appropriate action, future deaths are entirely predictable. We have a system that is built on, get this, the current child welfare system that we have was actually modeled after the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals 100 years ago. We have a system that is fundamentally not set up to do the work that's necessary. Now, I know one of the beautiful things and the opportunities through self-determination and jurisdiction is to be able to re-story that, to create a whole new way of providing support and whatnot. But it's going to be hard because we have our old mental models. And it's going to be hard because it's going to be at least a generation while children are still interacting with the current systems of care. So we have to remember his death was preventable. and future deaths are predictable if we don't do something. So it's a call to action. One of the things we sometimes find is that people say, oh, that was just a terrible case. That was just an outlier. So what we said is, let's make sure it's not an outlier. And let's make sure that we're talking about the kinds of things that are really at the heart of what's happening for children and youth in this province. And so we took a look at 10 other stories in a deep dive, 14 other children, 8 are included in our report, and we found the same kinds of patterns. We looked at the over 6,400 reports that we received in the previous year. Same kinds of patterns. So we have a responsibility to think of, what are we going to do if we know that these are patterns that are enduring in our systems of care? So what did we find? I'm going to outline them briefly, and then we're going to talk about each one of them so that you have some context. And then, most importantly, we're going to talk about what do you need to think about, and what would we encourage you to think about as you go forward with your important journey around your children. So the big systemic concerns that we saw over and over and over again were pervasiveness of violence and the silence around violence. Lack of family supports provided in a timely way when the cracks started to appear in a family, when they needed a little bit of help. We saw significant gaps in the services and supports for family caregivers. Those who were stepping up to try and be helpful were not able to access the same array of services that a foster caregiver might, for example. And were often in a situation where they were really struggling to make ends meet themselves. We saw significant challenges with interagency collaboration and communication. So people knew things, but they didn't say things. There was no way of coming together to say, oh, these are the things that are going on. Now we're seeing the bigger picture. Because people were afraid to talk about things or felt that they didn't have the authority to talk about things. We also saw confusion of accountability, and this is going to be a key thing as you think about transitions into self-determination and jurisdiction, is who's responsible and how are the joint responsibilities going to be held during that critical period of transition. And capacity of the workforce. That came up over and over and over again, that people don't feel like they have the capacity or the time to be able to do the work that's necessary. Now, probably none of this is particularly new to you, but our hope is that in weaving and braiding these things together and the collective responsibilities that we have, that we can actually see our way through this. So we're just going to unpack each one of them a wee bit with some input, and then talk about where to go from here. So one of the things that we learned is that children who are exposed to violence or experiencing violence, sometimes we kind of diminish. If children are witnessing violence, we kind of think, oh, it's not quite as bad as if they'd physically experienced it. But what we know about the brain and the body is that if a child is witnessing or seeing violence and exposed to violence, they are feeling it it's in their body. It causes trauma. So we must address violence, see it, name it, act on it. And what we've said is how important it is to support family and community healing. And violence is pervasive in our society, but there's a unique origin story within Indigenous communities. So we've strongly recommended to government that they establish a very significant fund for communities to undertake what they think is appropriate for their own healing.
It actually, yeah, this part, what Ledley and Deb and I talked about, but what stuck in my mind was when Deb said, it's breaking the silence in our communities. I don't know if you wanted to elaborate a bit on that, Deb. It was really profound about that part, because I think that's a big part of what we're seeing in our communities, but even, because this went through community, this went through the schools, this went through health, like doctors, and any one of those levels, there could have been breaking the silence. So maybe Deb could explain a bit more about when you said that.
Yeah, I've worked in communities for many years, and I know with being the first child and family service agency in the province, we had to go through, I look at it now as healing, because we had to really bring up the issues that affect our children and our families. And so a lot of the work was about family violence, was sexual abuse, was, getting our children and our women to be able to speak the truth and to have the strength and the courage to be able to do that at every level. And it was a lot of community education and work, and bringing these issues to our Newtonalist table. Every year we'd have an AGM, and we'd have probably 300 to 500 people in the room. And so we'd have information sessions and panels about family violence and sexual abuse, and people, our own people, speaking their truth about what happened to them in their families and in their communities, and having that panel that was an education and awareness, and giving voice to children and women to be able to step forward, to be able to tell their truth. So and when I had to look back at the work that we were doing in child and family, it was really a healing process. We had to deal with sexual abuse, family violence. We had to deal with child abuse. And we had to really, for me, it was, I couldn't figure out how to get our men to the table, because, we have to have everybody involved, and especially the men, to do this work. And one of the things that I found that brought our men to the table is when we started dealing with the residential school. And so we were doing a lot of education, workshops, and healing on the the residential school system. And so then our men started their healing process and started coming to those tables and speaking their truth, and they started the process of healing. And then we had more men involved and at the table talking about their stories.
Thank you. And I know there's good work that's going on out there. So how do we share that and share these stories about how to have these hard conversations? The other thing that we found was that we keep asking child protection, a child surveillance system, to step into spaces where society has already failed to provide those prevention and support services. And I'm sure you'll hear from Mary TG about how important that kind of orientation and shifting our orientation towards upstream and midstream rather than the downstream. But this quote came from one of our circle of advisors, our amazing circle of advisors, who basically said, we keep asking child protection to fix things like poverty, like food insecurity, like housing insecurity, like mental health. We need to figure out how it is we're going to have a different kind of an approach going forward. So what we have brought forward is how important it is to address issues for families early in the lifespan of that family, when they've got their littles, and early when things start to go sideways, and to include addressing housing, food and income security, mental health, and substance use as well. Okay, so the next thing we said was that we've got many kinship and extended family members that are providing care. Actually, if you take a look over time, there's about 10,000 children in the course of a year that need some sort of protection or at any point in time that are in need of protection care. But right now what's happening is we're seeing a significant decline in the number of children that are being brought into care, formal care, going to foster care or group care, but a significant increase in the number of children that are being placed with their extended family, kith and kin placements, basically. And yet we're seeing many of those caregivers be very frightened about the system because of their own stories and their own concerns about the children being lost to them, and that they aren't getting the kinds of supports that are needed. Or, as was shared with me just the other day, when a grandma came and said, I need some help. I don't have enough money right now, because they weren't getting very much. Because of the informal nature of the arrangements, the worker said, well, you have to prove to us that you are worthy of taking care of the children. And that if you're asking for money, perhaps you're not worthy, literally. So those are the kinds of mindsets that we need to disrupt. And there are so many great workers out there, and we've had the privilege of meeting so many, but there are still some old mindsets. And when we talk about change, we have to remember that we're trying to shift those kinds of age-old mental models. So we must support kinship care providers and ensure equitable access to the kinds of services and supports. I'm just going to go through quickly these last couple, and then I think we'll open up to talking about jurisdiction and self-determination. The other thing that I think is so important is we need to break down the silos. We have very strong silos, and even if you bring child welfare into your community, there are still going to be mental health and substance use and healthcare and housing. There are still going to be silos that will impact the opportunity that your families have to thrive. So how are we going to shift that? And very often people are afraid to talk. So we found that with Colby too. People knew things, but they were afraid to say things because they either didn't think they had the authority, they didn't think people were going to listen, or they didn't want to be labeled racist. So we have a problem, and we have to make sure that we're seeing the whole child rather than just the slices of a child. And so that really speaks to the importance of accountability and understanding what's working, and that will be the same for you. What's working? What's not working? What do you want to do more of? What do you want to do less of? How do we keep learning? Because in many cases, we're having to recreate something. We know that it's not working, but we don't know exactly what will work. We've got some good ideas, but we have to figure out how to do this. So this led us to the North Star, and beginning to say we need to address violence. We need to support families. We need to support kinship carers. We need to be accountable to one another, and we need to communicate and wrap around our families and children. Doesn't sound like rocket science, but we haven't designed a system to do that. So the good news is we issued 5 collective responsibilities and a total of 66 recommendations, some that will take a generation to achieve and others that we expect should be done in 6 months. So government has accepted all 66 recommendations, and we should know, I guess, probably any time now who's going to be in leadership in government going forward. But I've been very impressed and encouraged by the responsibility and responsiveness from the 9 ministries and public bodies that we said have to come together.
I just wanted to say, in terms of, we talk about holding people responsibility, but more importantly is the systems around children and youth. There has to be more action in terms of accountability, especially in the federal and provincial governments. We all have a responsibility to ensure our children are cared for, are safe, are nurtured, and are loved. And also, more importantly, for our First Nations and Indigenous children, that they know who they are, where they come from, have their culture, their language, their teachings, and the connections to their communities and families if they're not in their communities. That connection is so critical for their well-being and who they are and where they're going, who they are and who they are and how they're going to be well in this world. And so I just wanted to say that, again, I want to recommend, more than recommend, mandate the provincial and federal governments to be able to take responsibility and are accountable so that we can create a better space, community. We can heal our families and our communities so that we can do this very important work, because our children are worth it and they're valued and they're precious too.
Yes, so well put. That too often our systems unbelong our kids from family, from community, from a sense of place, and from a sense of their future and hope for the future and our identity. So very important that we move forward in a good way. So we're going to shift. We're going to spend a little bit of time talking about some of the lessons that we invite you to consider going forward, because this space between is very important. We saw for this little guy and his family that they were in that space between as the nation was resuming jurisdiction, and there was a lack of clarity about who was responsible for what and a lack of communication. So this is the risk. We don't want kids to fall in the cracks between. So a few learnings. One is that there's a sense of urgency. We know that, and I get it. But this is a long journey and it's a challenging journey. So being able to have important conversations like you were doing over these 2 days about how actually do we do it, and who can we learn from, and what are their experiences. I'm looking to people right in front of me that are doing things already and have lots of lessons to learn. So to learn from one another, because it is challenging. It's just not a matter of flipping a switch. The other thing is that early on, it was noted by one of the Grand Chiefs that he was observing that ministry social workers were getting quite squeamish, was the word, and not talking about some of the things that were going on, or not sharing information because they were worried about the consequences, or of coming across as not on side or supportive of the transitions. But as Deb so rightly says, we are responsible, all of us, to make sure that we lift up and support our children. So we have to build relationships, we have to foster trust so that we can have those important conversations that might be kind of tricky sometimes, but that's what our children deserve. And we have to be courageous and truth-telling, because it's all of our responsibility in order to do that. So I'm just going to quickly introduce and then look to Deb and Judy to speak in here. So what are some of the possibilities? Of course, we need to build relationships. This is not a matter of just devolving responsibility and saying, okay, it's all done. As Deb says, the federal and provincial authorities have ongoing responsibility to make sure that there's success. We also think that it's so critical that you have information about your children, where they are, what their needs are, what services they're receiving, what the costs of those services are, so that you've got eyes wide open. I have seen situations in which children might be they're in extremely expensive resources, they've got very significant needs. Now, one can argue whether that's the most appropriate thing for them to be in these kind of high-intensity staffed resources, but they're expensive, and you might not know that. So that's critical. And we wrote a report a couple of years ago now, 3 years ago maybe, at a crossroads, that spoke to the inequities in funding. And that has not been addressed. So depending on where you live as a child, what your affiliations are, we are seeing tremendous inequities in funding, and particularly for kids that are living off reserve. So important that that funding get addressed, because again, if it's devolved and you don't have the resources that you need in order to be successful, children will suffer. And then being able to say, so what are the kinds of things that are necessary in order to ensure that you continue to learn and you have the kinds of mechanisms that are necessary to support you. So one of the things we thought about is, what might it look like if there was some sort of mechanism, infrastructure, support system that where there could be that kind of sharing of knowledge and information and experience, especially for smaller nations that might not have the resources to get the legal counsel that's necessary or to be able to navigate this. There's the First Nations Health Council, the First Nations Education Steering Committee, there's the First Nations Justice Council. So there's some interesting models out there about having that kind of collective wisdom and support. So it's a curiosity for us about whether that would be helpful. So, and this I think might have come from you, Judy. Jurisdiction is a piece of making our communities whole again, but it will not alone heal communities. It needs to be undertaken in concert with other work. So making sure that there's the time, not just rapidly moving things forward or having those arbitrary timelines that are set in, or not even arbitrary, set in legislation, but making sure that there is a time for you to do that work well. As well as the resources. Can't stress that enough. And inclusion of those that need to wrap around and support. Can't forget mental health, and you can't forget substance use, et cetera. So I'm going to turn it over to Deb and Judy to elaborate on this.
Yeah, the thinking around that was, we know jurisdiction is only part of the step to our self-determination. It's not the end of what we're doing. There's so much the decolonizing work, if you will, for lack of a better word, when you're standing up your own laws in your own ways of knowing and being. That's all part of it. And then also, we can't do that without education. We can't do that without housing. We can't do that without, income and jobs for the community and things like that. So that's why it's really interesting to see some of the jurisdiction tables looking at these different approaches, how they're doing that. But when we're talking about our self-determination and our jurisdiction, it's planning for all children in the jurisdiction right now, and that's what we're talking to Mary there on the side before we came up, and it's without residency to ensure that resources and capacity are in place before you start doing that, because when you start doing it at the end, and then you're trying to figure out how do we do that. Some of the jurisdiction nations have already did without residency, but it's figuring out how do we do that, whether it's signing some sort of arrangement with some of the agencies in the different areas where the children might be, but it's really important part of it, and I know that'll come out also in the long-term reform. But the jurisdiction and self-determination, it's being shaped by the work, the right holders, and the respective partners that they have at their table, and that also means Ministry of Child and Family Development, because I know in some areas Ministry of Child and Family still has some of the jurisdiction in some of the tables they're at. So in my past, as a leader, I had to call on Ministry of Child and Family Development, their case management, for example. I had to go up the ladder, so to speak, to address issues, whether we're in mediation at the agency or mediation in court. There's other mechanisms, because once your child gets in the system, it's so hard to, get the children out. I think any shortest period of time, it was 4 or 5 years before we got children back. It takes that long. It's not like an immediate process once they get in the system. So I think that's really what's important, and the inequities are real, and they're happening across the table for when families or children come and say there's these serious gaps, but they get told no, that's not in our program. You probably all heard it in this room. That's not in our program. So then you have to figure out, how do we help? Oh, well, go to the Jordan's principle, but that might take, what did somebody say, 2 years, your application been there, Terry? 2 years? So, there's a lot of work that's needed to be done in the transition in this space, that we're actually in this space right now, thinking, how do we solve these issues? And I know I was on the tripartite children and family table with Chief Cheryl Casimir, Triple C, I like that, and then Regional Chief TG. And there's a lot of the work at the political side of things to do, but there's also the technical side that we need to shore up as well with the work, with the support. And I'm so glad the last 3 months, even though it's been really crazy, insane, busy, that we're all meeting like this and working through these solutions. Because the Don't Look Away report can identify this is what happened, but there's a big piece over here. What are we going to do about it? That's going to be really important in your jurisdiction planning and your steps towards self-determination. Thank you.
Yes, I just wanted to say that, I believe in, some people think I'm negative, but I believe in speaking the truth in a loving, caring way. And I just wanted to acknowledge all of you that are here making child and family and wellness in your communities, caring. You're here because you care about your children and your youth and your families. And I think that I just wanted to hold up my hands to all of you, chiefs, elders, matriarchs, the youth that are here, and the champions for children. There's many in this room that have been around for a long time. And there's new leaders coming up. I just really am very encouraged that we have, especially in British Columbia, we have been the leaders of change, not only in child and family, but on all levels, whether it's fisheries or health or whatever it is. I'm always just so proud and honored to be from British Columbia and see the leaderships come to the table and others on these very important issues. And I just wanted to say that I see a lot of change makers in this room. So I really want to encourage all of you that are working for children and youth and families in your community to be the change. Just wanted to encourage you to do that. And so, the real change, I've been in this for a long time, all of my career, and we've always asked for this from the very beginning when we started our own agency, that we wanted to have our own jurisdiction and laws right from the very beginning. And now we are here, and now we can make those changes in a very positive way on behalf of our children and our youth. And I'm just really encouraged and happy that we have all of you in the room to be able to move this forward in a good way. Chu, Kleko.
Thank you. Beautiful. And in terms of the representative for Children and Youth Office, we're in this with you. We will do whatever you need to feel supported. Of course, over time, we will not have a role statutorily, but we are with you on the journey because we don't want to just see tinkering at the edges. We care deeply about the children, as do you. And so we are here to be in service and support as you go through this. And I can tell you that as long as I'm in this role, we are not going to be tinkering at the edges. We're going to be talking about that substantive change that we need. I'm tired after 46 years of seeing the same kinds of things going on. So I'm with you around that kind of fundamental change that's necessary in order for us to move forward. And it's going to be hard, but we can do this. And it's exciting. It's hard, but it's exciting and it's worth it. So thank you so much for your time and attention. And we're happy to take some questions. And as I say, we'll be here, Deb and Judy will be here the rest of the afternoon. I have to head off right away. And tomorrow we'll be here. So thank you for your time and attention and for the work that you're doing on behalf of children.
Holy Somoli, that's awesome. I like that nice, positive, hard work going on, and it's done by these ladies here. So thank you so much. Let's give them a good thank you. And go knock that Senate around a little bit.
Do you want us to take a couple of questions?
Are you
today?
going to
We've
take
got a little bit of
time
time.
for a couple of questions?
Yeah, we do.
Any questions? What, Jim?
Good morning, leaders, and thank you so much for the report. I do know how much work this took. I know one of my staff members were part of that work, and just really commend all of the ones that worked on this. It was a very good, in-depth report, and I'm of the feeling, I've always said this, in order to come up with good solutions, you have to be very clear about what the problems are, and I think this report really highlights the reports, but it's also a tale of caution when we're moving forward, especially in jurisdiction, to ensure that no child falls through the cracks through that transition. I think it highlights that very much. I just wanted to, and I was talking with my CEO, Warner, and one of the things that we know, what the problem is that we're dealing with layers and layers of colonial impacts of residential school. And so we always have to look at these issues in that bigger picture and how those impacts relate to our children and families. And I really appreciate, Deb, you're saying that we have the courage to say what's happening in our communities. And so I think the report highlights that sort of that difference. And so as leaders, we have to be very clear that we need the human, then the fiscal resources to restore our spirits and gain the strength to heal our people. First and foremost, that's what we need to do. I think that when we're looking at the funding piece, and we keep saying this off and on, and I think that's the biggest issue that we have to deal with. It's not only the resources that are, like we're talking about on reserve, but off reserve. It's not only the resources that we have to concentrate on, but it's that communication and that practice on the ground to ensure that every child is embraced by culture, clan, and community. And how do we do that in a good way? We also have to be very clear that there's a fine line between jurisdiction and offloading. And we have to ensure that we have the resources. So, looking back at the report, when you did it on funding, that's very clear recommendations to give to MCFD to ensure no child falls through the cracks. We have to look at that and really, for leadership to always bring that report up, always bring that up, that ministry, at the end of the day, they don't know where the funding is going. They have no clue of what resources are needed or required. So you have within the ministry sometimes one social worker with a caseload of 40, 50, 60. That doesn't reflect the true nature of what good practice is. So there's these things that we really need to ask. And I think this report really makes people think. So I just wanted to thank you for all of this. And again, really what we're trying to do is, as Warner said, is to restore our spirits and to gain the strength to take care and heal our own children and our own people. And I think this report helps us do that, to see very clearly where the issues are. So Masai, thank you.
Thank you. That was our Mary. Any response from the?
Thank you for that. And I wanted to say with this work, it was unprecedented, and there were national experts and people that have been involved in children and family, right, for the first time. So they were, imagine having a lot of them in one room. It was pretty amazing. And a lot were from BC. And they had input into the report, and they got to see the drafts and, be part of it. So it was very, a lot of extra steps were taken. So I think that was really important in what they had to share, but also the young people too. As you know, they contact the representative for children and youth directly. So, there was a lot of information they were able to get from the ones that were calling in. And I actually pack around those cards now, because I always get that question from community, and wherever I'm at, sometimes the grandmother or the auntie or, the mother is struggling with these questions where to get help and support. They're glad they did the kinship thing, but they just don't have the resources and they help. So I encourage them to phone to RCY, or I try to figure out whichever community they're from, how they can go through the processes. One was very hard, was from up north, where there was the foster care home had been abusing kids, but they were still allowed to take kids. So hopefully that one got corrected. I did channel them into the right direction where they could get the answers. But these things are real and they're happening all around in our community and all over. So anyway, that's just wanted to say that. And thank you, Mary, for being our champion. Thank you.
Say Mike, name, rank.
Why Haskell Halt in Cha Isqueeze, Jackie Talio. I'm a council member for the Lower Smilkmeen Indian Band. My question is out to all of our political people who are representing our communities today. Great work. I take my hat off. But as I'm sitting here listening, and where my mind goes to is the government had an agenda, is to take the 60 scoop, take the residential school, to tear and break our families apart. So here we're spending a lot of money on talking about jurisdiction, which is great, but where's the funding coming from the government to look at the preventative work of their work of breaking down our people and our families? And the work that has to be done for healing, for mental well-being, where's that funneling? And I know I don't mean to ask the panel here, but I wanted to put that seed in for all of our council and our chiefs that are present in this room. And this is what we're up against. And this was their mandate, this is what they wanted, and here we are, trying to figure out how we're going to take and do the work. So I just wanted to make that valid point. Because you look at all the money that MCFD is to take our children out of our community and out of our homes. And then you look at the amount of work of money that's funneling for the jurisdictions. It's like, where's the rest of the money to do that front work of healing for our people and community? Thank you, White Limlimt.
Thank you so much for a very astute observation because healing is important. And as Mary said, the layers upon layers of colonial violence that have been enacted on families and communities are not going to go away because of an agreement. They need to get supports. And one of the things that I often say is we have to have both and thinking. We have to be moving forward in this direction and making sure that that healing is happening, that the capacity is happening, and that there's the recognition at a community level, because every community is different too in terms of its strengths, its assets, and its stories, its histories. So that was one of the things that we said very clearly in the report, was that government needs to invest in a significant fund for healing that communities can then access to do community-generated healing. Because otherwise we're going to be perpetuating, and then you assume the risk and the liability. And that's scary. So really, I absolutely, we need to be doing both and. We need to be supporting the young people who have been very deeply impacted by the system and thinking about how we support families and our littles going forward and thinking about prevention. If you take a look at the stories that we see of our 16, 17, and 18-year-olds that come to us as having passed or have had significant injuries, we knew their family needed help when they were 3, 4, and 5. That's where we need to do the work. So I completely agree with you, and I think that's where we need to get fierce together, both on the healing and on the early help in restoring families and nurturing the community to raise that family. And as Wedledi says, you know, it takes a village to raise a child, but in his language, they talk about it takes a child to raise a village as well. That if we care and center the well-being of our children, we will all be better for that. But that means that we have to create the environment in which our children can be safe. So thank you so much.
I just wanted to add to that, in the report, it called on the 9 ministries, Jennifer, Dr.
Yeah.
Jennifer, to work on this, but really it should be a whole of government approach. I thought late Horgan was on to something when he had 50 million for language, for example, but we know we needed 50 million for language, we needed culture, we needed it for healing, we needed it for all of this. And I did talk to him at one point about, why that was important. And he said he was getting it. But again, we would look to this continued government to be able to make those resources available, because like, how do you get out of poverty? How do you get from out of this housing issue? How do you, all these systemic harms that happen to our people is going to take a while. So that parallel approach is going to be very important. So thank you for asking that question.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You.
Let's give our panelists a... I do want to thank them also. As you know, when there's a loss of life, there's a ceremony to follow. And I would know these panelists and these ladies have taken care about looking after that cultural sensitive time that's coming for the family. So they've been very diligent in making sure that no other hurts happen with the family. So thank you so much. And they'll be here today for tomorrow too also. Good news, it's been announced that Grace Lohr is the Minister for MCFD. And she'll be here tomorrow. And also Christine Boyle is the Minister for MIR. Some more good news. I don't think she's going to be here tomorrow. Now I would like to introduce our next presenter, Assistant Deputy Minister for Indigenous Children Welfare Director from MCFD and also a member of the Lake Babine Nation, Jeremy Williams. Jeremy is uniquely positioned for this role, being both lived experience as a former youth in care and a professional experience as a child and youth counselor working both on and off reserve. He brings experience in government from time spent working at the Representative for Children and Youth, MCFD's Aboriginal Services Branch, and most recently at the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. He's excited to continue supporting the 204 First Nations in BC and other First Nations, Inuit Métis guests, and their children, youth, families across the province. Let's give a warm welcome for Jeremy. You have 5 hours, Jeremy.
Just want to acknowledge, I'm grateful to the Coast Salish folks for allowing me safe passage through their beautiful territories, and want to offer thanks to Chief Sparrow and the Musqueam for allowing me to conduct business on their beautiful territory today. So you're probably wondering, who the heck is this guy and why is he in shorts? I'll try and answer both questions and any others at the end, but first, my name is Jeremy Williams. I'm Narutan Daketh. I'm a member of the Lake Babine Nation, and I've recently discovered that I have family connections through Secwepemc territory. After fighting with ISK and the church over family records, I recently learned that my grandmother was from the Nisgaunleth First Nation, and that I have great-grandparents through Tk'emlúps, which is pretty cool. Back home in Bachlats, they refer to me as President's Choice because I represent the No Name brand. I hold no hereditary title, but I'm happy to be an ambassador of the Lake Babine Nation and the communities that support me. My mother was adopted into the Raven clan, and I'm told I sit with the Little Black Bear clan in my territory. I also sit as a guest of the Giskast and the Lac-Sam-Chu or Fireweed clans in Gitxsan and Wet'suwet'en territories, which is a great honor to me. I'm grateful to reside on the Songhees Nation Reserve in Lekwungen territory with my family. I'm an invited guest on the Kwanghan territory, and I want to acknowledge Yakwel Bradley Dick, for inviting me to his territory to do the important work that I'm doing now back in 2017. I would like to give thanks to Elder Larry Grant for opening us up in such a good way this morning and before lunch. I'm also grateful to the amazing cooks who prepared wonderful food and helped me stay ready for winter. Before I get started, I want to also thank all of the chiefs and the representatives here today, both in person and online. Your work as leaders, I'm getting ahead of myself. Your tireless advocacy and lobbying government for decades to get this important position created, an opportunity for me to be sitting here and doing this new and important role. Your work as leaders has led to the implementation of UNDRIP. I want to acknowledge Grand Chief Ed John in the back for all of your hard work and dedication to advancing UNDRIP at the United Nations, so Masaicho. The Federal Act and the Bill 38 amendments added both the Provincial Director of Child Welfare and my position, the Indigenous Child Welfare Director, into the Child Family Community Services Act. There would not be an ICWD if not for your dedication over the past few decades. It took a while, as I personally walk and not run on DACF time, but I'm here, and our people finally have a voice at the highest levels of MCFD. I stand on the shoulders of the giants that have come before me, to Bay Masaicho, to all of you for your hard work. 6 weeks ago, I started in this role. I accepted this role for the same reason that I'm wearing shorts in November. I'm crazy. My wife said putting pause breaks for laughter was not an appropriate use of time, but thank you for the few of you that laughed. I want to tell you something that you already know. I believe that no one will ever care more about the health, well-being, and future success of a child than the community that they come from. I'm currently limited in what I can talk about as far as the future, as we're just leaving interregnum, and as just was announced, Minister Lohr will be returning to this role, and I'm hoping to learn more about what our new mandate will be moving forward. I'm several weeks into this job, and I'm currently leading a division comprised of tall, funny, handsome, talented, and most importantly, modest folks. I'm a division of one, so I'm leading myself. See, pause for second laughter and applause. This is my first time doing this, so I'm going to try and I'll polish up the jokes. As the ICWD, I'll be responsible for all of the children and youth from the 204 First Nations from across this province, as well as for those First Nations, Inuit, and Métis guests who reside here in BC but come from parts abroad. Why me? I'm an intergenerational survivor of residential schools in the Indian hospital system. I grew up off reserve, and I'm a former child and youth in MCFD care. Some of my earliest memories are of the police breaking into our family home to remove me due to violence in the home. As a teen, I experienced bouts of homelessness, as it was often safer than some of the group homes that MCFD tried to place me in. I know the impacts of colonial systems as my family has been devastated by colonization. Sorry.
As I'm healthy, I'm just going to sit beside you.
promise I'm not doing this to reduce the amount of times you have to grow me later, or the amount of time that you have to grow me later. I have family on the MMIWG list. I've lost quite a few family members to substance misuse. Colonial Systems took a chainsaw to a once very large family tree and left me with only a few remaining family members. I don't speak Carrier or Secwepemc, but I can tell you that I know when I'm getting sworn at in Carrier. Being in care provides you with interesting teachings, like how to find the strongest garbage bags when shopping as an adult, as the experience of moving between foster homes is made even harder and more embarrassing when your life possessions spill out on the ground because a social worker or foster parent used cheap garbage bags. If Jordan's principal had been around when I was in care, I would not have had to remove my braces myself with needle nose pliers because of a disagreement between my nation's patient travel, MCFD, and Indian Affairs, as they couldn't agree on who would pay for travel to get me to an orthodontist, as there was none within several hours of my small village. That being said, I would not be here without the strong foundation that the Lake Babi Nation provided me. I'll be real with you. I was a real, for any of you that watch Res Dogs, this may or may not make sense to you, but I was a real shit ass as a teen. My mom asked the nation for help, and they replied with a bus ticket for a nearly 20-hour Greyhound trip. One day I was enjoying the temperate warmth of the South, and much like the president-elect down south wants to do, I was deported up to beautiful Burns Lake. Upon arrival, it was incredibly cold, and I'd never experienced snow. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. I'm Sasquatch-sized now, but back then I was a skinny kid that was just cold and afraid. At the time, it was the worst thing that had ever happened to me, but I know now that if not for my nation, I wouldn't be here today. Why am I telling you this? The level of care that I received from LBN, Child and Family Team, was so much better than anything that MCFD offered. It wasn't perfect, but they did the work with less money and staff than MCFD. I'm not an elected representative of the Lake Babi Nation, nor do I hold a hereditary title. But what I can say is that my nation does not need MCFD's Provincial Director of Child Welfare, or me as the Indigenous Child Welfare Director, to keep their children and families safe. They, like you, would be much more successful in supporting families if they had the resources that my ministry has to do the job. They also keep asking me to come home, but I keep telling them that you don't have to shovel the rain. Sorry, OPET. I've dedicated my professional career to helping folks. After university, I returned to my nation working as a child and youth counselor. I spent almost 5 years at the Representative for Children and Youth, working as an advocate. I spent another 5 years working for MCFD's Aboriginal Services branch, supporting the 24 and now 25 Indigenous Child Family Community Service agencies, and spent a brief stint at MIR before returning to MCFD to take on this terrifying but exciting job. I'm impatient when it comes to the need for change, as I know what's at stake. Most of my family and friends thought I was crazy for not just applying, but never mind accepting this position. Being the face of MCFD comes with the intense, crushing pressure of all of your expectations. I took this job, and please know that having no staff meant I had nobody to help pre-screen this. So the corporate communications people are probably going to have a word with me about this, but I want to put MCFD out of business as it relates to working with First Nations across this province. I hope to take MCFD apart piece by piece and give those pieces back to you to build systems of support that better meets the needs of your communities. I want to acknowledge a few First Nations lawyers that have inspired me to do this work. My former mentor, Perry Shawana, told me that if you want to disrupt colonial systems, that I would need to understand how they work in order to dismantle them. 25 years ago, I thought that wasn't great advice, but now I know better. Justice Murray Sinclair said that the monster that was created in the residential school systems has moved into a new house, and that monster now resides in the child welfare system that I'm responsible for. I also want to shout out Dr. Cindy Blackstock for her incredible work, and I'm very excited to hear her speak tomorrow because she's amazing. I'm using my position to approach broad systemic change from multiple angles: policy, practice, and decision-making workflow processes, as well as the need to address legislative changes to do the work differently. I'm looking at the system as a whole to determine how best to focus our efforts on reducing the number of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis kids coming into care, and finding ways to better support their families. Changing education requires working with universities and colleges to ensure that they are teaching future workers about the changing landscape of this work through jurisdiction and other approaches. It also means improving how we train new social workers going into the field within MCFD or with the ICFSAs. Every social worker that I know has chosen to do this, that has chosen to do the work in this field, has done so because they wanted to help people. They do not join social work to get mired in colonial bureaucracies that continue to harm our families by not recognizing how that work impacts our communities. I've heard from social workers since starting this role that have been asking me for new tools and better support to do the work that they don't have right now so that they can do the work better. I've heard from social workers that have worked hard to keep families together and experience pressure from management for not following policy to the letter. Fear dominates decision-making at many levels within government. My ministry is not excluded from that. Fear of ending up in an RCY report, in the news, or losing their jobs. The frustrating part for me is that that fear should be focused on how colonialism will create new intergenerational harms that impact future generations of children, youth, and their families. Despite multiple overlapping systems of support, children and youth continue to fall through the cracks, and that was evidenced by the presentation that we just received from the RCY. Government budgets billions for MCFD each year, and yet the results of this care system are not setting folks up for success. Young folks today are able to access post-majority supports now, but we are still seeing too many of them leaving care and struggling to find success as the system is not providing them with a strong foundation for the future. Many folks in the public service are nervous and sometimes scared of coming to these types of meetings. They've obviously never been to a First Nations AGM or AGA, or been in the hall when a large number of folks missed out on the mega bingo by 1 or 2 numbers and experienced dabber tossing anger. In a past life, I ran the bingo computer for our nation, and I can tell you from experience that there are folks out there with deadly dabber aim. The irony to me is that every one of you has had family or friends that have been terrified by the work that my ministry does. MCFD drives fear into the hearts and minds of First Nations, Inuit, Métis families that have contact with us. It is not easy, nor is it fair for one person to accept responsibility for the colonial harms that my ministry is responsible for in the past and continuing on now in the present. But I think what is fair is creating a space for you to be heard, to express your concerns and share your goals of what a future free of MCFD looks like. I did not take this position to maintain the status quo. I came to create change. I'm excited to support the work towards jurisdiction, and we'll be hearing from some of my colleagues later this afternoon about their important work that will help contribute to putting MCFD out of business when it comes to doing work with the 204 nations across the province. I've had experience in supporting the ICFSAs expand their delegation, which I see as an important step towards building First Nations capacity as you work towards jurisdiction. I'm looking at ways to create more opportunities to create positive change at all stages of interaction with MCFD. I know that MCFD needs to do a better job of helping families support the return of their children and youth back home to their families, community, and culture. I'm looking at MCFD from a high level to find opportunities to create changes at every level, from first contact through every stage of the work that we do. I want to do this to address the overrepresentation of First Nations children in care. I know that you do not need nor want any colonial government bureaucracies involved in the lives of your families. My plan, we'll see how this works, is to break the colonial child welfare system so future generations don't have to have any experience with MCFD. I heard a half a clap, so there's also a note here to pause. I know that I cannot do this alone, and I look forward to working with you towards accomplishing this goal. Sabi Masacho.
Thank you. Your support here. And we have time for a few questions, and please state your name. Well, let's go to this mic here.
First of all, Jeremy, what a wonderful first speech. Beautiful, wonderful, silly, love that. I just want to congratulate you and commend you on behalf of the Indigenous Directors Forum. I know we've worked together in different capacities, and I was quite happy when they said, I actually was very happy when they said it was you. I just wanted to be clear, when we're talking about the ministry, I think back about many good intentions don't always cause good outcomes. We know that. I'm thinking back at 2015 at the Permanency Forum, and where there's the new policies around permanency and adoption, and what that caused more harm than good to many of our children. And we know that now. But I remember at that Permanency Forum, I was asked to speak. And when I had asked, I said, you know, if we keep doing the same things, that's what the definition of insanity is, keep doing the same things and expect a different outcome. And in that Permanency Forum, ministry workers, I asked all the managers and the leadership to stand up. And I will tell you, it was about 90% white men that stood up. And our ways of being is our women weren't even represented, never mind if they were non-Indigenous women, but the ones that were making decisions were white, middle to upper class men. And the system really hasn't changed. And this is what you've inherited. So I want to let's be honest, MCFD has tried to shift practices. However, whatever great ideas or great words, the execution hasn't been there, and I don't see it there now. On the groundwork, it doesn't reflect the great words, principles, and goals of leadership. We now have another Rising to the Challenge document that was just signed by Minister Lohr, and I'm hoping that things will have changed. But again, we have to be courageous to do something different. These unprecedented times call for unprecedented actions. So while we may say, okay, you know, Minister Lohr, we have this Rising to the Challenge, we now have an Indigenous director, we have to be prepared if this isn't going to work. And what I would recommend that we use this opportunity as Indigenous director to move Indigenous Child and Family out from MCFD to either its own Ministry of Indigenous Child and Family, guided by our own BC Indigenous Child and Family Services Act, or move it under the Declarations of the Indigenous People Act Secretariat, because rights of Indigenous people extend first and foremost to Indigenous children. We have to be courageous to think outside, because seriously, in my heart of hearts, I don't know how much MCFD system will change, and we would be setting you up for failure if we did not back you to do something courageous and to think about, we can't be stuck in that colonial box of MCFD. You stated you took this job and you wear shorts because you're crazy, and I wanted to remind everyone of Steve Jobs' quote. Steve Jobs, here's to the crazy ones, the misfits, the rebels, the troublemakers, the round pegs in the square holes, the ones who see things differently. He goes on to say that you can't ignore the crazy ones, Because while some see them as crazy ones, we see genius. Because the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who do. Jeremy, we got your back to help you change the world for the better for our Indigenous children and families. Masai, and congratulations.
A 20-minute response, Jeremy?
I'm glad we have proof that Mary was giving me some wonderful compliments. Thank you so much. I'm going to hold on to that one for a while. Given that cabinet has just been announced, I haven't heard anything. My phone is over in my bag. Looking forward to hearing from Minister Laura when she comes to visit us tomorrow. I will be here for both days. I think Denise and I have to step out for a couple of hours tomorrow morning to chat with the new minister. But going forward, you have a voice at the highest level of MCFD. I don't have a say in some of the things that you're asking for, I think are exciting potential paths forward. But I'm here and I want to listen and hear from you. I've been spending the past 6 weeks just doing a lot of listening and learning from different communities about what their needs are, where they need help, where I can support, and where I can open doors. I see my position, and to me, it's a fancy title, but it doesn't mean much to me personally. But I know that it opens doors to conversations that parts of government have not been comfortable having. I've been reaching out to other ministries that have a responsibility to supporting and doing some of this work, and I think that in the future, I hope to bring my colleagues from other ministries that have responsibilities to be supporting this work, to be sitting here with me. I also hope to have staff. I have some postings up. I'm not poaching, but if you know anybody that wants to, any other crazy folks that wants to work for MCFD, please keep an eye out on our job postings. But I think me being here is evidence of the slow but gradual progress that we're making as a society. I'll be honest, 3 years ago, there was no appetite for any of the kind of crazy ideas that I was putting forward. I don't know what's happened, but there's a willingness now, and I want to acknowledge Deb Foxcroft and some of the other folks that were on my panel that's encouraged me along through that crazy process. Triple C, nice to see you. And the others that have been so kind and encouraging. It's not going to be easy work, but I know that I'm not doing it alone. And I'm grateful to be standing on the shoulders of so many important people that have helped get us to this point. I look forward to doing my part to dismantling MCFD, because I think it's important for you to hear from someone at the very top of MCFD that understands and recognizes the colonial harms that my ministry continues to have on individual children, young people, and their families, and that echoes across generations, and I know it because it still impacts me to this day. So I'm grateful to be here, and I'm excited to work with you to put me out of a job, because I would rather be feeding people and running like a food truck than being the face of MCFD. So I accept any and all help to expedite this process.
Hey, let's say thank you to Jeremy. That's awesome. Ed, John?
Hari Satlatin Ray. Hello, my brother Ray. Hari Satlatinyas, Achatnayas, Jeremy. To our young man, Achatne, in our language, our young brother, we refer to. I'm sitting beside this woman so I can get some of the power from her. She's an amazing lady. Many others here in this room have been dealing with children and families over the many years, some of whom you were listening up there speak. I want to congratulate you on your appointment here. It says, Jeremy Yin Yanatalchal. You're going to take the land back, it means, in Naduoden, which is my language too, but slightly different dialect. But first you got to start with taking the kids back. This one says you're going to take the land back. Your job is to take the kids back. And I think that's a really important development for the government to recognize that there's a need for this position. It's been in the works for quite some time already. When the Premier asked me to do a review of their children and families in the province, I went to Mary, she said, I don't need your advice, and she was right, of course. What advice was needed was within the ministry and the bureaucracy to understand what it is that they were doing. They gave me, when I was appointed as a representative, I was given I don't know how many binders of documents. My response was, what are these? So those are all of the briefing notes you require. Policies and legislations and practice manual. I said, that is your problem right there. So instead, I went to the community, talked to the young people, the aging out children, youth, families, grandparents, the agencies, the First Nations leaders and communities, came up with another, basically looking at all the youth in particular. We're talking about how disconnected they were to their families, to their siblings, to their grandparents, to their communities, to their language, to their culture, to who they were and to where they come from. It was a big, many levels of disconnection. And the idea is to understand what those disconnections were. If you were disconnected from your language, how do you get it back? If you were disconnected to your Batlat system or what clan you come from, how do you determine what clan do you come from and the responsibilities you have there and the responsibility of the clan? I'm just using these levels of disconnection. There are multiple levels. And so, so it came to be that the idea was now reconnecting the individuals, the survivors, whether they were from the residential schools system or whether they were part of the 60s scoop. I was there when I saw the beginning of the closure of residential schools and the more direct involvement with the Ministry of Children and Families. They weren't called children and families, they were just called welfare. Whereas we'd look for our friends, we're kids, where is? They say, oh, Busby took him. Busby took her. So Busby was this social worker from Vannerup who would come to the communities. Now all of a sudden kids started to disappear. And they ended up being foster parents. Some of them ended up being adopted. That was in the 60s. We saw the beginning of that. It wasn't very big. It was 1 or 2 kids at a time at the very start. I think I can remember who the first kid was from our community who went into that system. So I went to Lejac Indian Residential School. I did several of my own siblings. And so from that, we also see what levels of trauma that this has caused our communities, that we deal with the 60s scoop, the continuation of that, now the intergenerational. And we're in a very difficult situation in our communities with our families, well, with the individuals and then with the families and within the families and between families and the communities as well. And so it's at various levels we have to find solutions. I've been to, I don't even remember how many counselors and psychologists that I talked to over the years. And, I finally gave up because it came to be that none of them really understood what I was talking about. They were professionals, they had expertise, but what do they know about intergenerational traumas, residential schools? So that's part of saying, oh, we got more counselors. Well, if they're trained in one system and don't really understand who we are or our history, the families, it's going to be very difficult for an individual to find to find that place of quiet. I heard the lady up there, she said she's been at this for how many years, I can't remember, and that she was tired. Well, it just so happens we're just not just tired, we're exhausted. Those of us have gone through this and have tried to find ways through this for our communities. And we have to keep on trying. We have to find the solutions that make sense for our peoples. Thank you for acknowledging my work on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, because we have 17 words in Canada's Constitution. We have 45 articles, 46 articles in the Declaration that can help guide us, provide that framework. I think we should make sure that we understand that it is a framework, international, with all Indigenous peoples around the world coming together, having come through a similar colonization system. And this is where we are. So the last point I wanted to make is, now that we see you in your position, is when I was appointed Minister of Children and Families, nobody asked me, but I said, these are my 4 priorities. Firstly, it's going to be Indigenous children, Aboriginal children. Back then it was a mix. The second thing is going to be the North, because it's generally disregarded. The third thing is going to be the social workers who devote their work, everyday work, to our children and our families, no matter where they come from and what work they do. And the fourth one, I'm not sure, but the reason I put Indigenous children and families into a list of my 4 priorities as the minister is I walked in and asked, how is Indigenous children or Aboriginal children issues being taken care of? 60% of the kids in care, at least 60% were Aboriginal kids, and they were off, stuck somewhere in some corner. I think there were 1 person or maybe 2 people who were this Aboriginal children workers. And that's all there was. There was no priority about Aboriginal children back there, none whatsoever. And so my own view is that if we don't put it up front, it'll never get out of this backwaters where it is. And I think we're still on that trajectory. We're not out of it. We're in the midst of it in a big ways. All those kids we're losing in Prince George to fentanyl and drugs, where do you think they're coming from? Through the child welfare system. I just wanted you to think about this. I agree with the recommendation that Mary made. That's a political issue. It's not something that, it's your job to set up something independent within the government. That's our job, and with the political leaders in this province to take those steps and to create that opportunity. So I just wanted to say that, be worth your while as you talk to the new minister, to ask what the first 3 or 4 priorities may be, to get a sense of where it fits within the ministry. I do know that in this country, in this province as well, that the UN Declaration is an incredibly important framework. In February 9th, 2024, the Supreme Court of Canada said that the UN Declaration is part of Canada's positive law. They endorsed it, they accepted it as a framework, and that the laws of Canada, the international law and Indigenous law, need to be woven together in children and families to find solutions. That was what the Supreme Court of Canada said, talked about a braiding of the 3 laws and working to ensure at the end that the best is available for each and every child to remain home. So with that, thank you, Ray.
Thank you, Ed, for that. And we're going to say thank you to Jeremy, and be a good thing to go see Ed and chat with him. But we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we have a panel coming on. So we'll get back to here at 2:50. 10 minutes. Thank you. Please come back at 10 minutes. There's goodies been set up at the end here. So I'd like to ask the panel, to make their way up and we can get this portion of our day done. It's our last panel, the second panel of the day. Denise, Penny, Ryan, Liam, Kathy, Mary, we're going to start this last presentation now. It's the second panel of the day. This panel is the co-development of a BC-specific funding model for jurisdiction. First Nations perspectives. The purpose of this panel is to provide delegates with an overview of MCFD's co-development of a funding model to support jurisdiction and to hear the perspectives of First Nation partners involved in the process. Ooh. Ooh. That's what I say. That's the panel of the day.
I speak last, remember? Oh, yeah, so you should be here. If you want me here.
You're last? I thought that was me.
How are you doing?
So it's pretty, sounds like they've set up who's going to take this mic first. So thank you for organizing that. I'll just sit by now and watch you present your panel. Yeah, please introduce yourself and, all right. All I know is Mary's going last, so you guys figure it out.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Denise Devaney. I'm the Assistant Deputy Minister for Partnership and Indigenous Engagement Division with the Ministry of Children and Family Development. I'm very pleased to be here with all of you today on the traditional territory of the Musqueam people. And I think we're just starting by introducing ourselves. I think that was the direction. So I will pass it on down the line and then we'll start from there.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Penny Lloyd. I am the Executive Director of Indigenous Agreements with the Ministry of Children and Family Development. And I feel deeply honored and grateful to be here today on Musqueam territory. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Liam McGuigan. I'm a lawyer at Woodward & Company, and I was legal counsel for Gwisal Nakodo in their negotiation of a coordination agreement. And so I've been involved with discussions with BC about their proposed funding model and in the past on the reforms to the CFCSA. And yeah, just echoing the thanks for Musqueam for having us on their territory. Yeah, thank you.
Cluthatmanas, Uklama, Tetapwin, Mamathni, MT, Kathy Waddell, Histuk Shatla, Tsumaas, Kleko, Tushat, Kleko, Hupacheset, Kleko, Musqueam, Métis Aksupa, Mamukwa, Kani Consulting. So my traditional name is Tetapwin. It was given to me by Hawaiian Elder Benson Nukamus, and to honor him and in that gift that he gave me, I take every opportunity I can to speak his language. So that was the Hawaiian dialect of Nuchanoth. And my English name is Kathy Waddell. I come to you from Port Alberni, which is the traditional territories of the Tushat and Hupacheset peoples. I thank the Musqueam people for hosting this meeting today. I am Métis, and I have my own consulting company, Kani Consulting. I'm here today representing the Alliance of BC Modern Treaty Nations, and I shall pass it on.
Hi, everybody. My name is Janet Newbury. I, too, would like to thank the Musqueam people for inviting us to do this work on their territory today. My ancestors are English on both sides. I have been living on the territory of the Tla'amin people since 2006. And Ryan PL, the Tla'amin Child and Family Services Manager, was meant to be speaking here today, but was not able to come and asked me to speak representing Tla'amin for this panel.
Good afternoon. I'm Mary Teegee, Chair of the Indigenous Child and Family Service Directors Forum, and I'm also from Takla Nation. I come from the Lachigibu clan, the Wolf clan. I come from the House in Nagyep. My chief's name is Mausham Gabu, and I'm honored to be with you today.
So thank you, everyone. Today we are here to talk about the co-development process of the BC-specific funding model for jurisdiction. I am, again, pleased to be here with all of you on the traditional territory of the Musqueam people. And I'm also very pleased to be sitting here with our colleagues from the Modern Treaty Nation Alliance, from Guasala Nagudo. Liam, thank you so much. Janet from Tla'amin, and of course, Mary Teegee. This is a great opportunity for all of us to be here and to receive information and to listen and to learn from all of you. I think Ray earlier announced that we have again had Minister Grace Lohr reappointed as the Minister of Children and Family Development. So that is great news. And just a little bit of a disclaimer before we get into our presentation. Since September, we had paused the co-development process for the provincial interregnum period. This is when government is dissolved and the public service goes into caretaker mode. With the election now over and new cabinet having been sworn in, we are moving out of that interregnum period and looking forward to re-engaging with folks once we get our mandates and direction and have the opportunity to receive that direction from our new minister. Now, I think there should be a slide, so let's see if this works. There we go, great. Myself and Penny Lloyd, my Executive Director for Indigenous Agreements Branch, will be sharing the presentation that we're doing today. And so, as you will see, we've got a little bit of an agenda in front of us. So we would like to start with some background on the jurisdiction funding model work, what it is and how co-development started. We would then like to touch on the provincial landscape around co-development of a jurisdiction funding model relative to other jurisdictions across Canada. We will also provide an overview of the co-development process and share what we have been told by co-development partners to date. We will share some funding model considerations, and we will end with the anticipated next steps to resume co-development. So a little bit of background. The jurisdiction funding model will guide financial decision-making and is a strategic way to fairly and transparently determine how funding will be allocated and distributed. Through the Declaration Act Action Plan, BC committed to co-developing a provincial funding model to support and move forward with jurisdiction over child and family services. So for those of you who are interested, this is action item 4.16 of the Declaration Act Action Plan. While co-development of the funding model is underway, BC is using an interim funding model approach for jurisdiction for any of those coordination agreements signed in advance of the funding model being completed. Canada is also applying an interim funding model approach for jurisdiction when they sign their coordination agreements as well. So this is important because for BC, there is a bit of a timing gap between the interim funding model that the federal government currently has in place. As we understand, the federal government will begin their engagement process on their long-term federal funding model after the federal election. So this will be after BC funding model is already implemented. So that timing gap is a challenge, as it means there may be gaps and overlaps between the two funding models, and we will go into that a little bit further in the presentation. So provincial landscape. BC is the first province to co-develop a funding model for jurisdiction of child and family services with First Nation partners. No other provincial jurisdiction is having these conversations with their First Nations partners at this time. Co-development has meant finding ways to work together to talk through and unpack complex topics that are critical to creating a funding model. Together, we have had to think about how a model can work for all 204 First Nations in BC. We have been doing this work in the absence of knowing what a federal funding model will be, which is an added layer of complexity. I will note that Indigenous Services Canada has attended co-development sessions with partners, but they have attended in strictly an observer role. So in this slide, you can see a little bit of the processes that we have undertaken to engage with First Nations. So in September 2023, the ministry distributed the Building a Funding Model to Support First Nations Jurisdiction over Child and Family Services in BC discussion paper. That was distributed to all First Nations and BC and other Indigenous partners and organizations. This paper was a first step in the co-development process and used as a foundation and reference document for initial engagements in the fall of 2023. In those early days, the co-development timeline and process itself emerged as a central theme, and based on what partners told us, resulted in a shift to the approach that we have been using this year. We have been working together through virtual bi-weekly co-development sessions with BC First Nations and Indigenous governing bodies. We have held virtual meetings with Indigenous organizations such as First Nations Leadership Council and Our Children Our Way Secretariat and the Indigenous Child and Family Service Agency directors. And we have held 2 in-person workshops for First Nations and Indigenous organizations to come together. You can see on the slide that we also have a bi-weekly working group consisting of First Nations Leadership Council, Indigenous Services Canada, and MCFD. Because we know not all nations are engaging on the funding model, we know it is important to share what is being discussed. We have been circulating bi-weekly summaries on the topics discussed to all nations. We have also released an interim What We Heard report that was circulated to all nations and reflects the diverse range of feedback received between September 2023 and April 2024. And we have also received written feedback from co-development partners. And I will turn it over to Penny at this point.
Thank you. So to start, I know how absolutely critical this provincial funding model is. And I feel very humbled and grateful to work on such an important issue. I know how important it is to get this right, and we're here to learn and to listen. I'd like to share some key themes that have emerged from co-development partners. Starting with the co-development process itself, we heard about the need for a transparent, collaborative, inclusive process that respects Indigenous sovereignty and ensures the funding model reflects the unique circumstance of each nation. Specific to the structure of a funding model, many partners signaled that a block funding approach to jurisdiction made sense as a starting point for funding model co-development. and was generally aligned with promoting self-government and self-determination. However, some partners expressed concerns with block funding based on previous experiences with different levels of government, as it didn't meet the specific needs of the community. Partners expressed concern that the funding model should allow flexibility for strategic long-term flexible planning and be scalable or responsive to changing needs. The funding model should consider the balance between assurance and autonomy. This feedback highlighted the need to tailor funding to address the unique needs of each First Nation and recognize various cost drivers such as geography, remoteness, and scope of services. The funding model must be able to recognize any unique treaty responsibilities and ensure funding is membership rather than geographically based. There is also a need to clarify BC and Canada's roles in bearing costs, which speaks to integration between the provincial and federal funding models, which Denise just talked about. Specific to the interim federal funding model currently used, the province continues to seek clarity on the intention of the federal government to deduct any provincial contribution where funding is considered to be duplicative. In other words, whether the federal government will reduce their contribution if there is any overlap with the provincial contribution. This uncertainty makes it difficult to develop a provincial funding model that contemplates any overlap and integrates effectively with Canada's interim and long-term funding models. Next slide. So what we were told at the April workshop, and good to see many of you that were there, we were told that funding needs to be connected to children and families thriving, not having funding based on the number of children in care. That we need to eliminate the prevention, protection language and dichotomy. That we need to eliminate the off and on reserve dichotomy and geography-based funding. That we need to prioritize and enable prevention services. That funding should be adaptive with options. MCFD and nations need to be able to exchange data effectively and seamlessly, which is critical for strategic planning and service tailoring. Cultural knowledge and elders' wisdom in governance should be incorporated. We heard that there is an urgency for nations to resume their inherent jurisdiction and that every day counts. On the other hand, we've also been told to ensure that we have allowed adequate time for co-development and for as many nations to be involved to get this funding model right. At the August workshop, we were told that nations need to know the province's actual costs to deliver services, and we are working hard on that. That's a high priority. Consideration needs to be given to the report on funding from the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy. The feedback received through co-development has highlighted considerations to support creating a model that will meet nations where they're at. Nations know their community's needs, and it is likely that the services to meet those will differ from what the ministry currently provides. There is consideration for the approach to deliver funding that supports autonomy, self-governance, and self-determination, and an approach that is flexible to accommodate variance in community needs and preferences. There is consideration for equitable and transparent distribution of funds and knowing what is in scope for funding. Based on co-development, a draft funding model structure has been developed for consideration, and it continues to evolve. It is designed to think about nations taking an incremental approach to jurisdiction over their child and family services. There is variance in the child and family services that Indigenous governing bodies may choose to resume jurisdiction over. Some Indigenous governing bodies may choose to take on the full scope of child and family services, while others may choose to resume jurisdiction over a limited geographic scope. Others may resume jurisdiction over prevention services only, and some are looking to take a phased approach, which I think we'll hear a little bit about tomorrow. We're also thinking about flexibility in funding the services a nation will provide. The ability for a nation to support increased costs based on factors such as the scale of jurisdiction, inflation, population, and geographic scope. Reaching nation members anywhere in BC. Support for data gathering, should this be something a nation is interested in doing. There are also several outstanding priority considerations that we are exploring, such as determining membership, defining remoteness, and indirect costs under scope of funding. As a new government is now formed, we are preparing to resume co-development sessions with First Nations in BC and Indigenous partners. We will be working through our internal government decision-making processes that are required to move forward with the funding model. We also plan to release the final What We Heard report in 2025. If you would like to be involved in the funding model development, or you just like more information, please come and chat with us afterwards. I have some cards and we would love to work with you. Haishka, I very much welcome comments and questions.
Okay. So as mentioned, I'm here in place of Ryan PL on behalf of the Tla'amin Nation. Tla'amin is a modern treaty nation and does not have and is not currently affiliated with a Child and Family Services agency. Those are important considerations when thinking about funding to meet their needs when it comes to Child and Family Services. So before getting into the funding model, I wanted to share a little bit about Tla'amin Child and Family Services. About 4 years ago, they began a process of Child and Family Services reform. The first step was to convene a Chichia circle, which is a grandmother's circle, and they meet at least every month and also sometimes a lot more for workshopping and provide cultural guidance at every step of the work. There's also been a huge amount of community engagement with Tla'amin people who live on and off lands who have personal and professional experience with the child welfare system. And we've done road trips and invited people from other nations to Tla'amin territory so that knowledge sharing and learning can take place. Based on all of that work, a service model has been developed, and that's a conceptual framework grounded in Tla'amin teachings and ways that is guiding, again, all of the decision-making and work that happens. So now Ryan has a team of 5, almost soon to be 6, that are working with children and families at the Tla'amin Nation. They offer one-on-one services, group services, emergency services. They have a place called Chepston House, which is a safe place that families can voluntarily choose to stay at with a bit of support, or their children can stay there with other trusted adults of their choosing. Policy is under development, and the policy development has also been informed by all of these people and all of these inputs, including the RCY report. So I just wanted to mention that. It's really valuable. In May of this year, the adjustment agreement was signed with MCFD, which is an agreement under the treaty and implemented under Section 92.1 of the CFCSA. And it ensures that MCFD will contact, consult, and cooperate with Tla'amin as a first step and at every step of their work with Tla'amin children anywhere in the province. Building from the bottom up is a really key part of the service model, and it is really, I know that I don't have to overstate this in this room, that takes a lot of work. It cannot be overstated how much work that takes, because what they're doing is rebuilding after colonial and in the face of ongoing colonial interference. And so a funding model needs to reflect that. They are rebuilding and also addressing current realities, which are really, really hard even in the moment. So to that end, Tla'amin and other nations throughout this co-development process have been advocating for needs-based, rights-based, and distinctions-based to be included as foundational principles in the funding model, which are not yet included. So that's a first point. Tla'amin has also expressed repeatedly the need for intergovernmental service coordination to be included at every level of service reflected in the funding model, regardless of who has jurisdiction. So currently, like even an incremental approach was just mentioned. So even if a nation is taking an incremental approach, and even if MCFD has jurisdiction, under current legislation, MCFD is required to consult and cooperate with nations, and also required to facilitate cultural continuity, which they can't do without nations. But there's no funding for that work. And that's a huge amount of labor that nations are now doing on top of the work that they're doing inside their own communities. And so this is another key point that Tla'amin would like to see included at every step of the funding model, regardless of who has jurisdiction. And particularly in places where MCFD has jurisdiction, coordination is even a greater need. Let's see. So substantive equality has been added at the request of nations as a foundational principle to the funding model process and the draft funding model. But we'd like to see it reflected in the work. And a couple of places actually that came up throughout the day as well also involve coordination. So informational coordination and jurisdictional coordination are needed so that nations can do the capacity building and the work that they are doing with the right information and ability to make decisions. If we are to have a seamless CFS system throughout the province that has shared jurisdiction, then coordination kind of needs to be central to it. And in order, capacity building has also been discussed a lot, and in order for that to meaningfully be integrated, it has to be, again, needs-based, and only nations know what they need in order to do that. So in terms of process, this is my last point because I think others have lots to share. There have been a lot of really high priority items raised throughout this year of conversations by nations, and a lot of them have been put on a parking lot and treated as separate issues. It would be great for them to be treated in an integrated way and in an upfront way so that they could inform the model instead of addressed after the fact. So we hope to see that moving forward. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Liam McGuigan. And yes, oh, is my mic working? Hello? Doesn't sound, oh, now it is. Hello, everyone. My name is Liam McGuigan. I'm a lawyer, and I worked with Gwasal Nakodo in the negotiation of their coordination agreement. As Mary was speaking earlier about that meeting you were in, and you looked around the room, and it was all white men who put up their hands. I feel that, and I want to kind of decenter my perspective. As you said that, I thought, like, what good am I presenting on this? I have limited experience. I've been working in this area for just 4 years as a white guy lawyer, but also hearing Chief Ed John speak, I think that there's a lot of complexity, and there's a lot of, this work is tiring. So all I can offer is a fresh set of eyes, but that doesn't mean that you should take my perspective with it. And just also to start off, I wanted to say that I have a couple areas where I think that we should be vigilant in the development of a provincial funding model. So there's some criticisms of it, but I don't at all mean to also criticize the folks within the ministry who are doing that work. As Salasuko mentioned, who's leading jurisdiction for Gwasal Nakodo, relationship building is important. And I think that there's folks within the ministry, obviously Jeremy, who are advocating for that internal change. So it's a systemic issue, not a personal one. To begin with, I wanted to kind of take a step back and think about the challenges of integration with the federal funding model and why that's so important. So for federal funding, we have this whole context of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, the Institute for Fiscal Studies and Democracy reports. There's all this work that's been gone into developing principles for funding. And there's nations are negotiating from a position of strength because of the outcome of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal decisions. Making sure that we integrate with the provincial system and the federal system is completely important. And I think it's important for two reasons. The first is this models and systems themselves. If they're not integrating seamlessly, then that's creating gaps that will have negative outcomes for children and families. The second is not so much about the systems and models themselves, but the overall funding amount, because it's an oversimplification, but generally the federal government takes funding responsibility for folks that live on reserve, and the provincial government is taking should take funding responsibility for those that live off reserve. So if there's a discrepancy between the funding that's available for folks that are ordinarily resident on reserve versus ordinarily resident off reserve, that's a discriminatory outcome, because that's discriminating on the basis of whether somebody lives on or off reserve. So I think that's why it's critical that there be a high level of integration with the federal funding. And then I just wanted to, I have a few other specific points that kind of come up from the experience of being at the coordination agreement table. And from the matrix model, the funding model that the province has put forward. The first specific issue on the funding model that they put forward that I wanted to raise as an area to be vigilant about is how it categorizes different services. So this area is pretty complex, right? We've got prevention, protection, preservation, involuntary, voluntary. The provincial funding model is talking about moving away from prevention versus protection and having an idea of family wellness, family supports, and family safety. But we don't know exactly what is included within those categories. And I think that it's important to be vigilant about that, because there's different funding mechanisms for each category that they have there. And hearing other speakers today talk, I think that most Indigenous peoples are taking a holistic approach to developing their services that's not necessarily tied to these boxes. And I recognize that the provincial system is trying to adapt to recognize that. But my concern is that there's funding for family support and family wellness that's based on a per capita amount. And then there's funding for safety that's based on a per capita amount. And then one of the options is that there's additional emergency funding. And the intent for that additional emergency funding is that there can be children who have extraordinarily high needs and are more expensive to care for. Now, if they define safety in a way that excludes things like caregiver arrangements, then there's a concern that this could be a model that incentivizes a safety, quote unquote, response when a support or a wellness response might have sufficed. So we wouldn't want for a child like Colby that the representative for Children and Youth talked about, they should be able to have supports to live within their family home or with an extended family member and not need to have quote unquote safety services provided to them so that they can get adequate funding. So that's one area, and I feel like I'm taking too long talking, so I'm gonna roll through the other ones a little bit more quickly. The other one is own source revenue clawbacks. So this is an issue that came up at the coordination agreement table. The federal government has committed to never have own source revenue clawbacks as part of their funding for child and family services. The province has not made a similar commitment, and at the discussion of this co-development of this funding model, they still haven't made that commitment. So we're going into this at the moment not knowing if the province is going to require Indigenous governments to fund their own efforts to undo the harms of colonization that has been caused to them by the provincial government. I feel like I could go on and on about why own source revenue clawbacks are a terrible idea, especially in this space, and why it's just something that needs to come right off the table as soon as the ministers sworn back in and we can resume conversations. But I don't want to take up more space. I think folks are aware of why that's terrible. The other one is that there's not any commitment to fund post-majority support services. So right now, it's unknown if when a child who's being supported by their community, if they age out of care, there's a chance that they're not going to have any provincial funding to support services for that child. Again, I could go on and on about why that's a terrible idea, but I feel like I'm out of time and want to give others a chance to speak. So specific things, own source revenue needs to come off the table, and post-majority support services need to stay on the table.
Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to begin also by just once again, thanking the Musqueam Nation, my gratitude and respect for hosting the meeting today. Marcy. I've been asked here to represent the Alliance of BC Modern Treaty Nations. I'd like to clarify that I'm not here to represent any single modern treaty nation, but rather to speak about our shared experiences in the development of the MCFD jurisdiction funding model. The Alliance includes the 8 modern treaty nations in BC: Huu-ay-aht First Nations, Cayuga-Chuklassit First Nations, Nisga'a Nation, Tla'amin Nation, Tokwat Nation, Tsawwassen First Nation, Uchuklassit Tribe, and Uthuluthat Government. It was created to collectively address the shared interests around the implementation of modern treaties at the provincial level. Together, we work on a range of priorities, from advocating for proper fiscal arrangements and recognizing the constitutional nature of our treaty rights, to enhancing government-to-government relationships. Through these efforts, we established a dedicated table for co-development of this funding model, though we suspect that in many ways, our conversations mirror those at other tables. The modern treaty nations have been actively co-developing funding models with BC and Canada for several years, an effort marked by deep collaboration with our lawyers and our accountants fully engaged. In contrast, the current process feels more like an intensive consultation. MCFD appears to be working behind the scenes, but we have yet to see an actual model or methodology. This is a significant departure from our usual approach to working with government in a co-development process. Each modern treaty nation already has the ability to assume jurisdiction over child and family services, but currently there is no treaty funding to support this work, which makes the development of this funding model a high priority. Some of our treaties limit jurisdiction to treaty lands, but the Federal Act allows for jurisdiction beyond those lands. It's vital that our treaties are acknowledged and that we can operate on equal footing with the other First Nations in Canada. We have been facing resistance on matters of geography and citizenship, which has led some modern treaty nations to initiate a treaty amendment, which is a complex and lengthy process. To date, the proposed funding model lacks concrete scenarios that nations can use for decision-making, nor has the MCFD disclosed its own costs in relation to this model. We've raised concerns that there is a disconnect between the province's approach and Canada's plans for future funding. Our priority is to ensure that there are no gaps in services and that nations have the flexibility to meet the specific needs of their communities. And although MCFD has mentioned prior to interregnum that a draft work plan with proposed co-development topics would be shared before reconvening post-interregnum, given that's today. However, we have yet to receive it. A major challenge is that many critical issues remain in the parking lot. We view these as fundamental components of the funding model, not minor details. A baseline cost of government operations exists with significant administrative responsibilities. And unlike the BC government, nations lack the systems and resources to absorb these costs. Key concerns include needs-based funding and the need to ensure adequate funding for smaller and remote nations. Ensuring that actual costs are covered is essential because they will vary widely based on factors such as location, in community versus out of community, and other variables. Another issue is the need to recognize that nations are at different stages and have varying capacities to assume full jurisdiction. Some nations may initially focus on prevention services and expand as they build capacity, yet there is no clear strategy for accommodating this phased approach. We've indicated that we oppose a cost reimbursement or resource-based model, as we don't want MCFD to control what is deemed in scope or out of scope. Our approaches emphasize holistic family wellness, which includes activities that may and likely will fall out of MCFD's scope. But they are important supports for our families and communities, such as cultural supports and addiction recovery supports. And finally, we are very concerned about MCFD's proposed timeline, which suggests implementation in spring 2025. And as mentioned, we have not yet seen the model or methodology. On a positive note, I like to end on a positive note. Though this process has not been truly co-development, it has sparked more conversations around the priorities and needs of our nations and communities, and that is an encouraging start.
Go to Mary.
Thank you all. It's yes, it's a very complex issue and we're talking funding, but let's get back to the basics and to the principles. I don't think it's that complex when we're looking at a jurisdictional funding framework in the province of BC. Simply, all you need to do is to implement the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal principles and upholding substantive equality. We also need to include the Institute of Fiscal Studies to Measuring to Thrive framework and implement that fully with the true spirit of what that framework is intending. I do agree that it is a good start, that, you know, and we use the term co-development loosely, but I do appreciate that there was the opportunity, you know, especially when it was through COVID and there was this work already started. And as chair and the Indigenous Child and Family Services Director stating, wait, you got to hold your horses here. You got to include the nations that this funding model is going to impact. So I'm glad that the work proceeded, however limited the definition of co-development is right now. I agree with the other speaker. I think there needs to be resources to support broad participation across First Nations. Currently, participation is limited to those nations with a capacity to respond to BC's invitations and on BC's schedule. We need to, first of all, work together to establish the true purpose, the guiding principles, and the priorities of this. We need to collaborate on the timelines, the meeting agendas, the note-taking, and all of these basic fundamentals. We also need transparency. Nations need as much information as possible to make informed decisions about funding. MCFD must, but has not shared the full cost of existing services so that nations can do their own costing work. Now, this is important because in August, when I was there and looking at all the minutes from the other workshops and the other consultation at the, as chair and as the work of the Secretariat, there are things that I don't think was reflected that needs to be really, that we need to concentrate on. There has to be that concentration given to the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy. And I say that because the surveys and the research that was done by the Institute to develop Measure to Thrive, we had a large uptake from the province of BC. So we looked at nations that were part of agencies, nations that weren't part of agencies. We looked at the remoteness factor. That's all included in the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy already. We are also not completed the Caring Society. We're doing the research on the costing for small nations and for small agencies. So when you look at the IFSD, those issues around data management, the issues around remoteness, capital, all of these pieces are reflected in there. So when I listen to the consultants that's doing this work, that they sort of didn't really pay much attention to the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy. And I said, well, why would you not base everything you're doing on that? Because that work is so that we can achieve substantive equality across the board, including in BC. So that work's already been done. We already have outcomes and indicators. What we don't have in many of our nations, including the ones that are part of agencies, we don't have the infrastructure right now to actually collect the data effectively and seamlessly, because this is one of the things, Penny, that you said nations will be able to, collect the data effectively and seamlessly. Right now, as we speak, nations don't have the platform or the infrastructure because we were never funded for that in the province of BC. Don't forget, the province of BC did not receive any prevention funding till 2018, 2019. So all of these years, we haven't had, including those nations part of agencies, the capacity to build that infrastructure. So when you're thinking about moving towards jurisdiction, I think what needs to be reflected in what we heard report is that there needs to be funding now to develop capacity, not later. Because if you're going to start, and I heard this from a speaker earlier, that if you're going to start funding when jurisdiction, when the laws are enforced, right now is what we're doing. We're building capacity. Jurisdiction, again, I always say the simplest definition is your ability to make decisions. How are you going to make decisions when we don't have the right information in front of us? We have a report, again, that has not been considered, but needs to be really, really concentrated on, and that's the At a Crossroads report. That report was looked at the fiscal management and the fiscal realities today in MCFD. And we know that report says that BC doesn't know that BC does not have the information to create a map of the fiscal system between First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and urban Indigenous compared to non-Indigenous child welfare services using provincial data, nor is it possible to connect spending with stated government priorities. That information is not tracked. So we don't know what's happening within the MCFD system. So how are we going to develop a funding model if we don't even have a baseline in BC? So that's what we need to concentrate on and work on. There are 3 recommendations that still have not been worked on. MCFD must adopt the CHRT principles of funding and provide funding models that are culturally based and needs-based, that provide substantive equality for all First Nations, and that prioritize culturally based community wellness and prevention services. The second recommendations, MCFD updates its ministry-specific fiscal management tools and reporting practices to align public funds allocated to First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and urban Indigenous child and family services to stated spending objectives and priorities. That MCFD utilize a grandmother's perspective to collect collect race-based data to understand the diverse and greater needs of the First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and urban Indigenous population it serves. We don't have that data right now. And I don't know if there has been, and that's the question to the ministry, what attempts or what is happening now so that ministry can actually say that they've worked on those recommendations. One of the things that we know for certain is that Bill 38, while it does provide that decision-making to nations, there is no funding component with that. And we did ask for that at the Directors Forum, saying there needs to be funding. When Bill 38 was first introduced, including the Indigenous Director, there was key changes that we had requested. One of those fundamental changes was that there would be funding aligned with that. We also asked for, within C92, as you know, there is not a funding component with that. So I disagree with the comment that the BC funding model is going to happen before the federal funding model. I think that right now there is a way forward. There is a federal way forward, and that again is to implement the CHRTs, the Measuring to Thrive framework now, so that those nations that are on the jurisdictional pathway can start building the capacity in community now, off and on reserve. We have to do that, because otherwise we're setting up our nations for failure. We're setting up our people for failure, because again, I always say this, jurisdiction and offloading, there's a fine line between that. I'll make another point here, that in 2008, Premier Campbell endorsed the Child First approach, the Jordan's principle approach that commits the provincial government to ensure that jurisdictional funding disputes do not prevent or delay First Nations children from accessing available health and social services. He goes on to say how the provinces support substantive equality. That's in 2008. So here we are in 2024, and basically there is a path forward. However, the options that are then provided, that we were provided in August, does not reflect, I think, what is needed on the ground. First of all, to develop the capacity to implement the CHRT orders, to implement the Measuring to Thrive framework fully, and then also because there is no mention of capacity or even capital in that. Don't forget, in the long-term reform, in the agreement in principle right now, there's post-majority, there's capital, there's all these pieces for nations and agencies to build up their infrastructure to provide support services on and off reserve. So we need to really think about what steps are we taking to move forward. And we did push it for a phased-in approach. Was on the legislative working group for C92, and one of the reasons we pushed for that phased-in approach is so that the nations can decide on themselves as to how much work they're willing to do. So there should be that funding for them to start building that capacity at the level that they want to. And I don't see that the options that were presented really truly reflect what the nations want to do. I definitely want to make sure that the remote nations, the remote communities have the infrastructure, including the technology, to proceed with this work in a good way. Because if we're not doing that now, we're going to be setting them up for failure. I say this with the utmost respect. In August, what I really believe is you don't know what you don't know. I don't know what I don't know. So many of the some of the nations didn't know that there was the IFSD work that was done. It wasn't presented in a way that it was reflecting all 204 nations. So I think we need to go back in some ways to the drawing board. I understand some nations want to proceed, but there is that work that could be done now, which would simply be to implement the CHRT as we asked, and then to implement the IFSD approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we'll go back to Denise and Penny for response to the panel, what you've heard from the panelists. And then we'll go to questions, and we're going to be limited there. So anyway, let's have a response.
First of all, I would just like to take the opportunity to say thank you to all the panel members for sharing their feedback and for providing the challenges that they've experienced with the funding model process and the development to date. I think we've had numerous conversations and have heard some of these concerns, and really appreciate Mary's comments around needing to look at those systems that are currently in place that could really support this work and moving it forward quickly. I think our goal really is to find a way to create a transparent and equitable system that supports all 204 First Nations where they are at when they are wanting to exercise jurisdiction. So that is a challenge, but it is a challenge that we want to move forward with and do in the best way possible. So I really appreciate the feedback, and a lot of these pieces, I think, are key pieces of work that we will need to move forward with once we have that clear direction from our minister and government. So I'm not sure, Penny, if you want to add anything or?
Just that this was extremely helpful hearing this feedback. The development of the funding model is a very high priority for MCFD. And I think we're trying to balance what we're hearing, which is sometimes contrasting depending on which nation we're speaking to or which partner. And so good to hear from Mary, implement the IFSD approach. And then, sometimes other nations have different perspectives in terms of, we want something quickly because we're in the midst of resuming jurisdiction, and we want that provincial funding model in place quickly, and others telling us, slow down, let's bring in more partners, and certainly very interested in talking to more nations, and maybe if there's an opportunity at the end, we would very much love to talk to others and be a little bit more inclusive, but yeah, looking forward to moving forward.
Any, we're looking to.
Thanks for that. I just wanted to say that I'm not saying that they're slowing down. What I'm saying that right now, even if they want to move forward faster, there's things that could happen right now so that they could build capacity while they're moving on with jurisdiction. For example, right now in British Columbia, the child tax benefit goes to parents, goes to, in Child and Family, there is the child special allowance, and you might have heard Manitoba just won their case. In British Columbia, right now, simple change, act of good faith, the child special allowance right now does not go to the children that are in care at the agency level. It goes directly into the province's black hole of funding. That simple change would make a big difference for that funding when we're moving forward. It could build capacity right now. Right now, we could have funding that's equitable to provide preventative services, the same ability on reserve. We could do that right now. Those nations that are going towards jurisdiction could start getting the capacity to train social workers for education, like all of those big pieces to actually do the work right now. Those are the changes that I'm saying that could be made.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's say thank you to the panel for this very informative discussion. And we're going to have to limit to 3 speakers, 3 questions that are up. We'll go to Bev first.
Thank you, Deb Foxtroff, Sishot First Nation. There's been significant government investment in the development process of creating a funding model, including the cost of your employees, the intensive consultation process, as Kathy called it, the third-party consulting firm, all of the complicated ways the ministry is draining funding without any accountability or reflected outcomes. We want the record to show that we need a simplified business plan approach where nations have all the information about current government spending on child and family, where nations can develop their own work plan for capacity development, and government will reimburse without question. This should be our interim approach effected today. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to the questions before responses.
Judy Wilson. I just wanted to say I attended those meetings that you talked about with jurisdiction co-development. And I'm not sure how it was done by invite, but how I wouldn't say all of our nations were there, the 204. So I'm not sure how much percentage actually was able to attend the meetings. And I know there are still issues with what we heard report. Mary outlined a lot of it. But I wanted to say, they presented some sort of timeline. Are you sticking to that 2025 timeline? Or are you going to do like what people are talking about here, about the capacity and the healing and the resources that are needed now, not according to how you're going to enter jurisdiction, because many of the jurisdiction nations I talked to, they said it was very small amounts of funding they were getting, so they had to piecemeal their approach to even get funding to do what costed for jurisdiction. It certainly isn't 300,000 to do jurisdiction work. It's in the millions for a nation to take on that work. But it's so paramount about the healing and the community development and the capacity that's needed now. So if we knew how much this all costed, what the ministry is doing, what Deb just outlined, that money could have actually been right to the communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Warner Adam, Carrier County Family Services. Thank you for your presentation. And I just want to say that as the Child and Youth Advocate said, this is not rocket science. I mean, seriously, we've been discussing the transition and self-government for child and family services for the last 40 years. And it seems like the provincial government is coming back, playing the same old games of secrecy. And I think that needs to stop. For 20 years, in anticipation for this day, I've been requesting from MCFD a transitional plan so that First Nations can work on self-government. We have the Canada that has been charged with discrimination around funding models. British Columbia is not different. And I think there is a BC Human Rights Commission. Perhaps complaints should be laid there around racism, not only on the funding mechanism, but the practice standards in BC. The practice standards are horrific. That's why our children are where they are at today, and we cannot afford to replicate the same system. Thank you.
Thank you. We can go to the panel for a response. 6 responses. No, just kidding.
6 responses.
No.
I won't take that much time myself, other than to say thank you everyone for the comments, and really recognizing and hearing the need to have a clear plan that is communicated out to folks around what is our timing, what is that transition, and to be really clear about what is the funding that is being spent right now. Without having that information, nations aren't able to build out their own plans and understand what is currently being spent. So those are all things that I'm hearing from the comments and the conversation. And so those are pieces that we need to take back. And again, with government just being literally formed today, we will be working on those pieces and commit to coming back and providing an update so folks are aware where we are at on those pieces.
Thanks. I just wanted to reiterate again, we need to know what it's going to cost to ensure that we have holistic, culturally based, wraparound preventative services. Because if you do that right and you concentrate on that, then you're going to have very few protection cases. So right now, BC off-reserve, our off-reserve families are not getting the preventative services that they need because there is such a disparity and there's such a discriminatory. We do have, just so the leadership knows, we do have the 3 resolutions from the First Nations Leadership Council, if need be, that we will take BC to a human rights complaint. We are hoping that we don't have to do that, that we can negotiate so that there is substantive equality off and on reserve. And I'm thankful that, Warner reminded us how long, asking for this transitional work, what does that look like for devolution? We've been talking about devolution forever, and that practice standards, if you have good practice standards, it's going to cost a lot more than what MCFD is currently providing. There's an assumption that MCFD, that what they're doing, we're going to compare is good practice. We know that's not true. I also wanted to just to talk to leadership that in one of the options, I couldn't believe it when I read it. I had to look twice because it says in one of the options, as you so kindly brought up, my non-Indigenous lawyer, thank you for your work. That's I got to say, our own source revenue. Who put that in there? As if any of our leaders are going to say our own source revenue, because when it comes to self-determination, it is our resources that is providing the funding to run MCFD. It is our mining, it's our forestry, it's our water, and yet our children are going and begging hat in hand when they should be the leaders in our nation. So not to forget where that funding has come from, to say own source revenue, we're already providing the money through our resources, you're just giving it back to us.
Oh. So thank you. Hi, Tap. Wala pi mi quality na kwek that CNCI salap tala. Thank you so much for the hard work that you all do today, and thanking you for being the panel. Let's hear it for the panel. And so the organizers have a short entertainment for you before you make your way fighting the traffic. It's a very heavy subject. So this will help you calm down, get ready for the evening. So please bear with us just a couple of minutes. Anybody want to hear a little story? I got a story. Okay. You listen up. This is a very relevant story. It's about the killer whales. We call them Kaltanamits, and I know that the nations all around the world, and in particular in BC, have stories with their animals and spirit people. But anyway, the killer whales, Kaltanamits, and we have, they're guided by their grandmothers. The grandmothers teach them. Grandmothers show the way. They make them behave. They share the food. And they pass on the knowledge of how to be kind to one another. And we've learned from them. Our people have a history of observing what the nature has provided, our spirit brothers, our animal brothers and sisters, and the grandmothers. Our people revere the killer whale, blackfish, because of the way they treat extended family. They're a family. It's real important to remember those. In the effect that they look after their children, they do it themselves. They don't go to the porpoise or the octopus to ask them how to look after their children. They've developed their own way. And I think that's what we're trying to reach here. Nature has a way of telling us. It might be clearer if we tell our stories. Clear for everybody. Sometimes bureaucrats or bureaucracy muddle things up. But grandmothers look after the family. So that's my story. Thank you so much. We're waiting for the wolf pack. Musqueam has a group that are they close by? How far?
They're just getting ready.
I think the group is getting ready in the side room here, and they'll be with us in a couple of minutes. They have, for your information, there's a revised agenda for the participants. It can be picked up on the the front here. And it's on the website also. Okay, we're ready. us are from Musqueam here, but we also represent different nations of Coast Salish territory. Sartla, Nanalytics, Nanaimo, Musqueam, Squamish, Stolo Nation, just to name a few nations that we represent. And this here is one family. We have mom and dad and 3 of our 5 children and some of our 19 grandchildren here with us today. And our children's mates, our sons our oldest, most of you know, our oldest grandchild is Keisha Ball, and our youngest right here, 7 months old. And this news, a great grandchild on the way. It's an honor for me and my family to be the voice to share, not only share who we are as Musqueam, Westemo, but Coast Salish, and it was one of the things that we decided to do when we got together just before the 2010 Winter Olympics. We come together as a family to share our visitors, who we are as Coast Salish people, and it's always an honor to be the voice of movement for our families and our nations and our people, in general. The step song and dance is our women's gathering song, and this comes from our village called Ayalmo. And we used to go there and harvest the plants and the berries to make our traditional medicines and herbal teas to heal our bodies. And this song gives thanks and honor to those plants and berries for giving up their lives, and also giving thanks and honor to the women and the ones that want to gather those medicines. So our women's gathering song, I used to Seawood honor song. Seawood in our language is niece and nephew. And the song
come to us about 13 years ago. My two daughters were pregnant with their oldest children, and our son, youngest son, he was kind of involved in our longhouse during that time. And he, being the youngest, he didn't start his family yet. So he composed a song, and he, in honor of his sisters and sister-in-law, able to have children and give them nieces and nephews. You know, it was the only way he could show support at that time, because he was preoccupied with our winter longhouse ceremony. And when his sisters were, you know, pregnant, they couldn't interact, you know, honoring one another. So he composed a song to give thanks and honor to his sisters and sister-in-law, to have children and give them nieces and nephews, and honor the nieces and nephews. So our Stewart honor song. being there, being the voice for your communities, families, being the voice for the children in your communities, making sure that our children are taken care of. We're so lucky and fortunate, especially me and myself, is lucky and fortunate that we get to lead in our culture for that medicine that we have. Culture is so important to us, not only as Coast Salish people, but the indigenous people throughout British Columbia and Canada, and what is called Turtle Island today. Culture is really important, just along with the language. And I really thank you for being part of this community. Really thank you from the bottom of my heart for being there, for being the voice, the movement for our families, your families, your descendants, your nieces and nephews. Really thank you for having that strong mind, strong heart, also for able to use your voice, be there for the community. Really thank you for asking us to be here with you today, to share a little bit of who we are, and to give you that medicine that you need to uplift your heart and spirit, so you can carry on with what you have to do in the days coming ahead of you. Thank you once again on behalf of the community, my family. That concludes our little presentation for you today. Really enjoy your time here, and safe travels back home to your family and loved ones.
Oh,